Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Gaming Studios. It's Championship Sunday, and I'm incredibly excited to see how all of the top 8 teams from yesterday are going to play. We had several upsets yesterday, and I gotta say, it kind of blew my mind. So it's going to make today even more exciting with some of the storylines that we have, and I can't wait to share it all with all of you guys. And please let us know in chat. I know Girl was trying to rile up her Twitter followers, asking who do we think is going, or who do you think, I should say, is going to take the event. Well, let us know in the chat now who you think is going to take the event. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Of course, I have to be joined by 2 great commentators, and that's going to be Girl and Blaze. How you guys doing, Girl? Hey, you're looking good today. I know you had to match Blaze's button down. I'm the odd man out. You look great, girl. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling super excited for today. I just had some breakfast. I got this burst of energy. Super excited to see G2 facing Aqualix in the first match. There's going to be so much great gameplay today. The decision making, the aim's got to be on point. I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely. And Blaze, good to be by your side once again, brother. Like I said, just as Girl's looking good, you're looking good. You got the button down looking fresh, as you always do, brother.
Yeah, I think you got it backwards. I had to be as fly as Girl today, okay? Oh. Not the opposite way around.
Fair enough.
But, hey, it's rightfully so, because today is Championship Sunday, and we want to be as fresh as we possibly can, because we're about to see some of the flyest gameplay out there. And we had an awesome day during our qualification matches, seeing some different agents being utilized, seeing some awesome plays, some awesome clutches. And I think today is going to top that from yesterday.
It might. Like I said in the beginning, right? Top 8 teams from yesterday ended up qualifying. Let's take a look at those 8 teams, because there's some of them that I personally wasn't expecting to be here, although there are some diehard fans that always knew they would be here. That's Era Eternity. Era Eternity had a pretty difficult run in Group C. They had to play against Pittsburgh Knights and that loser, Brett. Well, I guess let's start off with My Little Phony. I guess it's the biggest story, right, guys? Started off with My Little Phony. They 3-0'd Era Eternity, knocked them down to the loser bracket. They had to go against Pittsburgh Knights, who just about beat Sentinels, went to a Game 5 reverse sweep, and then Era Eternity went on to beat PK, and then went on to the rematch against My Little Phony, beat them 3-1, and ended up qualifying. That was a big surprise to me. Girl, what was another surprise to you?
The Sentinels match was the biggest surprise for me. And also, Arena Demons coming in. I haven't heard too much about them before, besides all the hyping up you've done. And watching them play all those different legends, that was a surprise to me as well.
Yeah, Blaze, and those legends were fantastic. And Blaze, for you, in terms of teams, who were you expecting to see here that you see, and who weren't you expecting to see here?
When it comes down to teams I was expecting to see Sentinels, Ghost Gaming, Arena Demons, and G2 Esports. I feel like those were some of our more consistent and dominant teams from our last tournament, and just dominant in general, okay? Great units. But on the flip end, Elevate was a surprise to me. I didn't think we were going to get Elevate moving on towards this point, but hey, they made it here. I feel like they're going to be the underdogs of today, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, Elevate, a big surprise as well, beating Lazarus and also beating Kangarna in the loser bracket. Let's look at our bracket for today, because this is an exciting one. We're going to focus on the top 2 matches first, bottom 2 matches later. First, we talk about G2 Esports and Aqualix, Sentinels and Premier. 4 amazing teams that have to battle it out, but there's one elephant in the room we have to address, Girl. That's G2 Esports.
Yeah, they are our reigning champs from our last tournament, and they're undefeated as of now. Aqualix has big shoes to fill to try and beat them here. I'm sure the team has thought of a lot of strategies to go up against G2 today. We're going to find out if those strategies actually work.
And the bottom 4 teams, Blaze, Ghost Gaming, Era Eternity, Arena Demons, and Elevate. Like I said, just at the top, 4 great teams. You mentioned Elevate being a big surprise here. They go against Arena Demons. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one, because we watched Arena Demons yesterday. It was just a 3-0 sweep. I forgot who their qualification match was against, but man, they put on a masterclass when it came down to the 3 maps in which they 3-0'd them on towards the end of qualify. But in the end, Elevate, we'll see if they can get over Arena Demons. But right above that one, Era Eternity versus Ghost Gaming, that's a matchup I'm excited to see.
Yeah, you asked, who was the qualifying matches? Well, they were not only the Arena Demons, but also the EU Demons. They beat both EU teams, Navi and Aqualix, yesterday. So any EU team that went against Arena Demons should have watched out or been more prepared because they were ready to play. Prize pool, though, a lot of money to be thrown around, ladies and gentlemen, and $5,000 for first place is incredible. Second, $3K, and then third and fourth also walking away with $1K themselves, which means your round one matchup is the bubble matchup. Losing your round one match means you miss out on the money, and all the work you did yesterday and even today was for nothing, I guess, other than great experience. So you want to make sure you win your round ones. Let's talk about today's schedule because we've got an action-packed day ahead of us. G2 Esports will play against Aqualix to start off. That's going to be an incredible one. I think more so for Aqualix. We need to see them step up. Ghost Gaming and Era Eternity. Again, two great teams. You literally have first place and second place from the last UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational of G2 and Ghost facing off against Aqualix, who was there before, and Era Eternity, who is a new face, at least this tournament. And then, of course, semifinals and grand finals will be there a little bit later on. So that's the intro done. We've laid down I think the rule book for the chat, maybe caught some people up who didn't join us yesterday. So now let's start hammering home the first matchup we are going to be watching, G2 and Aqualix. You got NA, you got EU, you got a reigning champ, and you got another team that I believe did very well in the last event. I don't think they got third or fourth. I think they finished off in round one. They did qualify for day two, if I'm not mistaken, beating Navi 3-1 in last month in the last event. But they're here now, and this is going to be a big test. And girl, we'll start off with you. When it comes to Aqualix, because I think that's the biggest thing, right? What do we need to see from them today that we didn't see last month? Because I don't think we had a chance to see them yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think we've seen them yesterday on broadcast. And the thing that I saw from last tournament is that they were the first team to surprise another team with the Octane jump pad and I believe Party Crasher. And that's what I really liked about them. So that's why in my mind, they've got tricks up their sleeves. They got strategies that we perhaps have never seen before. I'd like to see that come through. I know they've been practicing arenas as a team in ranked as well. So I know they got their practice down. Maybe G2 just felt confident and didn't prepare at all. That might come to advantage. But we never know. I just want to see some tricks.
Yeah, in tricks we saw yesterday, and I'm hoping we see some tricks today. For sure, Aqualix is going to have to bring those tricks because G2 was throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them, including that Mirage play, which was incredible plays. I know we were a fan of that. There's two players, though, we have to take a look out from G2 and, of course, Aqualix. That's Resulta and Nasky, two very dominant pros in their own right, and quite honestly are going to have a big impact when it comes to this matchup as a whole.
Yeah, both those players are going to have a huge matchup, Taylor. Some of the main, the two, I want to say highest damage outputters for both their squads. And yesterday, Resulta was just having a time of his life, creating opportunities for his team, putting out damage. And I'm excited to watch, that player matchup going into this one because we know that they're going to have a high impact on how these team fights are about to go.
Yeah, Resulta, honestly, really one of the highest damaging players, other than Gentrify. Gentrifying, I think, had the highest DPS. Resulta, though, was getting the finishes consistently in the matches he was taking place. I mean, I'm looking at an average of about 5 eliminations per game he was playing. Just numbers you expect to come out from him in general. But you know what? Let's take a look at the maps, right? Because we have 6 in rotation. One's going to be out, and these are going to be the 5 we are going to see in our first series for Championship Sunday. Phase Runner, Artillery, Thermal Station, Gardens, and Party Crasher. You got 3 very different maps to start off, and in a way, some of our slower maps, I guess, other than Artillery, which could be quicker, girl.
Yeah, we all know that G2 really likes Thermal Station, although they lost their first game yesterday. Phase Runner, Artillery, they're both like 50-50 maps for me. They have all that long range for both of the squads. Sure. Maybe Aqualix will like that more. I know they definitely like the longbow scout plays. We'll see. I don't think I've seen G2 play a lot of sniper. I'm not sure if you've seen them play a lot of sniper.
Honestly, I don't know if they really have a chance because they're always in your face, right? Slaying you out. That's the scary thing about G2 is when they get up close and personal, kind of like Arena Demons yesterday, they make the most of it, Blaze. And that's why, as Girl said, she brought up a great point. When it comes to the first three maps, specifically, Phase Runner, and then you have, Thermal Station, like those are two maps that are going to be spaced out quite a bit. And for Aqualix, that could be great for them. Spacing and pacing is kind of the name of their game as opposed to G2. They can space it out. Look, they're an all-around team. They can do no wrong. But it's going to benefit Aqualix, in my mind, to space out that fight. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right, Taylor. They're going to have to put some distance between themselves and G2 now, because when it comes down to it, if you can we saw the production of the longbows come through, all right? Multiple Gibbies out there putting out damage, and we know when it comes down to the economy in these matchups, those headshots hitting for 80, 90, 110, right, that's forcing your opponent to pop a battery in a difficult situation. But also that's giving you the opportunity to move in closer, make the play, and initiate the fight on your terms. And I think that's what Aqualix needs to do to beat G2, because on a flip end, G2 will give them opportunities, all right? Because they're not going to sit back for too long. That's not their play style.
Sure.
Results will find a way to get in there, to get behind enemy lines, to disrupt you, and then the squad's going to start to move in. And at that point, you just better hope you put some damage on them right before, because when that Gibby bubble go down, it's going to be a close range battle.
Yeah, I mean, Girl, he brings up a great point. Damage control, resource management is a big thing. We were seeing that done very well from Arena Demons yesterday. Now, to Navi's credit, they did a great job, bringing out the pulse rifle and doing, in my opinion, a great job kind of, battling against that, getting their own chip damage, which was great. But getting that chip damage is incredible. A good IGL should be calling out the numbers. I think every player should be keeping track, but a good IGL should know when to strike once those resources have been depleted. So taking all this into account as we move into our prediction segment, Girl, you've heard a lot. I know you know both of these teams, the ins and out of how they play. So I got to ask you, are you going with the underdog, which clearly is Aqualix? Are you going to finally break that 100% win-loss record whenever it comes to your predictions? I just want to know.
So I thought about it, and it's really, really hard to go against G2 because they have won the whole series last time around. And it's really hard to put that trust in my win rate versus into Aqualix. You know what I mean? Like,
true,
they did lose a game yesterday. They didn't make it to finals last time around. I just feel like G2 has an up on them, and that's why I'm going to go with them.
Yeah, G2's clearly the favorite. Blaze, are you going with Girl? You going with their new duo? What are you thinking?
You know what, Taylor, when it comes down to days like this, championship Sundays, where big time players got to make big time plays and they know how to perform under pressure, and they use that pressure to just propel themselves forward to another chip, I think G2, they know that pressure all too well. And I can't bet against them today, okay? I have to go with G2 in this matchup. Nothing against Aqualix, but when it comes down to it, they just got to, prove us all wrong and knock out the champs right now.
Yeah,
all right, do it up. Take the spotlight. You guys think y'all could do it? Now was the time.
And I think they know that, Blaze. I think they know this is the series that they have to provide an upset. Look, you performed well yesterday. You finally qualified. And then round one, you've got to go against G2. It's like, man, that sucks. But it's early in the morning for these gamers. That's one thing to take into account. Hopefully G2 had their rest because, hey, all it takes is a couple of slip-ups in Aqualix. They're going to capitalize. Chat, who are you going with? G2, Aqualix? Where are you going to put your allegiance? G2, fair enough. So again, Aqualix, it's up to you. Everybody's betting against you. You're the heavy underdog. No matter how talented you are, G2, they know their arenas, and they've already proven that by winning the last event. So G2 clearly the favorite Aqualix. You're the ones who's going to have to step it up. I'm looking at, honestly, Nasky. I think Nasky is going to be the big guy for me on that roster to really perform well for Aqualix. Of course, though, he'll be opposite of Resulta, and Resulta is not going to let him live too long. He's going to be the guy getting that early, or not early damage, right? I think I kind of covered that. It's going to be gentrifying. But when it comes to Nasky, he's going to be the one in your face getting the finishes. So therefore, he could be equally as deadly. I can't wait to get this thing started. I really can't. And the worrying thing about that map pick, Girl, was the fact that you said Thermal Station is kind of G2's home. I believe that's map 3, if I'm not mistaken. It's either map 1 or map 3. So that's scary. That is scary, Girl.
It is indeed. And yesterday they lost their first round against Kangarna, but they brought it back around. Not sure if it was because Kangarna weren't playing as well after the first round, because they did get the DC in round 2, but
Hmm.
they brought it back, and they are our reigning champs for a reason. They're strong. They know the ins and
Sure.
outs. They know how to get that high ground real quick. I believe last tournament, G2 got arc stuck though.
Yes,
In
yes,
the
that was
air,
incredible.
yeah, in
Yes.
thermal station. So they're gonna have to watch out for those arc stars again today.
Yeah.
I feel like arc stars work really well in that map in particular. So
Right.
see if that happens today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
And you know
Arc
what?
Star destroyed them and they lost. I'm gonna hop off, Blaze. I know you got a lot to say, but the map's being loaded up. Blaze Girl, take it away.
Okay. All right, thank you, Taylor. And you know what? So, girl, we were seeing these different legends come through yesterday throughout the tournament. One legend that we got a chance to see, and I know is one of your favorites out there, is Fuse. Now, when it comes down to Fuse's kit, his ability to launch those arc stars and thermal station maps specifically, that dome control. Fuse could be really annoying when it comes down to taking control over that top dome and using those arc stars. If somebody wants to pull him out on thermal station.
Yeah, honestly, I never really thought of that, to be honest. But 100%, Fuse could definitely be used. He'll have so many grenades to be able to throw inside the building, on top of the building. They could take quick control of that dome. But
I
I'm
think his
not
ult
sure
would
if
be
any
great.
of these teams have thought of it yet. We're going to have to wait till map 3 to find that out. First map today is Phase Runner, and this is G2 versus Aqualix. It's super exciting.
Yeah, no, it's super exciting indeed. And I think, maybe these teams should just hire us to be strategists at this point, okay? We got a few tricks up our sleeves, a few ideas out there. But hey, we aren't the professionals. The professionals are about to play right now. It's G2 versus Aquilix. And these two squads know that this is it. This is where they have to be the best version of themselves. It's Championship Sunday, and we're going to have a beautiful grapple here from the Pathfinder to get just a little bit closer, because as we know, when it comes down towards this compound, those opening meds are going to be so key in this round number 1.
I love it. Yuki starting off with the Mozambique, and he outputs so much damage there. I wanted to touch on that earlier, that Yuki outputs a lot of damage for his team, creating an opening. Naski went far right. Wow, they've got to win this round. The other team must not have any meds at all. The headshot from across the map with the repeater. Was he watching Arena Demons yesterday, or was he repping it yesterday on his own? I have no idea, but those shots were amazing. Resulta actually already dead.
Uh-oh, now G2 in a difficult position here as they're trying to fight back Aquilix. The wingman shots aren't going to connect right there, but I love the reposition that he fought in that spot for too long. His opponent's trying to formulate a plan around it, but now Designful can't connect. But now with that not coming through, Gentrifying making a play, making it a 2v2. The Mozambique is connecting. The kills are trying to get cleaned up, but Gentrifying may be the hero of this round momentarily. But as I say that, Aquilix, they're going to lock in round number 1.
Hey, like I said, I know Aqualix, and I know they're going to think long and hard about this. They're going to do the VOD reviews. They're going to think of all these different strategies. And to be honest, I seen it coming. I seen that they would pull out some new things today. And hey, Naski went far right with the repeater, landing a body shot headshot. That was unexpected, but expected all at the same time, eh?
Yeah, it definitely was. A very, very action-packed and exciting round number 1 coming through. As we get geared up for round number 2, it looks like both these squads are going to be going towards the phase runner side. And we know here we get a bunch of frag grenades being tossed right off the start, a few arc stars. Not going to see it this early on. Don't want to waste that economy just yet. Need to save those nades here for the later portion of these rounds. But as I say that, we got a few being tossed from Yuki, and he connects. He actually is going to be able to get another hit marker with the wingman. Gentrifying is going to have to heal up. He's out the fight for now. But I do believe G2 was able to acquire those meds off the start. So that's going to do great for their economy. Well, at least for now, because the Aqualix, they are on the move. I'm loving this flank here by Gasky over here on the right.
Yeah, he connected every shot. His tracking has been perfect, and the space that he created throughout round 1 and 2 is phenomenal. Although G2 is playing Gibraltar, I don't know if you noticed, but Aqualix is actually running a Wraith today. They do not have a Gibraltar, so that way G2 is going to get most of the meds. They have the security of those meds. Now, as long as they could survive and stick together, if they could get that close range fight that they're dying to have, they might be able to pull this one through. But Gnaski with those angles, he's going crazy. Oh, Designful, he doesn't like Gnaski at all. He's going in, he wants to get him.
I love it from Designful. He's trying to be the alpha here in this play. He says, get away from this angle, Gnaski. He says, stop shooting us in the side. But with that grapple, he put a few shots to relieve some pressure from the team. And they needed that, because I feel like majority of this round, they were just getting, they were taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, they were getting bullied there for sure, 100%.
Bullied is definitely the word.
And G2, you know, when they get mad, when they get frustrated or angry, you can see it. Designful hit him for 90 and he went in. He's like, I can win my ones. My wingman is better than yours. Let's get it on. And he made that space for his team, like you said. Now it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. Everyone's healed up. Everyone's full HP. And Gnaski trying to make the move again. He's walking closer. He gets a crack, but he's also cracked himself. He's 50 HP. He cannot take any more damage here. Can he get out with that amazing grapple? He did.
Just in the nick of time. Both squads had a player that had to retreat, heal up. But as this zone's moving in, this final battle is about to ensue.
Yes,
Gentrifying does not have any more meds to his name. Just about 105 health. He takes a headshot from a wingman. It's a wrap for him. But who's going to move in first? Oh, to the right. Gnaski goes in, but he can't make the play. He goes down there to Gentrifying. G2 wants to move up, but Designful, he's going to have to reevaluate his whole life. Taking a big shot there from Dale off the opposite end. Now, Aqualix trying to make it a 2v2 here towards the bridge side, but they're just going to reposition. They're looking for Designful. They know that he's weak on this side of the map, but Dale giving up some height advantage, some positioning. His teammate is going to go down behind him. It's going to all be up to him, but that's a knock. Sees the long range player. Designful weak. That's 2 knocks. It's doable. Does he want a weapon off the care package? He doesn't have the time for it. What a crazy round.
Wow, he actually had the chance to 1v3 G2 Esports. That would have been the most amazing Twitter clip ever. They're all pretty low. If he had maybe 1 or 2 shield cells, it could have been possible. It was a great effort. We've seen Serdell clutch before, especially in ALGS. Unfortunately, not on round 2 here, but it was really close and tight.
Yeah, no, it was very, very close. Great effort there from Dale. But we're about to head into round number 3 between both these squads. Folks, we hope you guys are having a fantastic time on this championship Sunday morning. This is where you're going to get the best arenas gameplay out there. And so far, our players have delivered. No opening nades from the start. But we will see G2 get these early meds, putting those resources with the bubble, but across map. Gnaski with the longbow. He's going to acquire those meds off the opposite end, and he's going to go for a flame girl. I love that play.
Yeah, I'd like to see if G2 will be able to realize, because if they realize Aqualix is just 2, they're going to push, and Gnaski's going to be way out of position. G2 Designful actually goes down, and now Gnaski has to try and catch up to his team, because now they're in a 2v2 situation. He gets an angle. Can he hit his shots from this far away? It's going to be really hard. He only has a little bit of room to see.
All right, the kill's cleaned up by Dale. It is still a 3v2 here for G2. And actually, I take that back. Sorry, folks. It's a 3v2 in favor of Aqualix, as G2 in a difficult spot. Designful had went down. Now gentrifying the results and having to back up. They need to at least alleviate some pressure, put out some damage as they're trying to run away, but the longbow's not allowing them to.
This one is a tough situation. It's 3 pros versus 2 pros. Normally ends up in the 3 pros' favor, right? Yuki taking some damage. They're playing it safe, though. None of them are going to get knocked for free here. Unless Serdell goes down to Resulta. Are they making the comeback? They knocked 2. What am I watching? No way. They just 3v2 clutch G2 Esports going in. And that's why they're the champions.
This Sunday this show just started. They're popping off like that.
Oh,
What the hell?
I
G2.
can't believe it.
And so check this out. Aqualix, their strat was great. They knew it was going to be a battle tit for tat early on, and G2 wasn't going to get too aggressive. So I love the flank with the longbow to get the meds and to put yourself in a position to be able to get some damage there in the side. So they did that great. But for Resulta and Gentrifying to be able to... Resulta was one shot at a certain point during the last second of that fight. Like, I'm still blown the fact that they won it, folks, okay? I am speechless. Some of you guys are, but I got some words for this next engagement. G2 at map point. And coming off that last round, they definitely have the momentum in their favor. But let's see what they can do. Let's see. We already going to see the meds acquired here towards the front. Now, this fight's going to slow down here for a second.
I don't understand how they lost that round. Normally that would be impossible, especially because Aqualix was full HP. I guess their teamwork going in wasn't as well as they thought it was. Maybe they were taking too many different angles, but G2 Esports hitting all of their shots as we expected today for them. Nasky taking the wide angle again with the Havoc, though. It's nice to see the Havoc. The Havoc's a super strong weapon, but G2 is definitely going to know that they're there, and maybe they can get the push off. With the dome, they can actually dome forward. Nasky won't be able to shoot them in the side, and then they should be able to get a 3v2 fight in here.
Oh, G2 getting backed up there by a few of those wingman shots. Gentrifying gonna pop this battery. He got 3 more batteries to work with in this round. Now, in the moment, who's going to be able to get off that initial damage they can play off of? Designful on the flank.
Yeah,
Can't find anybody in screen just yet.
He's doing exactly what Nasky's doing, but even further. So if Nasky's going around, now he's going around. He always finds the best timing to end up pinching Aqualix. And I think Aqualix realized that, and now Designful's scared.
But you're seeing great utilization of the Pathfinder in his kit. To be able to be a flanker, to be somebody who can disrupt your opponent's setup, but can quickly get out with some creative grapples. And whoa, or get initiated on with some creative grapples here, as you're going to see the boy of Aqualix looking to get some kills over here on the back end. Only 1 down comes through, but that's going to be what they need here to get this fight into their favor. But some nades coming down here. Resulta in a power position, but he needs to connect with some of these shots, and just like that, the downs come in. G2 put themselves in a winning position after getting initiated on. They keep the high ground, and they show Aqualix that, hey, you guys messed up. Okay, it's levels to this. But now Gentrifying, can he make the play? It's a 1v2. The wingman shots connects, but in the end, it's going to be Aqualix who can finish the fight.
Yeah, I think they made a slight mistake there taking the jump pad. If he went down and made it a 2v2 with Resulta, because in reality, it was a 1v2. Resulta went in against both members of Aqualix, and then he went in a 1v2 as well. If he just went in with his teammate instead of spending all that time flying in the sky, taking his pilot lessons, they might have been able to win that. They were playing it so well. I think that's a slight mistake there.
Yeah, I agree. Just slight mistake there. And that's a great example to talk about when it comes down to team fights, right? Even though it's a 3v3 team fight to start, there are moments where players are able to find opportunities to make it a quick 2v1, to make it a quick 3v2, and to just disengage from engagement from their one-on-one matchup, so to speak, in the initiation of the team fight. So being able to identify that is something that's key. And we saw that there in a moment as Aqualix was able to take that 2v1 off the top. But as we see, a lot of aggression coming through from G2. Yuki's going to have to pop this battery, 2 more to his name. Nasky, he got the longbow. He got some great angles. 2 can't connect with the Pathfinder. Designful knew that he was looking, but the Gibby takes a shot of 81. Resulta about 20 HP to his name, but I don't think that we're gonna see Aqualix move up on this one just yet.
Oh man, I would have liked to see them push up on that because all of G2 Esports is either low or half HP, and that is crazy to see. And I really like the fact that G2 realized that Aqualix split up in the beginning because you saw how aggressive and dominant they were trying to be, but it didn't work out. All of their shots didn't connect. If their shots connected there, they could have been a 3-0 wipe right there. Unfortunate. We go next. Now we're going to see a 3v3. Gentrifying is very low, though.
Now, Gentrifying getting these cells off. Designful just took a big shot from the longbow from Nasky, as he has been absolutely harassing G2 majority of this map with that weapon. He's gonna have to continue to just kind of hit some shots there. Like, I'm loving the opening strategy here from Aqualix, because they know G2 isn't gonna really separate like that. And anytime we get this phase runner side of the map, they make sure that they got enough utility to kind of defend against that bridge side on the opposite end. Now G2, they're counting their numbers. They're seeing how many players are dropping out the TP, but when they do that, they're using that chance to initiate. But Aqualix, man, their defense is just too good as they're waiting for Nasky to get angles. He's hitting longbow shots, and if he starts to not connect G2, they will absolutely have a field day in that mismatch in numbers. But as we see, is multiple players weak. Resulta, he's full red. Well, he's not gonna have no shields there, but in the end, it is gonna be G2 who can clean up the round.
Yeah, it was a well done by Designful getting that first entry. I believe he flanked right there and was able to get that free kill. He took 100 damage, but not enough damage to get him too low to trade off. So great entry by Designful, putting them in the lead 3-2 here. If they win this next one, they can win map 1. But if they lose it, they're tied again.
All right. Aqualix, can you keep this one going? So far, it's been a great matchup. We do see this hill is going to be pulling over here towards the compound side. It's going to be a race for these opening meds. G2 on map point, but with the Pathfinder zip line, they're going to get a little bit of extra speed. We'll see if they will beat them, and yes, they will. Designful being able to get in, get a few of those meds spawning closest to him. He did take a longbow shot in the process. Great nades coming out from G2, but in the end, I like Aqualix positioning here.
100%. Nasky's hitting all of his longbow shots today. The unfortunate part of it being that his team cannot push up on any of the damage that he's doing. So he's doing a lot, but they're going to have to rethink or re-strategize. Maybe Serdell should be on that Pathfinder so he can go in after his teammate gets the longbow shots, because they need an entry fragger. They need someone to go in and get that. And if it's going to be Nasky on the longbow doing all the damage on all angles, and he's the entry fragger, then I don't know if this is really going to work out for them.
And then, you know, we got to talk about the Wraith in the map too as well. You know, we haven't really seen, you know, too much of Wraith throughout this tournament, but when it comes down to this comp, you know, the mismatch is the Wraith and the Gibby, and you got to ask yourself who's getting the most value out of those their respective characters, because this Wraith is going to have to put out some damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't see Wraith doing as well as Gibby in the map like this. There's so many areas where you can go in, dome up, and get those entries that you need for your team. And I haven't seen Wraith as a character doing as much as I would have hoped.
Yeah, but we'll see as, you know, we get more arenas tournaments, her viability, if it goes up. But in the moment, Aqualix is just going to have to make good usage of her. Now you see them, they connect with a big headshot. They could use this to initiate some sky nades, go over the top. Oh, Designful, he is the target, but it doesn't get a nice connection on him. Just about 15 HP going away there. He's still able to hold his positioning. So far, G is doing good, not getting backed up here by Aqualix, but neither team putting out enough damage where they feel comfortable to initiate off of. Until I say something like that, Yuki, what you want to do?
They want to push him, but at the same time, he's in a corner and his teammates can cover fire. So Designful is in a bad spot, but also in a good spot because he has trust in his teammates. So now they're going to look forward to his teammates to try and get some headshots on top of them. Resulta on that head glitch. We'll see what will happen here, but not enough damage. A crack, okay, 50 flesh. Okay, now it's time to push. You can't let them survive on 1 HP twice.
Resulta trying to desperately heal up, but here comes Yuki over the top, knowing that he has a weak Gibby in front, multiple players, but it comes down to a 1v1, and the Havoc will clean house. We're gonna continue.
Yeah.
We're tied up 3-3. First to 5.
They overpeaked there on towards Aqualix. So Aqualix got 3 shots on the longbow in a row.
Right.
That is insane. 4 actually. 2, 3, 4. That's 4 in a row. Resulta overpeaking there cost them the game. You cannot get to 50 HP in a tournament like this. They are going to push off of it. I know you're the Gibby and all, but it happened.
You know, and sometimes you get lost in a gunfight like that, right? You know, you get hit with a shot and you say, you know what, I got to hit a shot now, but you just don't connect and your opponent is not missing. Unfortunate for Resulta, but in the end, we're excited because we're tied up 3-3. The zip line gets a nice connection there. Long route. He got about, I think he pretty much picked up all the meds, but one battery took a lot of damage. But now Yuki gets to disengage. He has the support of his teammates here. Nasky, as you said before, girl, has been hitting multiple longbow shots. And we'll see how this fight is going to play out now.
Yeah, his longbow's doing a lot better now. Now that he's closer with his team, that they can push off of the damage. That's what I was talking about earlier. He's not across the map anymore. He's with his team. That way, if they need to push in a 3v2 situation while one of G2 is healing, they can. Earlier, they couldn't do that. Knaski was across the map. If they pushed, they still would have been in a 2v2 situation, and it wouldn't have been favorable for them at all. Zeinfeld's taking so much damage. He's gonna have to grapple out. He was in there like swimwear. The battery's gonna pop off, but Aqualix looks like they have a lot more meds. If this is gonna be a med fight, it looks like they're gonna win that. So G2 is gonna have to figure out a strategy to take them down and take them down quick.
Oh, with the tension in this matchup is both these squads looking for an opportunity to take in their time. A lot of respect here. That nade almost connect. I feel like both these units still a lot of frags to be used. You got Yuki 2 to his name for this last fight. Oh, trying to thread and connect with the Havoc there. G2, they're on the flank. They're putting some pressure here on Aqualix. They're able to get a knock. Now it comes down to G2 looking for Sir Dale, the last member here of Aqualix, as he is going to get his shields cracked. Going to rotate out. Now he gets some value there out of that Wraith, but he's still in a 1v3. Not much he can do there.
No, not at all. But I'd like to point out that Designful especially is on his A game today. He's been entry fragging left and right, round after round. He is the reason why I believe they won 2 out of 4 of those rounds with those entry frags. He's just coming in on the right. Aqualix isn't seeing it whatsoever. While one of them heals, they're getting pushed on the side and they don't know what to do. They're pinched and they lose that one out. Dell cannot clutch all of these 1v3, so they're gonna have to play a little bit tighter. Maybe it's the Wraith.
Maybe it is the Wraith, because you got to ask yourself, when it comes down to initiating these team fights, the utility of Wraith, how can that help you, right? How can Octanes help you? How can Pathfinders help you? I feel like it's more of an all-in type of team comp. Oh, we saw G2 try to go over the top. They will close the distance between them and their opponent, but do they still want to go with this fight? Sentinel's in the hand of Nasky. He has an angle off the left, but G2 knows how far away he is, so they start utilizing their numbers, isolating a quick 3v2, getting a knock. But look at their health, girl.
Oh, their health is quite full at this point. Well, Designful might actually go down there, but Nasty's in a 1v2 situation. He almost takes down Resulta. Resulta does a huge amount of damage, and because he's playing Pathfinder, he can get out and heal with 20 HP, so they're gonna have to maybe pull the quick revive. Oh, they're going for him, and they're going for him quick. He's going to miss a couple EVA 8 shots, and that's G2 Esports winning the first map.
G2 getting it done in 5, and you know, they had to really kind of clutch up there in the end. Aqualix, man, they were fighting back. This was a good matchup to kind of kick off our tournament for today. A nice map number one between both these two teams. But when it came down to it, girl, you said it. You know, I think you mentioned Designful and how awesome that he was playing today, and saying that he was the big reason G2 had as much success as they have in map number one.
Yeah, for sure. He flanked. So he was doing the exact same thing as Gnaski, but instead of using a longbow, he went in with the wingman. He was able to actually get those knocks that he needed. Gnaski was able to get a lot of knocks as well, but he had the longbow. It's not usually a gun that you fight close range and win your 1v1 against. It's something you play far range. So it really, really worked out for G2 Esports. And they realized Gnaski's way of going out into the open and trying to get off these flanks. They realized that, and that's why they pushed so dominantly in the beginning. And that's really what helped them out there. The IGLing was insane too.
Yeah, great job with them. And you almost see the 1v3 clutch on screen, but Resulta says, no, sir, not today, not on us. But we saw a lot of interesting strategy between both these squads. And, you know, I think G2, you know, I feel like they play some great fundamental Apex, okay? And what I mean by that is Aqualix came out with a strategy saying, you know what, we're gonna send Gnaski off wide with the Pathfinder, let him use his grapples to put himself into some great flank positions, but also get back to the team when he needs to, and put out damage from the side. As you're gonna have Dale and Yuki play defense towards the back and just, you know, put out as much damage on G2 as they can, while Gnaski is grabbing nades and he's harassing off on the side. But G2 says, okay, cool, that's great. But when it comes down to fundamentals, Apex Legends, we got Gibby, and you guys are technically in a 2v3. So we're gonna bubble down and we're gonna get in your face, and we're gonna put the pressure on Gnaski, and we're gonna put the pressure on you guys to hit these shots, since y'all wanted to come into this matchup and pick Wraith against us and think it was gonna work out. So G2, man, they says, hey, they kept it simple, and you know, they got in there and they won some big gunfights, put out damage.
Yeah, 100%. They played wonderfully. Aqualix played wonderfully as well. Playing long range against a team like G2 that are so good at close range was the play. Artillery is next. We're going to see them play on that one. Who do you think is going to favor in artillery here?
You know what? When it comes down to artillery, I'm going to have to still favor with G2, okay? We know that their team comp so far throughout this tournament, they have not strayed away from it, and it has been successful matchup after matchup. And it seems to me like, you know, Aqualix, I need to see some better team fights from them, because I feel like we saw very few there from the last map, just because of their initial strategy and spacing away from G2, playing for that long range poke off the start. I want to see them be able to group up a little bit early on here in artillery, and just really work as a unit here. You know, put out damage as a team, be there for each other, clean up these kills, and get that initial man advantage, and get in G2's face and show them that you can play up with them in those close range engagements as well.
100%. I think Aqualix is definitely going to change up their legends on this map as well. They're either going to go with Horizon or go with Gibby, just like G2. Horizon might work out for them in this map. I think it's actually going to favor Aqualix on this. Yeah. I know I said G2 would win the series, but Aqualix, this might be really good for them. They've already been warming up their longbow for the longest time. This is really good for long range. It does have a bit of close range as well, but I feel like they were winning in the med battle and the damage battle. And this is a map I feel like that could favor them, or at least give them a good shot at winning this map number 2.
And you know, and I got a question for you too, because you mentioned it earlier that maybe Sir Dale needs to have that Pathfinder, right? And on the flip end, Gnaski has had this longbow. And Sir Gnaski has had this longbow throughout the last round, and we've seen these Gibbies put out a lot of damage from these buildings, and I think the longbow is going to be viable. Maybe they switch off here. Maybe they keep the same comp, and we are going to see them keep the same comp, but we know those longbows are going to be in play at a certain point. Now, lots of damage off the start, but the wingman shots connect. Designful trying to duck, dodge, and dip, gets back to the shield. Resulta has his back, but with that early initial damage, they aren't able to find a kill just yet, and G2 is trying to reset this fight.
Oh, wow. Aqualix played that perfectly. They went for the bin, and they got there beforehand. Designful took too much damage. Now it's going to be a 3v2 situation.
Ooh.
Really hard to clutch up on round one, and they're going down like flies here. One more left to go. The Mozambique shots are going to hit. Now he's a little low, but his teammates come in and clean it up.
That Mozambique was twerking, man. It was hitting shots right there, okay, from afar. Just so much damage. And when you upgrade that to the purple bolt, it's a all around useful first round weapon. Okay, so as you see, we're about to head into this was coming in from Nasty's perspective. He gets those early meds. Okay, the Mozambique is connecting, piecing up the Gibby, shredding his shield. He even tried to give some P2020 action as well. And then on the last player, great damage being output there by Nasty. We're about to head into round number 2.
Yeah, the Mozambique is really good for round number 1, especially in a situation like that where it hits just so fast. Designful may have not gotten there fast enough. Oh my goodness! Gentrify with a repeater on Yuki on the zip line. They're gonna get that so fast. Designful may have not gotten there fast enough. Oh my goodness! Gentrify with a repeater on Yuki on the zip line. They're gonna get that fast res off, but whoo! Gentrifying, nice shots.
So much damage being put out between both these squads, and luckily enough for the side of Aqualix that they were putting out damage up top, because if Nasty didn't hit those longbows, it would have been G2 pressing that down off the opposite end, but 2 players needed to heal in the back, so the long range damage coming out for both these squads. But now G2, they're feeling a little antsy. Well, they're going to start to heal up now, looking for an opportunity. Care package is about to come down. Both squads getting ready for the second engagement.
I really like seeing the diversity of the weapons being chosen on this map. And this, like I said, it's a great map for long-range poking. They're going to be on each side of the map on their respective side. And you're just going to see the poking until one team is able to get that knock.
Now, that's a wingman versus a longbow. I don't know if you want that long-range battle.
Nope.
Nasty, as he is just waiting for anyone from G2 to poke out. He has his grapple to cut the distance. He has his zip line above him as well. He can be anywhere on this map in the span of 3 seconds if he really wants to. So he's just going to keep giving intel to his team, letting them know exactly where G2 is. Now, on the flip end for G2, I'm thinking about how do they want to initiate on this one. Designful, he's going to be down low, playing a low ground, playing around his care package. It will be open. He needs to watch screen left. But you're going to start to see Aqualix. They get in, they get out. Designful, I don't know which weapon he ran out with, but I know he still got that longbow in hand. He actually going to get the bow. He's going to get the bow.
And here we have it. Aqualix out damaging G2. In artillery, Designful trying to do something cheeky. Doesn't have enough meds, I don't believe. So this is going to be an all-in situation. Once Designful goes in, his team will go in, and it'll either be a wipe or they're all going to be dead. But he's not going to poke any longer because, like I said, no meds. So Gentrifying, he's going to peek, but maybe he's not going to peek. Maybe he has no meds as well. And they're just going to have to wait for the round to close. Designful might get some really nice shots from underneath.
Man, he must have been broke this round. Looking at his kit, not having much. But that's a lot of damage coming out on the other end. Resulta goes down. Aqualix looking to move in here soon. Gentrifying, he's going to be one shot as well. He gets knocked as he's reloading. And it's up to Designful, but he has no chance in hell. Aqualix, they go up 2-0, and they're going to be at map point.
And they output some pretty good damage with the amount of mats that they had. But it was like a 3v1 steering down a hallway. You can't win that. You can't get the better amount of shots through because the Aqualix were all together and they were all shooting back. So most likely they're definitely going to win these shots through here. Let's take a look at Nasty shooting down the barrel. Ooh, got him right in the side.
And just the damage of that longbow is it's a lot of pressure. Okay, it's suffocating at times, especially when you're in those little late game situations in those tight quarters. It's the definition of anxiety when it comes down to competitive gaming. Some opening nades here at the pills. It's going to be designed for able to get a lot of meds, but this is a quick initiation using a jump pad. They get on gentrifying. The down is there. The 3v2 is in, and for Aqualix, but results are designed for. We've seen them do it before. The Gibby bubble goes down. They're trying to reset the fight, get it on their own terms, but they got to find a kill. Nasky is going to be first on their hit list. The wingman shots connect. They can't get the second, and they have to dodge multiple nades, but this is still winnable. They know that they have to continue pressing forward. They cannot allow their opponent to reset with the man up, so nades come through. The jump pad is there. Aqualix even needs a breather. Dale sacrifices his life for the squad, gets the knock, and the help comes from afar.
Wow, incredible 3-0. They really gave G2 a run for their money here. It was an incredible play with the jump pad. I was not expecting that, but that is Aqualix. They have all these tricks under their sleeves. They have the IGLing. They kind of have these mind games that they're playing with G2. They had to do the long range pokes in the beginning. They did that, and then, hey, surprise, we're jump padding on you. No long range fight. We are ahead 2-0, and we're going to clean this one out, and that's what they did.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. You know, big plays being made there by Aqualix in that last round. But folks, we are all tied up 1-1 in an epic first series of the day between G2 and Aqualix. But well, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we got map number 3 coming up, and we'll see who can take the lead in this series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Girl and Blaze, and what a first two maps. First and foremost, the first map was incredible. Back and forth action, you'd love to see it. Phase Runner, it typically never disappoints. G2 does very well on that map, but Aqualix, good on them for keeping it as close as they did. Sir Del just about 1v3ing in round two. Incredible stuff all around. But let's talk about the more telling, at least in my mind, map number 2, guys. We're looking at, obviously, artillery. Big 3-0 victory coming out for Aqualix, Girl. And what's very telling about this is the fact that G2 doesn't pick up a single elimination in map 2 artillery.
Yeah, it was just really, really dominant by Aqualix. They didn't let them win a single round, so they weren't able to do anything, even if they got a knock, which I'm not sure if they did. They definitely did, but they weren't able to capitalize on their knock because it was from so far away. But now we're coming to Thermal Station, and that is G2's map. They are going to do well on this, and I'm for sure they're going to do super well on this, but let's see if Aqualix maybe can stick them with a few arc stars or have some strategies that they've thought out. You know, Gnaski's going to take those far wide angles on them with the longbow, or maybe a repeater this game. So
yeah, Blaze, you were impressed with that. I was impressed with that. Nasky with his longbow has been connecting shot after shot. Girl, you mentioned that one knock. That was gentrifying, just lasering. I think it was Yuki who was on the zip. He gets down, but they're not able to convert it because Blaze pointed out, look, Nasky, he's putting down those longbow shots. Without those shots, at that point, G2's pushing. That round goes a lot differently, and who knows, maybe you guys are still casting over it. But going to G2's homeland, let's see how it's going to work out. Blaze, Girl, let's see the action unfold.
All right, folks, just to really set this one up, G2, both these squads had an epic map number 1, okay? But then Aqualix absolutely shut down our defending champions of this tournament in map number 2. For G2 not to get a single kill, folks, that's unlike them, okay? At this level of gameplay, it's actually, you know, from a player standpoint, you know, you kind of feel kind of embarrassed in that moment. So knowing how, having a little inkling of how G2's feeling here, and as we head on over towards Thermal Station, their drop point when it comes down to Battle Royale, their hometown, this is this location, this terrain, they know like the back of their own hands. And now I feel, and with all that being said, I feel like they need to beat up here on Aqualix worse than they just got beat down here in map number 2, Girl.
Absolutely, and here we start off. Are they running Wraith again? I believe I saw a Wraith there, and Designful taking in a lot of damage. Did he get the meds? He's going to run away. He has the battery in hand, and oh my goodness, what a round start. I think they both got meds. They both went for either sides, but Nasky down to 1 HP. Designful can smell it. He is going forward. He needs to connect this shot. The grapple comes through, but he doesn't jump fast enough. Oh no, he's not going to feel good about that, and he's lost him. There's no Bloodhound, no Seer in this series, so you're not going to know exactly where someone is unless you've seen them walk there prior to.
And you got to crank up those headsets, get a initial mark on him, and use your brain. Ask yourself, where will he rotate to? What is his play? Where does he need to be for his squad and play around that intel? But as we see the long range Mozambique shots for both these squads connecting, G2 having control here, center line towards center map, but the circle pulls towards the outside. Aqualix, they have the advantage when it comes down to the void, but at the end, G2, I don't think that's going to be bothering them too much because they know that they have to initiate a move in anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Designful, maybe not going to heal.
Aqualix has their back to the zone, to the wall. This is actually where G2 wants to be. They just have to say, we're initiating now and commit. If they commit to the play, they have the perfect positioning, but Resulta gets knocked. Aqualix, they're gonna break free. Well, not break, break free from the pinch that they were in for G2, creating that opening, but it's not over with yet. Gentrifying, hitting some nice shots with the Mozam. Big play if he can get the knock. 2v1, Dale, he cannot escape, and G2 will take this round.
They did not want to let him out. No Mozambique bullets. I'm going to go in with my P2020 with no attachments. I don't care, Sir Dell. You are not getting away. This is our home turf, and we're going to win it. Really well played by G2 Esports on the first ever round here on Thermal Station against the Qualix today. So congrats to them. That's what we've been waiting to see. See if they can do this one again.
All right. See if they can make it happen. We'll see what the opening strat's going to be for both these squads. No one's going to be really going towards dome side. Not going to be in a ring. Both teams focusing towards the right. Some initial nades about to come in from Yuki, but Nasky with the longbow connects on Octane in the air. Cracks the Gibby. Cracks the Octane. 101 on him as well. What a nasty shot. But what can Aqualix do off that damage, folks? They're looking to move in. The res is coming through. Designful never even got a chance to pop off that battery. He gets his off, and then Resulta, he's going to be A-okay. But now Designful gets focused on. Aqualix knows where these remaining two players are, trapped at the ropes. They get pushed at back trolley. But what a shot coming out from Resulta. He makes it a 2v2. And just that quickly, girl, when Aqualix, they had all the advantages that they wanted. It's an even fight.
It is, but G2 is so very low. Resulta is like one tap from going down. They are taking these angles, though. They know they got the height. They just got to hold these angles, make sure they hit their shots. It's a 2v1, so Dow's going to heal up, and he's going to be able to heal up to full HP. And that is clutchable when you're full HP and you're against two players that are very low. He's going to have to try and get these shots through the staircase. He can't do it quite yet. He's staying on his teammate's shield. He goes up. He hits his immediate first shot, which is very nice, but he's not climbing up. Wow,
no.
Amazing shot.
Hold up.
He's not missing.
Hold up.
He is not missing a single shot. He's going to heal. Back to
He
full
pops
HP. They
the
have
battery.
to jump on him. They
have to play this. They're scared. Oh no! Trying to tag a toe through the stairs. He rotates around. Hits the second shot, but in the end, G2, they get focused up and they are able to get the knock. But my God, Dale was about to sun and night both of them. But in the end, he couldn't get it done. I am like, when it comes down to it, girl, I am Dale and Yuki. They got to play off that damage a little bit quicker. I have nothing bad to say about Nasky and the longbow shots in which he hit. Now, I will say I didn't see how he kind of initiated on that fight, but in the end, they had a man advantage. That was their round to win.
Yeah, it's really hard to play off that because you also have to watch out for the other team members. You can't go in with a blindfold over your face just because you're in a 3v2 situation. And Nasky's the one with the grapple, right? He was able to get in really fast, but he died for free. If he didn't die for free, if he output some damage going in, maybe they could have worked off of that. But while they were walking up, taking their precautions, hey, they let G2 res, and that actually turned out to be in G2's favorite. The close range on G2, and the fact that they revived there, that was insane.
Designful, he dodges multiple shots in the air and will collect all the meds from that pill. G2 economy is looking good, and their confidence is sky high. 2-0 on their home turf. And I talked about how they had to come out here in 3-0. Aqualix just as bad as they got beat the previous map on artillery just to make a statement. And I think they're doing just that, especially with that comeback that we saw in the previous round.
You know their blood is flowing through their veins right now. They want this 3-0, and they can certainly get it. This is their map to win. And who knows, maybe Aqualix 3-0s them on the next map, and every shot hits. Sir Dell is a crackhead.
Yeah, nah, he is cracking. He is absolutely cracking there with that wingman. And I have to say this, that the fact that, you know, he is putting out a lot of damage with that Wraith, and he is aggressive. You know, I'm still questioning the Wraith and her viability in arenas. And, you know, could Dale be more useful in a different champion? But right now, he is fighting to keep Aqualix alive in this map.
He is indeed, and that nade just about almost hits Yuki. Has to heal up. Nasky, oh no, that's the bad thing about playing the longbow is you're scoped in too long and he almost died. It's a great thing to pair a longbow with the Pathfinder because he got out of there quick.
Now, Designful, he's gonna pop his battery. He got 2 left to his name. We talked about G2's economy, and I think they're in a great spot, gentrifying with 1,000 damage to his name so far. 1,500 on Sir Dale. Rightfully so. I'm not surprised to see that, but we'll see if he got the most in the lobby here later. Now, Aqualix, they are stuck here towards the center. G2 knows this, and I like this play by Nasky. Get a different positioning, find a different sight line. He's pre-firing the corner, does not know exactly where his opponent is, but with that peek, he sees all 3. Aqualix comes out. They're trying to command some sights, trying to fire back, put out some damage. Yuki goes down. G2 feeling comfortable in this moment, but Designful needs to get back in the fight soon. A long-range nade. I don't think he has any more batteries to pop, but gentrifying, slap it with the Mozam. He's knocked and the kills cleaned up. G2 responds with the 3-0 of their own.
And you see that mini victory dance there on the ground. Obviously, they're going to be really happy about that. That's going to put them 2-1 in this whole series. Now, I'm going to assume that the next map is going to be in favor of Aqualix, since that map surely was in favor of G2. So this is probably going to be a little bit closer and maybe not a clean sweep for G2 in this next one round.
Well, we'll see if that holds true, because, you know, it's going to come down to how G2 is going to just build off this win heading into that next map. We got a close one between both these squads, and we'll see what map number 4 is in just a bit, and we'll, you know, start breaking it down. But just to kind of focus here, this round specifically, those longbow shots from Nasty was great. That was a must win for them, and you saw the down there that came through from Nasty as he flew in, and that was really what changed around. You could make so many great plays in an early round, but then absolutely throw it away 2 seconds later, right? And that's what he did.
Yeah, that's happened quite a bit actually with the Aqualix squad. Is they're getting some really good shots early game, but they need to figure out, maybe they need more jump pads. They need a way to get in there and get in there quick, because Nasky is hitting his shots. There's no doubt about it. They're all playing super well. Serdell almost actually clutched in that 1v2 situation. Maybe if he went forward with his 100 HP instead of going down batting and then putting himself in a 3v1 situation. But our next map, Gardens. What do you think about that? There's definitely going to be a lot of grenades, a lot of preset grenades, but I don't know, is G2 good on this map?
You know, I think G2 is going to be okay on this map. They do a great job working that Gibby bubble up top, and we also got to, you know that there is going to be a good side and a bad side here, as we learned yesterday, and we'll see how both these squads can utilize that. But yeah, you know, we saw a lot of usage of the frag grenades and those pre-nades on certain power positions to really nullify the jump pads and the Pathfinder zip lines for positioning of the high ground. And I think we will see that once again. But, you know, I want to kind of double back here a second, because as we were talking about Aqualix, and we talked about how Nasty's putting out damage, Dale's damn near clutching, you know, Yuki is all over the map. He's being a nuisance, focused and fired towards his direction, but they cannot get on the same page when it comes down to initiating in these team fights. And what do they need to get better at that specifically after they put out so much early damage in the fights?
To be honest, in those situations, perhaps Yuki needs a jump pad, and as soon as Nasky grapples in, he can also jump pad in, and then they can all be on the same page and they can be together. But maybe the lack of jump pads is what's doing for it to them. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and you know, and I think when it comes down to it, what you said, they need to get on the same page, right? Yeah. And that's going to take somebody with a powerful voice, a good IGL, someone to really, you know, make that call out when we're going to be aggressive, when we're going to be passive. Just keep the objective clear, because you know the players have different play styles, okay? And in the end, everybody is seeing what that perfect play is differently. Rather, they feel like they need to get a height advantage, or they need to disengage and go help their teammate. If you have somebody to always keep the objective clear, then that's one of the quickest ways for you to be able to output the most damage, have the best positioning, and you know, just be the better squad in a 3v3. It's as simple as that. Now we're about to head into map number 4. Can G2 closes out, or will Aqualix get us to that map number 5?
Well, it seems certain that both teams have mads here, so this round isn't going to end super quick. It's definitely going to be a damage battle still. They're going to try and get as much damage as they can on the opposing team and kind of drain them out. This might be a draining map because it's going to end center. They're on both sides of the map, and they have a lot of space to play.
Yeah, a lot of space indeed, and both teams will take those respective good sides and play away from each other to start. They're going to get some extra economy with each other, and they're okay with that. They're okay with this slow start. But as G2, they had the better position because they will be able to collect on this care package, multiple heavy weapons in there. And as you said, girl, the circle will pull towards the center. This is going to be a taxi map for the economy, and I think this map is going to play out a little bit slower than we've seen it yesterday, and we will see more longbows and long-range weapons like the repeater and the scout.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yesterday, it's everyone jump adding for the same building. And in round 1 here, they both played different sides, and what a wonderful headshot by Gnaski there.
I need a med after that one. Now, he's trying to get a flow, but that's when it comes down to the repeater. I am absolutely awful with this gun, and it just comes down to me finding a flow and a pace in which I'm shooting, because sometimes I can just get too antsy and I just start feathering that trigger really fast, but next thing you know, my accuracy is just out the door. My damage is out the door as well, but not for these players, man. Composure, trigger discipline. Now G2, they haven't found a specific fight in which they want to initiate on just yet, but for them, they're okay putting out damage because look at the height advantage in which they have, and look how difficult this is for Aqualix to push up. But Gnaski feeling like he wants to go for possibly a grapple and get up top. Instead, they're going to play under. Nice shots from Designful.
Oh, perfect decision making by them. This should be a sweep. They've already down 2. They're going to jump down with pretty much full HP. The doors are being kicked.
Fight back, please, please. Open up.
Open up.
The Riot Squad comes through. G2, they get their first round on the board, and they're feeling confident after that one. But let's see if both squads will trade off their respective sides, because it's a high possibility that Aqualix may just wants to, you know, play the low side of the map, and we'll get that classic engagement that we've seen on Garden so far throughout our tournament, down low where we get the zip lines to the lower building, we get the multiple nades being tossed out. But just after seeing that last round, girl, I think the better play is to just kind of trade off the start and then move in eventually.
Yeah, it is a really good strategy. It leaves less room for error, I feel like. There's less room to get naded out by a random grenade flying through the air. Designful, he's going to play it back. They're actually the ones that are going to play it further. They're not going to try and take height as of yet. Oh, he goes for the nades. It's very risky, but he was able to do it. Perfect. Good thing he didn't get headshotted when he jumped there.
And so we see why it is the good side and bad side, because that Pathfinder grip line, zip line off the other end can't connect to the highest building like it will on the other spawn that Aqualix has. So, but G2 knew that, and they wanted to still contest. And they come over with some sky nades. Yuki's one shot, Dale's one shot. Aqualix, it's a Mr. Krabs moment. The jig is up, and G2 says, hey, we're coming for the dub. It's Championship Sunday. Open up once again. This is our building. You don't have a permit to be here. Give us the round.
It surely is Championship Sunday, and they're gonna 3-0 them on this map potentially. I don't know 100%, but those nades, whoever threw those frag grenades that connected on 2 of Aqualix's members, they opened it up. They were the entry fragger there. They did all of the damage, and it was just so clean.
It really was. It was a great initiation from them. They came in with a game plan, and it was one in which their opponent didn't expect, because most times during this tournament, the squads with that bad side have not really contested. But G2 came into it with a strategy, knowing that they were going to get some nades up there. and get some initial damage. But now Aqualix, they flip on over, but G2 says, we want to fight you, so we're going to play your good side, which is our bad side, but we're coming into a hot Sky Nades coming in from Nasky. Here is an engagement inside house, but as you're going to see, Gentrifying, he rotates up a little bit late. And in this moment, ooh, okay. The knock doesn't come through. The reposition is there. Gentrifying will keep the high ground, but he has to dodge the nades. And G2 has absolutely bullied Aqualix off this positioning. And now, knowing that they have control, knowing that they're setting the pace for the fight, they don't even need to ask themselves anything else. They know exactly where their opponent is. The nades come through. They are staying aggressive, not giving Aqualix any time to breathe, just trying to drown them now in this round number 3, get them out of this tournament. Get them out of this position. And G2, they are just being bullies. Progress them. Move them to the semifinals.
And it really shows how well Gibraltar would have worked for Aqualix there, because they could have used Dome on roof, but unfortunately they haven't gotten a Dome, right? So I really question the Wraith plays in a lot of these maps. I don't know what you think about the Wraith plays, but G2, they played it patiently, and that's not something we kind of expect from G2. We expect them to rush in, win their 1v1s, and it really worked out for them on this map. They're so smart.
Well, what do you think, Blaze? I mean, obviously G2 not the ones to slow down, but that's not a bad thing per se, because clearly it works out. They slow things down. They still get a 3-0 with a different look. I think they slowed down, quite honestly, because not only FaZe Runner going to 5-3, but also losing 3-0 on artillery. You know, G2 had to respect Aqualix up close and personal, and slowing it down might have been the better play against this team.
You know, for when it comes down to slowing down, right? What do we mean by that? What we mean by slowing down is being able to just slow that initial and get control over the fight, get some more intel, not really playing into your opponent's hands, so to speak, especially if you've been losing a few different rounds, you need to slow it down and change the pace. Now, for some teams out there, that can take them 30 seconds in a moment to really slow down and get back on the same page and slowly bring that momentum in their favor. But for G2, that could be in a span of 5 seconds, depending on the situation in which they're in. And in that last round, even with them, going over to kind of challenge their opponent there, off the start, they bullied them off the positioning of that building. Aqualix, in that moment, even if they had the advantage for a second, G2 was able to identify their positioning, their situation, where all the players were, and that quickly they says, hey, it's time for us to be the aggressors. They slowed down for a brief moment, got back to it on the same page, and they made the best of their opportunity in a given moment. And that was to just keep applying pressure, keep putting out damage, go clean up the kills. And it takes a great IGL to do that. It takes some fast-thinking players, but most importantly, it takes some great team chemistry.
And girl, real quick, when it comes to gentrifying, same thing like last tournament to this tournament statistically. Gentrifying was the one getting the damage, right? Whether it be up close, by far, didn't matter. Resulta was the one to slide in and get those finishes. That duo works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, and Designful going in for the entry frag. So they each have their own role. One of them playing defense, getting all of the damage. One of them finishing the fight, and one of them starting the fight. And it works so well for them as a team. They all have their specific role. They're all comfortable with each other, and they really protect each other well. So if Designful takes too much damage, they are right beside him, cover firing, and it works out so smoothly and perfectly for them.
Yeah, and that cover fire, right, even made a difference, especially going to G2's homeland on Thermal Station. You know, Blaze was constantly pointing out Aqualix, they need to capitalize on those downs. They didn't feel comfortable doing so because any G2 member that was still alive, look, it may be 2 of them, and you could even have 3. It didn't matter. You knew once you were pushing in, they were going to be covering each other, covering down, and it wasn't going to be an easy fight. G2 did that very well. Blaze, our bracket is looking pretty stacked. Both of our first, at least, series on top of the bracket are finished with, and check that one out, man. Sentinels getting the 3-0 over Premier. Now, granted, I think they started at the beginning of the show, but at least from my perspective, before G2 and Aqualix even finished FaZe Runner that went 5-3, that series was completely done with. Premier got 3 eliminations throughout the entirety of the 3 games against Sentinels.
Oh, man. Just 3 eliminations? Wow.
And that was in a game 3 too.
That's oh my god, that's not good, man. Sentinels are here to play, but we know G2 is here to play as well. As we just got done watching them play Aqualix, and now for the semifinals, I am gonna be so excited to cast it with girl because I think that one's gonna be a banger. G2 versus Sentinels. Woo, we got a treat on our hands, folks.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible one. I can't wait to see who moves on from that one. Sentinels, they're hungry, like without a question. G2, though, continues to be the top dog, and it looks like no one is going to be able to dethrone them. I'm going to say, though, if I'm Sentinels, I might want to throw artillery in there. That 3-0 beatdown was pretty convincing, and not to mention, G2 didn't pick up a single elimination. Got a couple of knocks, but they weren't able to capitalize in a moment. So maybe artillery is where G2 can finally bleed, but you got to get a win in those first 3 maps because you never know if G2 is going to 3-0 you, right? So artillery needs to be one of the first 3. Regardless, though, hey, Blaze Girl, well done casting. I think it was a great series. Aqualix brought their A game. G2 was just a little bit too much. You guys are going to hop off. Onset Gaskin are going to come on, and the next series is going to be great. We're going to go to our bottom 2 matchups in the series, and it's going to be Ghost Gaming against Era Eternity. I can't wait to see this one. I know chat is excited about this one. Keep the conversation going. We'll be right back. Ghost, Era Eternity, coming up next. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Onset and Gaskin. The trouble is back, and I'm here for it. I really am. The banter's going to be great. Onset, how you feeling, brother?
I like the name The Trouble. I feel like that's a good duo name, Dan. I don't know about you. I don't want to like put my foot forward and say that is what it is, but I like it. I think it's pretty good. And G2 causing trouble. See what I did there?
Yeah.
Linking back what we've just seen in that game. I think G2 they were probably my favorites coming into today. Even though Arena Demons did look pretty naughty yesterday. So I'm looking forward to a potential matchup as we roll along in the tournament between those two teams, but we've got a long way to go. We've got a lot of games to watch.
Of course, Gaskin, you are the other half of Onset. It's nice to have you, brother. How you feeling?
I'm just wanting to check. Am I zoomed in enough for Onset? Is my head too big?
Oh, that's true. The size difference. Well, Onset, what do you think?
Is
it okay?
I don't know, man. It's fine. I feel like if we talk too much about it, we're going to miss out on too much. So we can adjust it. We know as we go along. Let's just keep things rolling. Don't worry.
Well, Gaskin, for what it's worth, I think you look phenomenal. I think you look fantastic today. I'm so happy to have you here, man. Hey, look, check it out. Ghost Gaming Era Eternity. They're going to be facing off. G2 is obviously Onset's favorite. Gaskin, do you think Ghost could maybe be a favorite for today as well? Second place last time we had this tournament. Era Eternity, though, yesterday tore it up. They had to play against My Little Phony. My Little Phony beat them 3-0. Then all of a sudden, Era Eternity storms back, beats Pittsburgh Knights, who had a close series against Sentinels, and then beats in the rematch My Little Phony 3-1. That's pretty impressive. I think Era Eternity now is playing for a lot more.
Yeah, Era Eternity will want to take down Ghost Gaming whilst they are in kind of hot form, whilst they feel like they can take down anyone, take on the world. But I feel like we haven't seen the best of Ghost Gaming yet this tournament. We saw them in a very comfortable position when they were on broadcast, where they were kind of playing with no fear, where they didn't really care what happened in some rounds because they knew they had their opposition's number. I want to see a 110% focused Ghost Gaming before I judge whether I think they can win this tournament. And if they do play with 110% focus, then we will get a real indication of how they match up against some of the other teams who have played excellently. The ones you mentioned, like G2, for example, Arena Demons, they look like the two hottest teams right now. And I need to see something a little bit different from Ghost Gaming if I put them up there as well.
Yeah, Onset, I think Gaskin is alluding to the fact that Ghost's very comfortable in that series versus Noble, and then Noble comes roaring back and makes the series truly competitive. And things weren't really the same after, I think it was on Overflow, if I'm not mistaken, that aggressive push with the Pathfinder and just yeeting himself into the opponents. After that, Ghost started being a bit lackluster. Noble took advantage of that.
They did, but I think for Ghost, it's better to have those kind of mistakes in earlier rounds where you're feeling comfortable and you can kind of put them right and think, hey, we can't afford to do this against a better team. Then make the mistakes against a better team and find yourself down by 2 rounds and then on match point. Because you've got to remember, arenas can be over very quickly. Even though you do see games going to round 9 or whatever, it can be over in 3. So you don't have room for mistakes against these best teams. I think that it was probably a good thing for Ghost Gaming to get those cobwebs blown away a little bit yesterday. And I think they're going to be very strong today.
All right, well, we're definitely going to find out. Let's take a look at our maps, though. Big indication as to what we could expect today. We saw all 5 of these maps played yesterday, whether it be Era Eternity or whether it be Ghost, Overflow, Phase Runner, Artillery, Thermal Station, and Party Crasher. And Gaskin, I pass it over to you to look at these maps. I think the biggest, X factor for me is going to be 6 for Ghost. Yesterday, we saw him play Loba, Gibby, Horizon. He was all over the place, but playing all 3 of those legends masterfully.
Yeah, it comes down to map selection. We've seen how different legends are needed on certain maps, or at least some teams think they're needed, and they are a niche pick, but they do work out and they're there for a reason. Just looking across the maps, I mean, we got some statistics that can kind of go alongside what I'm going to say here, but honestly, the fact that these teams are playing Overflow says a lot to me, because Ghost Gaming have not lost Overflow, Era Eternity have not won Era Eternity haven't played it. They probably haven't played it for a reason. So, in my opinion, there's a couple of weak maps here for Era Eternity, and maybe Ghost Gaming can take full advantage of that.
And, Onset, that's probably just, honestly, Ghost just going through that pick and ban and thinking it through correctly, So a lot of times it's weird. I swear to you, teams will forget the day's performance from, just yesterday. And then they come into the day, a fresh start, and they're like, you know what? Let's forget the stats from yesterday. Let's just play whatever we want to play. What do we feel confident on today? But then they fail to realize that they went winless on certain maps. Obviously, one of them being Overflow, which is going to be within our first 3 maps.
Yeah, it's going to be important to get out to a good start for Ghost Gaming, and seeing that map there is obviously going to be very, very positive for them. On the other side, there is one map that Era Eternity have had a lot of success on from those statistics that Ghost Gaming haven't, and that is Phase Runner, and that's a map that we could see in the series as well. Also to highlight, sadly for Dan, there is no Gardens in this series, which I know he's changed his mind overnight, by the way. He's decided that Gardens is now his favorite map. So I think that says a lot about Dan from, day 1 to day 2, how he changes, how he, it's all a very like mood with Dan. He's very like emotional, very spiritual on how he sort of approaches maps and things like that. So Gardens down. I'm sorry, mate, it's not in today.
Well, Gaskin, I mean, you got to be disappointed in Ghost then, because we didn't have any stats for him. In fact, all we saw was Nah next to their, next to their name with Gardens.
Really, like,
is that right?
When you get asked, do you want to play Gardens? You just say, nah, I'm okay.
Nah,
but Mark is completely right. My mood has changed, so I'm going to change my lights to a moody blue. I think there we go. That's
so
slightly
fancy.
Depressed, isn't it? Just to match Mark's sinister blue in the background.
My blue it's a baby blue. It's full of joy and happiness. That's all that's in this room.
Wow, Onset, the fighting between you two is just it's polar. We need to get a pay-per-view match. I'm tired of watching Logan Paul. I'm ready to watch you guys fight it out on the boxing stage at this one. I think it'd be great to see. Well, hey, speaking of fighting, let's fight it out once again. Who do I start with, man? I've been flip-flopping myself, just like Gaskin on Gardens. Onset Gaskin. Onset, you start first. Who are you going with?
I go with the same thing as Dan. No, I'm going with Ghost Gaming. I'm going with Ghost Gaming. I think the maps favor them, especially early on, where I feel like momentum can be gained in a series. So Ghost Gaming for me, getting some of those mistakes out yesterday was very positive for them. I think that they're going to take the series.
All right, Gaskin, what about you? What are you going with?
It pains me to say it, but I'm going to agree with Onset. I think that Ghost Gaming are going to take this series. I think the map selection suits them a little bit better, despite Phase Runner being in there, which is something that is going to be comfortable for Era Eternity. I think on the whole, there seems to be a general better idea of how to approach every single map. They just have a deeper map pool, and I think that's going to come out on top.
Deeper map pool, 6 to choose from, but clearly Ghost right now I think is a little bit more comfortable on all of them, much like G2 is. Well, maybe not Artillery. Shoot, they didn't pick up a single elimination in their matchup. Chad, who are you going with? Curious to see. It's probably going to be Ghost, and it is going to be Ghost, but I know Era Eternity fans, you may be few, I guess, in chat, but you guys are strong and loud, so make sure you support your boys. Give them your energy. I'm going to hop off. This is going to be a great series. Onset Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Looking forward to this one, Dan. Always a pleasure to cast alongside you, mate. I know we're saying like we're going to go against each other, but if we're going to be in the ring, we're a tag team, brother.
Exactly.
We know that that's going to happen. That's what it is. Dan goes in early, gets beaten up a little bit, but then he makes the hot tag, comes to me, I clean house, Dan gets the tag in, steals the pin, and we celebrate. And then I turn on you and hit you with a steel chair.
No, there is no heel turns here. I know there was talk of a pay-per-view being set up. I'm not agreeing to that. Despite what the camera may allude to, Mark is genuinely 3 times the size as I am. So I don't really fancy taking that fight. I might be quick, but I certainly don't have the muscle that he's packing behind him. So let's just cut that early where there's no fighting that's going to go on. But you know what is going to happen? There's going to be fighting on some Apex. We're going to have some arena action. We've got 2 amazing teams coming out of yesterday. They're both in form on set. I think that this could be a game that goes to all the way. It goes to a game 5, but also if Ghost Gaming just turn up today, like with 110%, like I said, I really think that they could just blow them out of the water here.
Yeah, I was just hearing in the back there, the contract's actually been signed, Dan. So I don't know who your representatives are, who they are, but they've obviously seen the dollar signs and they think it's a big money fight. But speaking of big money and speaking of a fight that's about to go down, let's have a look. This is Ghost Gaming's playground. This is where they've had a lot of success. But on the same side of things, you could say if Era Eternity take this first map that they haven't had a huge amount of success on, that's really going to turn things up in this series.
Oh, that would be crazy. The fact that Era Eternity haven't won Overflow yet, if they could then take it, Ghost Gaming would just be like, well, that's our best map gone. The confidence would be shot. Era Eternity would be through the moon, and they suddenly would be selling stocks to everyone on the market because suddenly you're thinking about Era Eternity progressing through to the semi-finals. Ghost Gaming, they need to make sure they assert the dominance here on their strongest map and don't allow Era Eternity to even have a sniff at this one.
Well, let's have a look at the compositions as well, because we were talking about Ghosts and we were talking about how they were flexing yesterday, and 6 is going to be on Gibraltar for this map, and we saw Bangalore used a little bit yesterday. We saw Valkyrie used a little bit yesterday. It was very interesting to see how map-specific picks were coming in for these teams. But early on here, a little bit of a standoff. You can see how the teams are split across the map. It will be Era Eternity who are playing on the what we call the staging side, and on the bunker side, it will be Ghost Gaming. So looking at the way that the map seems to be pulling, you would say that Ghost Gaming maybe for later circles have a better position. But as we know, low meds, low resources here. It's all about that initial damage in round one.
Excited to see what Bowser can do on the Gibby, by the way. Fantastic player. Have always enjoyed watching him play. On the other side, 6 as the Gibby is going to be the focus point. One bubble already down. And that package has dropped. Doesn't look like it's going to be grabbed by Stunny just yet. It's going to be Bowser who manages to pick up a weapon. And now we can see whether Era Eternity are comfortable pushing in, but on the cross, again, as the Gibby, always going to be careful.
Yeah, maybe not the package weapon you're going to be looking for there. It's an RE45. It does do a huge amount of DPS if you can get nice and up close and personal, but obviously from range, it's really not the weapon you're going to be looking to use. You can see some damage being done here to Metro. He's going to have to escape, and they only got a couple of cells to work with, so he's going to be playing with around 20, 25, 30 HP. Now he's going to be playing with even less. However, Bowser's going to be the first player to fall here. Tech Candy's trying to come in. It'll be all up to Stunny now as the last player alive here for Era Eternity.
A lot of Ghost Gaming a week, but just look how they're synchronizing their heals here, ensuring that nothing is going to go amiss. They're not going to throw away this game. They could have all run in because they had the advantage. Stunny can heal up as well, but I don't think it's going to matter in a 1 versus 3. There is very little chance of him winning this unless he goes World Star. And I'd like to see him go World Star. I mean, I want to see him hit some shots. There's the first couple, does get a crack, but it's not going to be enough to take the round. And as we expected, Ghost Gaming will take round number 1 here on arguably their strongest map.
And there was the advantage of Gibraltar in 1v1 situations. Even though you hit the double headshot, you hit a couple of 65, you've still got to work around that gun shield, and when a Gibby is playing on that head glitch, it's so difficult to win those 1vs. But this is the replays. This was the first knock that we did see. Some nice wingman shots actually playing around the knockdown shields. That wasn't the first knocker. Completely retracts that statement for a few moments as we see the final kill come in. But Ghost Gaming looks in control there, Dan. You have to say they look very comfortable here on Overflow.
Yeah, as they should do. They've just got to be a little bit careful that, like yesterday, they don't get too overconfident when they know they have the other team. When it comes to 3v3 fights, just play it patient, play your own game, and as I say that, Pandas goes soaring towards the pill. We see a lot of people now playing the Pathfinder, trying to find the fastest ways to certain areas of the map, and usually it's the hotly contested areas that do have resources, do have bats and whatnot. Era Eternity have taken the more central side. You can see how that circle is developing in the top left-hand side of your screen right now. They are dead center. They don't really have to think about any sort of movement or any rotations, as really you don't have to on Overflow for the most part. Fights are kind of forced into the middle. Usually we don't see the final circle come into the equation.
I challenge a Pathfinder to beat that time set to get to those meds, by the way, because that was a beautiful grapple and a little wall jump as well to really give himself every single bit of momentum from the grapple to get there as quickly as possible. But for now, it's still a straight 3v3. See that Era are going to be the team who are kind of holding the better side at the moment. It will be Ghost Gaming who will have to make the move across top middle here and potentially leave themselves out in the open for a few moments, but nobody really hitting too many shots at the moment. Six has taken a little bit of damage, and now it looks like Ghost are going to try and collapse onto one side here. Maybe Metro's going to be looking to get a flank out, but however, the bubble has gone down, so it's going to be a full reset here between the two teams.
Yeah, Era Eternity were kind of holding a straight line, which meant that Ghost Gaming were allowed to push to one side, and they tried to just single out one player. Bowser is very low here, so they need to be careful, but some big wingman shots coming in.
Yeah, really big shots. Bowser has gone down, so now it's going to be all up to Stunny. Here's his headshot there with the wingman, but it's not enough. Once again, the collapse coming in from Ghost Gaming, who make it 2-0 now. And like I said, this is their playground. This is where they feel extremely comfortable here on Overflow. They're up by 2, and they're on to match point.
I don't think you can give Ghost Gaming the freedom on this map to do as they please. You have to take the game to them. You have to be the ones using your kind of intuition to say, look, let's get aggressive. Let's take the initiative here and ensure that Ghost Gaming can't push us. They can't single us out. But Ghost Gaming are very much putting themselves together as a 3 more often than Era Eternity. Era Eternity are just too far away from one another at times, and as they scarper back to try and reform a little triangle, usually there's damage taken because Ghost Gaming are able to just take out that one player who is scarpering back, as I said. And now with the potential final round of the map on the board, again, just aggression from Ghost Gaming and some amazing, amazing wingman shots.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up here from Era, though. They're going to play this, the lower side, the bunker side, if you like, and they've got a longbow in the hands here of Bowser. However, his teammates are taking quite a lot of damage, so they might find themselves getting bubbled on, and that looks like might be what is going to be happening. Panda's going into the bubble with the Everate in hand. It's pretty much the weapon of choice if you're going to be involved in a bubble fight, and for now, he's going to wait for his teammates to come through after they do the damage. Outside of the POV we were watching, Ghost Gaming, confident, devastating. 3-0, they take the map point.
That's what they should have done. It's job done. That's the initial job, the initial task completed, ticked off the checklist, win our best map, win our opposition's worst map. At least now they have the advantage going into the rest of this best of 5. That last demonstration of the bubble fight, by the way, is how important sometimes it can be just to stay alive and distract an enemy. The Octane was completely taken out of the fight, focused purely on the Gibby, I think it was, or Pandas, whoever was playing it, and you just can't shoot anyone else because you're stuck in that 1v1, and you know if you turn away and you look at someone else, you are just going to be obliterated in the back. Wait for your teammates, and Bob's your uncle. Suddenly you are winning a 3 versus 1.
Well, we'll take a look at what maps we've got coming up now, as we do see Overflow going to Ghost Gaming 3-0. But I think if you're Era Eternity, you're not going to be too phased by that, and that's not a pun on Phase Runner. It's the fact that that was a map which is heavily favored, as I remember how to speak words and use English, to Ghost Gaming. So, you know, Phase Runner is a completely different story though, Dan, because Era, this is where they've had their success. They're currently unbeaten on this map, and we could be going into artillery here if we go by the record books, tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, and we've not seen Ghost Gaming win on Phase Runner, but they have only played it once. It's hard to go with those statistics, but certainly in that one game, they weren't looking particularly comfortable. You could say the same about Artillery. Ghost Gaming also lost on Artillery, and we saw them going up against Noble on day 1. So these are 2 maps that are definitely losable. Era Eternity should not take too much away from that map number 1. They just accept the fact they're not that great at it. It's probably Ghost Gaming's best map. Let's move on. Let's make sure we get back into this series. The scary thing is, though, when Ghost Gaming do have that confidence, they are going to be playing aggressively. They are going to be playing without fear. And whilst I want them to be focusing fully today and not disrespecting their opponents, sometimes when you play with a little bit of disrespect, it can really throw your opposition just off guard. Like, it's very hard to deal with people just constantly pushing at you, being overly aggressive and just pushing unnecessarily.
Yeah, especially if it happens in those early rounds, because it just completely knocks confidence. You know, you could just get mauled in round 1 and you're like, oh, what do we do? How do we try and bounce back from this? What can we try and do on our own side to hold back against this? And all of a sudden, the other team can play a little bit more traditionally, and you start second guessing yourself again. It's all a psychological game in a round by round map pool and game type like we have on arenas. It's very difficult to compare it to BR because of that. I feel like it's something that separates it a little bit from BR, because you do have that round by round kind of slow period, that rest period where people are thinking about what happened and also what do we do next.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking about the economy. You've got to be thinking about where you're going to be spending those materials, where you're going to be pushing next, which pill you're going to try and take. Do you go aggressive? Do you go defensive? As you say, there's a lot to think about. And whilst there is a considerable amount of time between rounds, there's probably too many things to be thinking about and discussing. So you need to have a very confident IGL who can stop the initial conversation, which is going to be about who's done this, why have we done that, how did we lose that fight, and move it on to, right, how do we win this next fight? Where do we go in this next fight? You need to have someone who has a bit of leadership about them, and you'd imagine all these teams would have found that player, because an IGL we know is very important, not in just BR, but also in arenas.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into our next
about them, and you'd imagine all these teams would have found that player, because an IGL we know is very important, not in just BR, but also in arenas.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get into our next map. So let's not keep you all waiting, because you're all here for one reason. That's to watch some Apex arenas. And map number 2 is right in front of your very, very handsome faces at home. It is going to be Ghost Gaming going up against Era once more. And it's Phase Runner, like I mentioned, which this time is going to be favoring Era.
So I want to see what makes Era Eternity so special on this map, right? Are they doing anything crazy with their composition? No, it looks pretty standard across the board. We've got Gibby alongside the Pathfinder and Octane, so you've got the aggression mixed with the ability to play a little bit defensive. On the other side for Ghost Gaming, they're also running the Gibraltar, so we are going to see bubble fights being very apparent. And at the moment, we're going to have a fight around this kind of area. just in the early stages, and then as the circle pushes in, we're going to get a little collapse onto the kind of stairs around where the pill are. That's where these shots are raining down at the moment. Both teams just competing to try and get a positional advantage.
I mean, already economy-wise, 2 headshots coming out and from Tech Candy off the bat is going to slow things down extremely for Ghost Gaming. And as I say that, they decide, actually, do you know what? Now that we've had to burn some resources, we're going to get straight involved. There's a little right cross. There's another one as well, as Pandas is getting up close and personal with the melees. Comes up behind another player as well. Pandas and Ghost Gaming, even though they took the early damage down, I love the way that they realized they had to be aggressive. They couldn't afford to take more chip damage, even because their meds had already been depleted from the couple of headshots they suffered early.
Ghost Gaming saw the bubble and said, tell you what, we see that bubble, we'll raise you another bubble, and why not? Hell to it. Let's just have a bubble fight here. Let's get aggressive, as you say. They already had done the damage, and they pushed in. And notice how important melees are again, by the way. You can sometimes struggle to hit your shots when you're in a little bit of a bubble fight, when you have the merry little dance and you go toe-to-toe. Instead, just go fist-to-face. It works out far better. You're guaranteed the damage. You can punch your person into a position where they're disorientated, they don't really know what's going on, they're dazed, they're stunned, and suddenly they're on the ground.
There's going to be some grenades being thrown off the bat here towards that pill, and it will be, by the looks of things, a little bit of a standoff at the start here. Longbow in the hands of Bowser, and he's doing some decent damage with it as well. That's a shield crack, and now he's just trying to line up a little bit of a shot over the top of this structure, the mechanical structure, piping. I'm not quite sure what I want to call it, but we'll call it the pipes for now.
Works for me. It's certainly not Mirage Voyage crashed slightly over in the rubble over there, but pipes is also good enough. So don't worry about it. Naming things might not be your strong point like mine.
They are pipes. I think that's fine, isn't it?
You could be
Are they
more
pipes? What are these?
No, I think they're pipes.
Phase generators.
Oh, that sounds more exciting. Now you get
Very
into
exciting.
it.
Yeah, okay.
One bubble down. And that has just allowed the Era Eternity boys just to back off ever so slightly. Just playing a little bit passive at the moment. I love this kind of map side by side that we're getting in the top left hand side of your screen, so you can really see the arrows of where players trying to position themselves, and just look at the shots. Pandas again on set, coming up clutch.
Yeah, the wingman's looking pretty naughty on the man in your screen right now, and there's more shots. Another headshot, and he's going to go swinging in. He's going to boot someone in the face, and then no surprise to see him finishing things off with 3 beautiful EVA 8 shots. The man is playing like he's on a mission, down 2-0 to Ghost Gaming.
It's a scary mission as well, one that certainly isn't impossible. Tom Cruise doesn't even need to be required here, because you can just push in, yeet your opponents, give them a little slap to the face, send them to bed. And it's 2-0 again. Ghost Gaming 1 point away from making this one of the quickest 2-0s we've seen in quite some time, really. Not just in this tournament, but the previous ones as well. Absolute aggression, it's really working out for them. Era Eternity don't seem to have an answer. They don't seem to be as comfortable in 3v3 engagements. They've hit some good shots, but just can't really match the shots that are being hit by Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. They've hit some good shots, but just not as good as the ones that have come out of Ghost. And that last round was probably one of the highlight rounds so far of the tournament. One player doing so much damage and getting every single knock as well, and every single little bit of damage you would want to get as a player. And we're back over to the construction side here of Phase Runner, which I'm sure Era Eternity absolutely fed up of seeing right now as they're down by 2-0. Once again, we're going to see some longbows in play. Bowser's going to be ducking and diving behind the phase generator. Trademark. Trying to see if he can get some damage done. Pandas is going to have to back up this time, not quite getting the damage done he would have wanted. It's Metro now with a wingman in hand. He's trying to exchange a few shots with Bowser with this longbow.
Yeah, this longbow could do a lot of damage and disrupt the plan of Ghost Gaming. Package is going to be there. And if anyone can get something juicy from that, that could swing the tide. But at the moment, really, Era Eternity are more than happy to play passive, and that hasn't worked out for them. And it's kind of funny, because Ghost Gaming were in a situation yesterday where they were making a lot of mistakes when they were going up against passive teams, but there hasn't really been those mistakes today. They seem to be a lot more well-polished.
Yeah, just making sure that they don't throw anything away. A few rounds yesterday, certainly, that they would have wanted back. As I said, yesterday is a good example of how sometimes things happening in a series early on, even when you're dominant, that don't go your way. It just focuses you up when you do go against a little bit of a stronger team. However, Bowser's doing some really good damage here, and he's going to hit some more shots on the Gibby. Unfortunately, he's being pushed by 2 different players here. Tech Candy's going to be last alive. Nice wingman shots. He should be able to get 2.
Oh.
No! Ghost Gaming will clutch up, and they will get the win here. 3-0. That's 6-0 now on rounds. And most importantly, 2-0 in the series. They move onto potentially the final map now. And they've looked dominant, Dan.
That's a shame, really, isn't it, for Era Eternity? It was their best map statistically. We hadn't seen Ghost Gaming win on it yet, but I think they've just demonstrated that it doesn't really matter what map they're playing. If they're all on the same kind of page, they're going to be hitting shots. They're going to be hitting some disgusting things. And as a 3, like, honestly, they are scary. They pick one person out, they isolate them, they dive on them. And even though there was a lot of damage that came out of Bowser there, it just wasn't enough because his 2 teammates were a little bit too late arriving to the party.
It was very, very impressive from Ghost Gaming. And as we jump into a break now, we're going to have to wait and see if they can wrap the series up 3-0. But as always, don't go anywhere. Dan will be smiling when we get back. We'll see you just in a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gaskin in a very disappointing 2 maps for Era Eternity. Not a single elimination in both of those first maps, and that's pretty concerning. Obviously, we knew Overflow, and Gaskin did a great job touching on this, looking at the stats before. Overflow was going to be one-sided, most likely over towards Ghost. But Phase Runner, Gaskin, we expected to be a little bit more, kind of pointed towards Era, or at least a better performance towards Era. Bowser hit a lot of shots, but unfortunately, no one was able to convert that to an elimination.
Yeah, you'd think that FaZe Roller was going to be at least somewhat more comfortable for Era Eternity just based on the small pool of statistics that we've got from this tournament, but when they've only been playing the maps kind of 2 or 3 times at the most, and Ghost Gaming only playing it once, there's only so much you can go. Jesus Christ!
Come on, what the hell?
That's a jump scare. Can we get a warning, please? Previous to that happening, because that was terrifying. That
Anyone used to watch Power Rangers? Like, you just used to have that like massive head that like that's what I look like. Sorry, I just wanted to try and outdo Dan. I'll behave.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you definitely did on set. I think I about had a heart attack, brother. My heart's been pretty weak lately. I can't take much of that. I'm used to that from
everyone.
the Gears broadcast because Colin the Crow Clark does that. But on set, you just outdid him 10-1. I'm impressed. Hey, check it out. Heading into artillery, I'm hoping that Era Eternity turned things around, because Noble did it yesterday. If you remember correctly, that was the map that turned things around, and that was because Ghost was prioritizing high ground instead of that central zone. That was something that Noble did a great job on. Also, Ghost was a bit over aggressive off the start. I'm curious if they taper that back and kind of focus up a little bit more about pacing this fight out more so than they did against Noble. If they do so, again, this could be another 3-0. I'm really worried for Era Eternity. I'm going to hop off Onset Gasket. Take it away.
Thank you, mate. I think this is you're quite right and set it out beautifully. It's a case of you got dog with you.
That wasn't my dog. I
Okay.
don't know if the stream heard that dog, but we both
I thought
heard
you'd
it.
replace me. You replaced me with someone who might be able to do a better job. But I mean, let's talk about that. What Reflections was just saying, which is, we looked at yesterday at Ghost and they were making some little mistakes, especially on the map we're about to go into, Artillery. But we didn't see that in those first 2 maps. They were perfect across the board. The standout statistic, no one has been knocked or finished. No one has been finished. There has been not a kill confirmed for Era Eternity at all in the first 2 maps, which is absolutely ridiculous. And as I say, that is pretty much perfect play coming out of Ghost Gaming.
It also makes it very difficult if you are Era Eternity, because with every confirmed kill, you're going to be getting more materials for the next round, and your economy is going to be a little bit healthier. If you can't confirm any of those kills, then you are going to be in a sticky situation where your opposition is going to have probably better weapons, more grenades, more resources, and that's why it's been snowballing out of control. That's why we've seen a 3-0 and a 3-0, and I hate to say it, but this could be yet another 3-0 if Era Eternity don't kind of pull their finger out a little bit. In the 3v3 fights, they've not been good enough. Ghost Gaming have absolutely dominated, and Ghost Gaming look like a team who will be getting to the semi-final, if not even the grand final, with how they're performing right now.
Well, I mentioned it yesterday. I'm sure that Ghost Gaming would love a rematch at some point with G2, and they can try and get some revenge after our first Apex Arenas tournament that we did have, run by UMG. But for now, they've got to focus on the job in hand. It's very easy to get overconfident in these kind of situations where you're 2 up and everything's been going your way. But high ground early has been taken by Era Eternity here. Ghost Gaming, 2 players up on the artillery wall their side as well. And you've got a little bit of a 1v1 maybe going down between Tech Candy across here from Pandas.
Yeah, we do see quite often in arenas just one player who will go on the flank or a reposition to try and get an angle, but quite often it is an Octane or it's a Wraith, sometimes a Pathfinder, just someone who can reposition fast enough if they are away from the rest of the team. Pandas is trying to get a little bit aggressive here just to get an angle, not only on the other team, but also on that package that's just dropped. It means that Ghost Gaming should have full eyes on it and it will not be able to be grabbed by Era Eternity. And Pandas is almost just waiting, biding his time, and then he wants to push, hits a couple of shots.
Tries to pounce. Unfortunately, maybe not the best weapon to have in that situation, the G7 Scout. If you got leveled up Mozambique, you might be able to chunk away a little bit more damage and maybe get that first knock that they're looking for. But you're looking at the meds now, you're looking across the economy and the HP of the 2 teams compared, and Ghost Gaming once again heavily with the upper hand here, Dan, and also positionally, you have to say they're kind of collapsing and almost suffocating onto Era now.
Yeah, there was definitely a plan there for Ghost Gaming. They wanted to get 1 player up, but Metro will fall, and 6 is also pretty low, but there has been some trades. It's all going to come down to the final remaining player on Ghost. Bowser's low, so's Tech Candy, but it's not going to matter. Era Eternity will put their first round on the board, not just on this map, but in this entire series. So that could be a huge turning point for them, and maybe it can just be the momentum they so desperately needed.
Well, we saw a reverse sweep yesterday from Sentinels when everything looked like it was going terribly for them, and they managed to win those 3 back-to-back maps to take the series. Era Eternity, smaller steps to start with, but the first one has been taken. as they do get their first round, and even before that, their first knock onto the board and kill confirmed. So good news here for Era Eternity. Ghost Gaming did have the advantages there, you have to say, though, and maybe just a little bit of a misplay, a little bit of a misstep, but I want to give more credit there to Era, the way they managed to rebound and hold off that push that came in.
Yeah, it was the defensive ability from Era Eternity there. If Pandas had another grapple a little bit sooner after he'd done that initial damage with the scout, then maybe that could have been a completely different round. But he used that grapple to get in the aggressive position, and he opted to drop. As soon as he dropped, I feel like that was the round given to Era Eternity, or at least a chance to win the round for Era Eternity. So Ghost Gaming just need to be aware of that if they are going to go for the aggressive plays, maybe you need to fully commit to them, and you can't just go half-hearted. Pandas dropping there, I think, just allowed Era Eternity to have a smidgen of a chance, and they took that smidgen.
Bowser just playing a little bit of peekaboo with Metro. One of them with a wingman, one of them with a longbow, and one of those is going to hit harder than the other. A little bit of a chip damage coming in once again as a little bit of a quick scope comes in from Bowser, just trying to whip a bullet around the corner. There's a 48 to the body, but not going to be doing enough damage to really cause any concern. There's a flatline from the care package, though, and Era Eternity, who have managed to take home that first round for them now have the package weapon to work with. Dan, things starting to line up a little bit more for them here as we enter the latter stages of round 2.
Just need to have a little bit more method when it comes to the late game, when it comes to the 3v3 fights. It gets a little bit messy at times for them. A few players, well, every player, let's be honest, looking in kind of the wrong direction, not focusing the right opposition. There hasn't been much synergy for Era Eternity just yet, but that could very easily turn around. And as we did mention, you know, maps maybe didn't go their way in the first situation. Okay, they should have perhaps won map number 2. Now Era Eternity are looking to try and get a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, really are looking to get aggressive. However, Pandas, my. Great shots with the wingman again. A headshot and a body shot is going to take down Candy. That was the play with the flatline as well. Some more shots coming in from Pandas. This man is playing out of his skin at the moment, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see him finish this one off. Pandas. Usually, pandas are quite a calm, non-aggressive kind of animal, but this is a different animal altogether as Ghost Gaming tie this one up.
I don't know if you've seen pandas. They're pretty mental. Like, honestly, the rough and tumbling that you see in the zoo, they go wild for certain things, and it seems like you put a wingman in a panda's hand and you are going to see some exciting things go down, because boy, that was absolutely nuts. I mean, Panda's very confident clearly in his individual ability, and you need someone to do that in round number 2. After losing the initial round, your economy's not going to be as good. You need to be hitting your shots because your resources aren't going to be there. Ghost Gaming tied up 1-1.
I had a feeling Metro and 6 said to Pandas, by the way, those guys have got bamboo, and that was it. He was off. He just wanted it. He wanted it now. Well, Pandas this time not going to have the wingman. He's going to have the flatline and the 2 times on it. So the auto coming in for the single shot weapon. And I'm sure that he's going to look to do just as much damage. We do move over this time, by the looks of things, to a little bit of a different split. We're going to see both teams trying to play the bunker side, which is where Ghost Gaming did have some success yesterday. Era Eternity obviously looking to eke out a lead here, and if they can get this round on the board, Dan, they would put themselves onto match point. So a real opportunity here for Era.
Which is crazy, really, to think that this is going to be potentially match point afterwards. How long we've been in this series in comparison to the series that we just previously watched, the other quarterfinal, just shows how close some games can be, but how snowbally arenas can be as well in the right hands or under the right team. A couple of sky nades coming out from Ghost Gaming, but also Era Eternity lobbing some back. It wasn't the same grenade. They didn't catch it. They just threw it at the same time. Package is dropped. Is anyone able to grab it at the moment? No. Pandas could have a little sniff if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's got a jump zip set up as well, so he can just launch off that and get the information that he needs to. Bowser, once again, with a longbow in hand. 60's going to crack the shields, and he's also going to be watching his teammates back now as he makes a little rotation to the right-hand side of this bunker. Take Candy up on top. But no knocks as yet. Both teams just holding their ground, but you can definitely see from how pushed up Ghost are, they want to be the aggressors. As I say that, though, maybe they've recognized they've been caught slightly out of position here and managed to communicate it's time to retreat for just a few seconds.
Yeah, I think if you notice there is one player who's got an angle that might just be a nuisance to you, repositioning is everything. You've got to make sure that you all are on the same page, though. If one of you goes adrift and gets caught out, then suddenly you're going to find yourself in a 2 versus 3. So Ghost Gaming all looking to try and transition to the other side of the map together here, but they might just get stuck between a rock and a hard place. Era Eternity very much have their number, But we know that Ghost Gaming, when they initiate a 3v3, they're usually very successful.
Stunny's down to 10 HP, so Stunny not looking good. A crack coming in from the wingman of Tech Candy, though. He's getting shot in the back, though, by a flatline. That's Pandas once again on the prowl. Managed to retreat to the bubble, but how much time is left on this bubble? So we do see the first knock go down. However, it's all going to fall up to Bowser here. Massive on the Gibby. He gets 2. One big chunk here, and he can take her home the round. Pandas is going to fly him. 88 isn't enough. And once again, Pandas clutches up here for Ghost Gaming. They're up by 2-1, and now they're on series point.
Series point and a spot in the semi-finals awaits, but I tell you what, Bowser's come close time and time again to really hitting some huge clutch moments. Even though this scoreline has been dominating from Ghost Gaming, you can see why Era Eternity have got to this point, and you feel like if there was just a little bit more shots hit from a couple of these players, these rounds could have been so different. Their positioning hasn't been that bad. It's just been their 3v3 fights that have really let them down. And you know, Arena is quite often just about the 3v3 fights. Yes, okay, most of the time you'll see someone try and single out one player and get that 3 versus 2 advantage, but how often do we see just straight 3v3s?
Well, Ghost, one more round, and they will find themselves moving towards the semi-finals. Battery going to have to be used here, 1 of 3, as Era Eternity try and answer back, and they will need to. Such a vital round for them. This is all or nothing really for them at this point. Ball's going to be kicked down. 45 is going to be done, but there's 2 players, and the bubble fight is something that Metro doesn't look too interested in here. Pandas is going to be weak, so they back up smartly here, Ghost Gaming. And now they kind of have Era stuck a little bit. Era Eternity will find one. Will they get the second? Yes, they will. Tech Candy has got it all to do, but Ghost Gaming, they just ripped through Era Eternity. Just 1 round dropped across the entire series, and Ghost Gaming just don't walk into the next round. They strut into the next round.
They are strutting with confidence into the semi-finals, that's for sure. This is the Ghost Gaming I wanted to see in the pre-show, or at least in the pre-game when we were speaking about, can Ghost Gaming win Reflections? Can they win this tournament? Do I see them as a favorite? I didn't, but now, you know, I think they could take down G2 in a rematch.
Yeah, they look scary. They really do. Again, you said it best, Gaskin, right? Ghost right now wants revenge. They want that rematch with G2. Pander's made that apparent. In that artillery, Pander's playing a bit unorthodox, more aggressive than we're used to seeing, but he was connecting shots. In fact, the only whiff we see from Ghost was this first round that you just seen on your screen. Getting a bit over aggressive, but I gotta say, for Era, doing a much better job at collapsing and just making it happen. But this replay, Pander's from this point forward, never let off the gas pedal on set.
Oh, it was crazy. There's 2 plays that he's made, one on the first map and one on the second. We just saw it. That essentially he turned the complete momentum of a round by hitting a couple of crazy headshots with a wingman that just put the player on his back or just put the other team on the back foot. This was a really tight 1v1 as well that he clutched up, and there's something intangible about a certain type of player, and that is the clutch factor. You can't measure it. You don't really know how to, you know, put it together and put it into numbers or put it on paper, but Pandas has it. When he's put in a tough situation where he needs to pull off something crazy or needs to pull off a play which is even just consistent, he does it on a regular basis.
And you know what? Who else was trying to do that for Era was Bowser. And you guys were constantly saying, and Gaskin, you were hitting that point home, that Bowser was playing well. He was hitting some great shots. It makes sense that Era made it into the playoffs for day number 2. But Ghost just stepped it up, and they wanted to win this, it seems, a little bit more. The fact that Era only wins 1 round of a map is pretty telling about how Ghost performs, you know, from yesterday to today. They look scary. They truthfully do. I don't know who they're going to play against. Arena Demons and Elevate, I believe, are still playing, and it's still underway. I know it was close. If I'm not mistaken, Arena Demons took a map off of Elevate. Elevate took a map off of Arena Demons. So that one could very well be very close, but whoever wins that is going to have to face off against a very, very hot Ghost. But what's a key takeaway, Gaskin, when we look at Era Eternity? Obviously, they're losing to 3v3s. Bowser showing great performance, but I think there's great promise for Era moving into the future for future tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether Bowser is a constant pickup for Era Eternity or whether he's just filling, but certainly if he is going to be that constant third, moving forward, if there's just a little bit more synergy, if there's a little bit more speed of joining fights from some of the players, there was a lot of time where we saw one player singled out and the other 2 just arrived seconds to, not even seconds, milliseconds too late, which could have really changed the fight. But it was exciting to watch them play throughout this tournament, but unfortunately they came up against a Ghost Gaming who, as you say, just wanted it a little bit more today.
It's amazing how those microseconds truthfully make a big difference when it comes to professional play. I don't think a lot of players who play casually understand, how a team can capitalize off of those microseconds, capitalize off of those mistakes. Speaking of capitalization, G2 was doing that great earlier against Aqualix when we watched that series, and Aqualix did much the same. It can happen to the best of them, and it truly is incredible to watch. Well, that series is done with Ghost Gaming clearly wanting to be the victor today, and they were. Their job's not done yet. They move into semifinals, but we do have one more match in round one still taking place. I'm super curious to watch this one. It's Arena Demons and Elevate. Arena Demons toured up yesterday, so did Elevate. Who's going to end up ahead to play Ghost? We're going to find out after this quick break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflection, double joined by Onset and Gaskin. If you forgot during that 2-minute break, we're back at it once again. Hey, we got to conclude one more series in round one. Elevate is playing against Arena Demons. Currently, Arena Demons leads 2-1 over Elevate, and they are looking to continue to move forward. Arena Demons yesterday, Gaskin, they showed us a lot of great things, right? Bringing out the 30-30 repeater. We hadn't seen that yet. We also did not see Rampart, but there it was, right? Rampart on Phase Runner. They showed us a lot of different looks, but they did them correctly, Gaskin.
They showed us madness, but as I mentioned yesterday, there was always a method to that madness. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They always had a game plan, whether it be through compositions, whether it be through what weapons they were using in the early game, how they managed the economy. Their aim was off the charts. What I'm seeing is absolutely filthy. It's disgusting. They're hitting shots left, right, and center, and I'd be terrified to play against them, and I'm sure everyone in the tournament is as well. They seem to have carried on that form into today, being 2-1 up, and we'll see whether they can go 3-1 here.
Dark Horse team, I called it at the very beginning. I love seeing these wild cards enter into the tournament. We're so caught up with G2, Ghosts, and the likes of others, but it's kind of like, this team starts to make waves, and it's like, wow, this team can really do it. They still got to prove it, and they're looking to prove it here versus Elevate. Onset Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to see how this one turns out. I know that Arena Demons have got a lot of fans in the chat, so shout out to you, and I'm sure that there's some Elevate fans as well, but a 2-1 at the moment to Arena Demons. For me, they looked like the most practiced team. They certainly have the most time in arenas, and they certainly have the most strategy and understanding of how every single facet of arenas works, whether it, like we mentioned, legend composition, whether it's economy, what weapons they're using per round. It really was impressive to watch them play yesterday.
It seems like they have been diving deep into what should work, what wouldn't work, what can we try that's a little bit out of the box, what can catch our enemies off guard, because that's what's important sometimes in Arena, is going outside of the box, doing something a little bit different that you're your enemy team doesn't know how to deal with it. And 30-30 repeater was something that was a little bit different, at least what we've seen on broadcast. Maybe throughout any scrims may have been tested here or there. They've gone for a slightly off-meta pick with their legend compositions, but again, it is all understandable. You know why they've gone for it. Are they going to go back to something like a Horizon here? Are they going to go for a Valkyrie here? They really do like to just try and shake things up a little bit and surprise their opponents.
Artillery is going to be the place where we're going to see these two teams battle it out. And Elevate are going to feel pretty confident as well. Yes, they are 2-1 down in the series. Yes, if they lose this map, they unfortunately will have to live another day somewhere else. But they have taken a map already in this series, and not many teams have managed to do that so far in a series against Arena Demons. So there certainly is some confidence for them to work with. Elevate now, we're going to start with Scissors, and no surprise to see as we go over to Rani, the 30-30 once again, best friend in hand.
It will be the Horizon being played by Aiden the Destroyer. Some success on Horizon yesterday, just being able to not only grav lift up to high ground, but also that black hole can be so suffocating in the late game, really can change the tide. Elevate are opting to go for the Bangalore as their kind of third flex pick, just to try and get those sight lines covered and maybe provide a little bit more speed when you do get focused as the Bang as well. I'm excited to see how this game goes. We've only seen Arena Demons and Elevate play this map once. Arena Demons won their game, however, Elevate did lose their game on Artillery. So if the small pool of statistics that we've got are anything to go by, you'd suggest Arena Demons would win this one, but we know that one map really isn't going to change much.
One thing I was probably most impressed with yesterday by Arena Demons was their knowledge of head glitches and how to move around the map. And I think of them have a lot of background in some other games, Search and Destroy and Call of Duty. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure I was looking through their Twitters yesterday that certainly gives them that game knowledge and that positional sense to work with. However, there's a fight going down early here, and that's going to be the first knock as Davis is taken down. However, immediately traded out. Something so vital to do for any team when that first knock goes down.
Gain the height advantage, get up into the sky, and now you push in, and you've got to make these shots count here with the 30-30. Very difficult to hit when you have this head glitch. As you say, Aiden the Destroyer doing a fantastic job just to kind of bait. Needs the support from Rani, if I'm completely honest. Should be able to get the finish. There's Rani. Now they can move in and take the 2 versus 1 here. One remaining player with the Rampage. Does do a lot of damage, but not enough. And Arena Demons carry on just from where we saw them competing yesterday, and that is hitting every shot possible. I swear these kids just do not miss. It's scary.
Yeah, they're nuts. And when they're positioned so well as well, it's very difficult to fight against, especially in those early rounds with a 30-30 repeater when you do have the ability with the economy to get the 2 times on it, which is something that, you know, as a sight, most players will pick up for regardless of the gun, whether it's a flat line, whether it's a 301, and obviously the repeater is going to be very dangerous with it as well, as we see a little bit of hip fire coming in for that final one. But for Elevate, I don't think it was the worst of rounds. Yes, it was around like just towards the end where things got out of hand ever so slightly, but they did manage to trade out that first knock very effectively. And from there, it was just a positioning, and again, one player up on the, we'll call it the gas globe. That's a better one. I've come up with something actually that makes sense. They just managed to get those shots down, and that was the difference maker, really.
I thought you were about to name something after me. You started with gas, but I'm a little bit disappointed, but at the same time proud that you've named something that actually does make sense, so good job on you. Elevate now just having a little dance around, trying to get into a position where they can do some damage without taking too much themselves. The Bangalore smoke is still there to pop if they want to use it. That may be used to cross a certain channel, that may be used just to try and gain the package that's going to drop. Various different ways you can utilize the smoke, but I think Arena Demons will be well aware of when they use it, what they're trying to do.
The 30-30, trying to peel someone off the gas globe. Trademark. As Arena Demons now walk their way up, and you saw the care package there for just a second. Didn't quite get my eyes on who actually managed to pick that one up. It looks like Elevate have managed to pick up the care package weapon. Flatline and Mozambique will be the loadout for Davis. At the moment, a little bit of a standoff here, and interesting to see. It has been both bunker sides so far. And it'll be Arena Demons who will have to make their move up as this circle does close.
Here's the Rampage again. Another interesting pick that I kind of wasn't expecting. It's the newest weapon added to Apex Legends, but if you do hit your shots, it does hit pretty hard with a decent fire rate. Doesn't quite compete with the Spitfire of old, but certainly has been an okay replacement in the weapon pool. Rani having to just dip, dodge, duck, and dive to ensure he doesn't take too much damage. But Aiden the Destroyer, again, just finding himself in these positions on top of the gas globes to ensure that he can get as best of an angle as possible.
Well, Scissors has gone down. Dimmy's going to hit the first shots with the wingman, and now Voltic's going to have to come in with a devotion in hand, but he's not going to be able to get enough damage down. And once again, it's just a surgical decimation coming in here from Arena Demons. They're already 1-0 up. Davis has got it all to do here. It's a 3v1, and Dan Gaskin, if he wins this, I will shave my head. He doesn't, and that's going to be Arena Demons 2-0 up.
You wouldn't do it anyway. You'd probably bottle out. You care too much about your appearance and how good your hair looks. That's what I heard.
That was a lesson in how to make a bet that you're guaranteed to win. Okay.
Yeah. You should make videos on social media about it and see if, people like me would actually pay attention. I probably wouldn't. But it's 2-0 in this map. It's 2-1 in the series. And Arena Demons now just one round away from winning this entire series, going through to the semi-finals, which, I mean, I guess is an upset considering they are a little bit of a wild card coming into this tournament. But ever since we saw them on day one, we knew that these boys were not to be underestimated.
Been so impressive from them, and now they find themselves once again on match point. Elevate doing some decent damage here with Scissors with the charge rifle in his hand. However, all three players from Arena Demons have moved over to the artillery wall, and now all three of them up on that high ground. A little bit of smoke. However, Scissors is going to pick up Rani, and now this, if you're Elevate, is the signal to push. You need to try and take advantage here, or at least get the finish onto the player. A little bit of poke damage coming in from Dimmy once again with the wingman, but Aiden the Destroyer's been taken down to no shields. It's a 2v1 now. Dimmy's doing some great damage, but not enough. And Elevate do manage to wrestle back a round here. Arena Demons do lose that match point opportunity, but really good first knock there with the charge rifle.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a few times this tournament where the charge rifle comes in round 3 and it can really throw you off your game. You're used to playing it in a certain way. You're not expecting to get shot in the side by a giant laser beam that hits for far too much damage for my liking, but Elevate really making sure they make every weapon count. As all the players were zipping across there, it just was so much damage that they were taking. Rani unfortunately going down, as you say, was the alarm bells ringing on the side of Elevate. They had to push in, they had to capitalize, and they did just that. So that's at least demonstrating that they are not going to go down without a fight here on artillery.
Charge rifle back again, and this might be Arena Demons' kryptonite at the moment, because we saw Na'Vi take a game off them when the charge rifle came into play, and at the moment, Sis is doing a hell of a lot of damage once more. Dimmy's going to be taken down to no shields, and I wonder if Arena Demons are just getting a little bit over-aggressive here. With the player being taken down to no shields, who was kind of providing the cover, if you like, up on the large building that we saw the charge rifle shots being landed on. Those players found themselves a little bit more exposed as they would have previously with that line of sight not being covered. So for now, it's a little bit of a standoff, but Elevate have complete control of the high wall now.
Yeah, Arena Demons want to get this high wall, and they will push in, and actually Voltic's going to get absolutely shredded. There has been a trade, though. It's going to be a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2 then. Voltic might be in a position to get res, though. The grenade does go in, and they haven't stuck it as yet. Rani will get the finish onto Voltic as well. So even though Aiden is down, he's not finished. There might be an opportunity to turn this 2v2 into a 3v2. Davis is going to be challenging. He's going to do some good damage, and he's going to try and get the finish as well. But Dimmy once again with the wingman is going to win his fight. Now it's all up to Scissors in a 1v1. He doesn't have much health to work with, and I think he's dropped down as well. He's actually stayed up on high. So is he going to bait the res? Is he going to go for this battery, or are we going to have a straight 1v1 here? Scissors versus Rani. Barry gets popped. Moves back up. He's got the RE45 in hand, which does a huge amount of DPS at close range. Going to have to reload now. Still hasn't had his shields broken. As I say that, Scissors comes back in. It's Scissors who has the advantage of the HP. Trying to poke. He's going to fly in, and Scissors will win it and Elevate tie this game up at 2-2.
First real mistake we've seen from Arena Demons, in my opinion. There was a lot of hesitation there of should I res, shouldn't I res, and during all of that, allowed Elevate Scissors to back up, get to a full complement of health, and the weapon advantage was very much apparent there. The Eva Ray just shredded. The RE45 was not enough to really take the fight. I think as soon as Scissors realized he was going up against an RE45 and a 30-30 repeater, he says, yes, thank you. I will push in. I will certainly take this round, and I will tie up this map 2-2. We are not done. We are not out of this tournament just yet.
We are certainly not. And now we get to the position where one of these two teams has to get a 2-round advantage. So this will not be the end. We'll have to see at least one more round between Elevate and Arena Demons here. Elevate once again with the charge rifle, which has been the difference maker, as I previously mentioned. However, Rani is going to have to drop to his knees, and he's going to be dropped onto his back, as he will be melted once again by that charge rifle. Aiden the Destroyer trying to do some work here, and will manage to trade out. Those shots were absolutely crazy with the 30-30 repeater, so even though Rani went down early, they will get the finish, and they will have a permanent 3v2, but no, here comes Scissors now. Dimmy left on his own. Scissors getting that knock so vital for Elevate, as Dimmy's trying to find that player, gets the knock, but it's a 2v1. And for Dimmy, this looks like it could be very tough to win this one.
Yeah, not going to be able to win that one despite the incredible effort with the 30-30. I believe with the shatter caps on, so it almost works as a shotgun. That's why it can just hip fire so successfully. Elevate managed to turn this around from being 2-0 down and in touching distance from being eliminated from the tournament to suddenly 3-2 up now and on map point to tie up the series 2-2.
This would be so good for Elevate. They will be feeling very confident. And for Arena Demons, how do they combat against the charge rifle is probably what's going through their mind at the moment. I'm sure that everyone who's watching at the moment is thinking, if we play Arena Demons, charge rifle is what we need to get as soon as possible, because it seems to be working so well. Scissors going to hit the grapple, go over the top of the building here, and immediately get into position. And it will be the bunker side, which is being favored once again by Arena Demons, playing that circle, making sure they put themselves in position for that late game.
It's really smart, though, from Elevate, introducing the charge rifle just to not allow Arena Demons to get that quick cross. But here's Dimmy in a 1 versus 1. Hits his shot. That's massive onto Baltic. If he can get this battery off, then this is going to give Arena Demons a real chance at evening this up 3-3.
Dimmy is nuts with the wingman. Put that one on a t-shirt and it will certainly sell. Davis is going to be caught out as well. Baltic will be finished off. R99 in the hands here as Scissors goes flying in. That's a little bit reckless, and Rani's going to make him pay. There's a black hole as well. This is not looking good here for Elevate. Last player alive is Davis. He will be taken down, and we're tied back up at 3-3.
Just like that, 1-1v1. One shot with the wingman can just change things completely. If Elevate had managed to win that single gunfight, maybe that could have been them getting the next round on the board and taking this series to 2-2. Instead, we're heading to 1st to 5 now. And maybe it could be, you know, that dreaded round 9 where we're tied 4-4 and it's sudden death. And Dimmy, I mean, that's just such a precious scenario there where you have to connect with your shots. Not many people would be able to thrive in that situation. And then Elevate did what they can with the shots from the R99 and the EVA 8, but it was not enough in the grand scheme of things. And Elevate have to go again. It's the charge rifle to try and deny the cross once more.
Imagine by the time that gap is closed, Arena Demons will be back to full health. Something that all players have to keep in mind, Dan, is how quickly am I able to get to the engagement before those batteries are going to be popped? Because the last thing you want to do is mistime that by a millisecond or so and find yourself fighting someone who's full shields.
Yeah, if you can manage to hit 75 on 2 or 75 on the same player twice and get a crack, maybe you can justify pushing 2 versus 3, but even with the Pathfinder grapple, you're completely right. It is difficult to close that gap quick enough to try and take advantage of the damage you've done. Really, it's to try and deny the cross, try and force one player to drop so that then you can actually take advantage of the high ground. It worked in a couple of the rounds previously, but not in this one. Arena Demons, they were confident, they were aggressive, they said, look, let's just commit to the push here.
Well, it looks like there's going to be another push being committed to, and this time it's going to be Arena Demons who are trying to be aggressive. Davis is going to have to pop a battery. Scissors is going to be trying to cover. Baltic's got the first knock, though, onto Aiden the Destroyer, so Arena Demons find themselves in a 2v3 scenario. Lots of frag grenades being thrown in, but no damage being done as Davis rejoins the battle now with the R99. Scissors will come flying around the corner. Now it's a straight 2v2, and you have to say that Scissors didn't need to make that play down.
Or did he? He's watched one of his teammates get absolutely obliterated and drop to the floor, and maybe he just felt like he had to show some presence, he had to make a move, but he certainly made a slight mistake in an error in judgment with how aggressive the push was. It wasn't just presence he's shown, he showed his entire body and said, hey, come and get me, and Arena Demons took that well and truly. And now it's a 2 versus 2 where Arena Demons will have the high ground.
They'll have good angles here onto Elevate as well. Rani's going to try and tickle. 64 is going to be hitting, though, and 52 is going to be hitting. They don't have any way to get back up to that height, though, which is the problem here for Elevate. However, Rani is in trouble and has to retreat. And pop a battery, should be able to get that one off again before that space is going to be closed. So we're back to a full reset. Voltic, you can see, popping a syringe as well as getting that natural passive heal on the Octane. Should be pretty much up to full HP. And looks like Davis is going to be thinking about going for that care package as well, as one player zips across to get another angle here. Dimmy with the wingman. And Elevate at the moment kind of trapped.
Yeah, I think the zip across was to try and make sure that that package wasn't going to be easily picked up, and there's going to be the knock, and now Arena Demons will go full send, clean things up, and they take the lead once again here on Artillery, 4-3, and they put themselves back on match point. And Elevate, unfortunately, after having a 3 versus 2, not able to capitalize from it. Arena Demons holding strong as a 2. And as you mentioned, and as we saw, maybe an error, a slight misjudgment of how aggressive to be from Scissors, but at the same time, he did watch his teammate drop and get pushed back, and it might have just been a protection push. He felt like he had to push, otherwise his teammate would have got focused and gone down.
I think you're being too kind. I'm going to be straight up here. That was a mistake. That was something that he would not like to do again. But you can say you're completely right. There might have been reasonings behind it, but as we obviously have hindsight and we have the ability to see what every single player is doing at all times, you have to put it down as a mistake for sure. As Scissors this time not going to have the charge rifle, it's going to be the longbow in hand, and this thing is not quite as effective. It doesn't have the tracking. You've got to think about that bullet fall off. As the Arc Stars are going to go in here from Arena Demons. You can see that Scissors is going to be left on his own for a few moments. Voltic taking a little bit of damage and going to be forced to pop a battery now, but this is so vital for Elevate. If they lose this one, unfortunately, the match will fall through their fingers, and Arena Demons will keep their demonic rise moving forward.
Nice shots coming out from the flat line. Everything upgraded to a scary point when you get to these rounds. You shouldn't really have any chance of blaming the weapons for any missed shots. Arena Demons are going to take the low ground. They want to reposition here. The grab lift is very much going to come into the equation.
Yeah.
Look, looks like they're all going to do it at the same time. Go for the surprise attack.
Oh, they might be able to get a stick as well. Lovely movement there from Aiden. He'll be behind one player. That's the first knock. Scissors goes down. Voltic trying to retreat, but look at this. Aiden more than aware, but he doesn't win the battle. Voltic manages to stay alive for now, but it's only for a few moments as Arena Demons will clean up the final kill, and they will win the series, taking down Elevate 3-1.
That's going to be the series, right? That's going to be them into the semi-finals, and that is going to be a lot of smiley faces, I think, on the Arena Demons squad. And maybe another smiley face joining us on the desk, because Reflections has been back in the Arena Demons throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah,
I'm loving it. I'm so happy that they made it through and they beat Elevate. By the way, on set, the way that Arena Demons collapses in, their aggression, in my opinion, is unmatched by anybody else. Like, they were doing some crazy things.
Yeah, I think the thing that always impresses me is how calculated they are. And as soon as there is a call to push, they go. But then they never push without having a clear advantage. They're always in positions where they're doing chip damage. And then if they don't get a knock, then they're okay to wait. They don't try and like throw a life away to just get one knock, because they know that could cost them 2 themselves. So it's very calculated the way that they play it. And as soon as the circle comes in, that chip damage starts to get a little bit more important, because the circle forces players together. You don't have to overextend quite as much to get that first knock. And when they get into those positions, they're just so good. They're so good at close range. And Dimmy with the wingman, for me, was the standout player in that last round.
Yeah, Demi is just, I don't know, the entire team, like, first and foremost, Aiden the Destroyer is really impressive to me. Again, here he's playing Horizon. We've seen him rock multiple different legends in the past. His ability to be flexible is just incredible. And like I said, he's so efficient. In this case, right, playing Horizon pretty much flawlessly. Great black hole usage earlier. Love his ability to be able to get the high ground with Horizon and also capitalize once he gets that high ground, right? Taking that advantage. You said it best on set. They know when to take the advantage, and when they do, they pretty much, get the most out of it. Gaskin, I felt like Voltic was getting isolated, though, in a couple of rounds, and it kind of broke my heart because Voltic was in these critical, up-close and personal fights, and it seemed like Arena Demons would always get the best of them.
Sometimes that's your role, though. As the Octane or the Wraith, you are going to be the one flanking. You are the legend who can kind of go to and fray the quickest, so you are going to be in a lot of 1v1s, and if you do not have the team who joins you faster than the other, you're going to be isolated. You are going to find yourselves in a 1 versus 2 sometimes, so you almost need to be the one who is the aggressor, who is looking for that 1v1 as quick as possible, win that fight, and then run away. But I'm sorry, when you're going up against any of these members from Arena Demons, they just don't miss. These boys are nuts, and you're not winning 1v1 engagements. Even if you come close, it doesn't matter if they've got a slither of health. If they win, they get away, they backed up, and it's a 3 versus 2.
It's a scary combination. You're talking about Arena Demons. They don't miss. They hardly make mistakes, albeit we did see a couple of mistakes during this matchup, though. This push from Aiden to Destroyer was beautiful, instantly taking high ground, throws an Arc Star out. Now, he does get taken down in this moment, but the fact that he got Voltic just within 1 shot allowed his teammates to easily clean him up shortly thereafter, taking that final round, winning Artillery 5-3. Great series as a whole for them. The biggest worry, though, has to be Artillery naturally losing that 3-0, and a very rare map from Arena Demons there on set where they did not drop a single elimination. And if you're thinking about the end goal, naturally, who are you wanting to play on Thermal Station in finals? Maybe G2, and that's their playground. So the fact is, if you got Arena Demons going against G2 in grand finals, let's just say that story happens, Thermal Station, if it's one of the first 3 maps, that's almost a guaranteed win for G2 now.
Well, we say that, but we've seen some crazy things happen. I would completely agree with you. I feel like G2 are really, really comfortable on that map, and I think that they will certainly fancy themselves if they do match up against Arena Demons. That's obviously to come in the future if everything works out with the bracket and etc., but that is a mouthwatering tie between these two. And I think the G2 at the moment are probably the only team up close and personal who can kind of match what we've seen from Arena Demons at the moment, because both teams on controller just means we get that kind of clash of, inputs, whatever it might be. And I also feel like G2 aren't afraid of anyone. And I feel like that's very important when you're playing a team who are playing so disciplined, to not be afraid to go aggressive, to push forward and think that you can close gaps quick enough to get a kill before the damage is done for you to unfortunately take a knock yourself. So it's going to be a fascinating matchup if it happens.
It definitely is, boys. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, how it's unfolding. All our round ones have, in fact, concluded. Semifinals is shaped up. G2 against Sentinels, Ghost against Arena Demons. Gaskin, this is looking tasty, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think even though we're saying that G2 are favorites here, I'm not counting out Sentinels just yet. They did have a little bit of a shaky day 1, but day 2, they seem to have come into the kind of swing of things here, and they might be able to take a swing at G2 and perhaps push them all the way. Ghost Gaming versus Arena Demons. I mean, that's a mouth-watering tie. We know what Arena Demons are capable of. We know that Ghost Gaming have already reached a final in a UMG Invitational, so that's a difficult one to call. Like, your brain says Ghost Gaming, but your heart kind of says Arena Demons with how they've been performing.
I think that's well said, yeah, because a lot of people's hearts are going with Arena Demons just because they're the underdog. It's always fun to back the underdog, right? I mean, Girl does it flawlessly, clearly, 100% in predictions yesterday. I don't know how she does it. She's a wizard, I swear to you. But regardless, though, G2 Sentinels is going to be an incredible one. You said don't count out Sentinels, and I don't think you can. After all, their matchup against Premier ended in a way of 3-0 very quickly. First 2 maps, not a single elimination went to the side of Premier, and then in that map 3, Premier only got 3 eliminations. So clearly, Sentinels, they're not playing around. This would be a big victory if they beat G2. Onset Gaskin, thank you for joining me, brother. I know you guys are going to be hopping off. You'll be back later on, though. Now I'm going to be joined by Blazing Girl, which is going to be an even better time. Hey, don't go anywhere, guys. Next up is going to be semifinals. We're starting with G2 Sentinels. It's going to be incredible. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semifinals of the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Blazing Girl. This is going to be a good one. G2, who are, I should say, the reigning champions from our last UMG Invitational, and they're looking to be champions again. They look unstoppable. But Sentinels, hot on their heels. You better believe it, girls. Sentinels, hey, they've been looking really good today.
Hey, 3-0 today? That's pretty impressive. I haven't gotten to see their games. Yesterday it was a little wonky. They almost got out of the tournament. So I don't have all of my faith in them, but they have been playing extraordinary today. They pulled it through. They must have done the VOD reviews like we talked about last night.
Hey, certain teams are just performing well today, Blaze. Ghost, right? One of those teams who yesterday, I say lackluster respectfully, but not as dominant as they were today. So clearly for Sentinels, yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. That championship mentality, that championship Sunday, it hits different.
Yeah, no, it definitely does hit different, okay? And it's all about, no matter what happens day one, everyone's goal is to make it to the day, no matter how many matches you have to play through, no matter if things go wrong, you make it to the losers bracket. If you make it here, now things are going to feel differently, okay? Because you could put everything from yesterday behind you and focus up and know that today is the day in which I can win a chip, which I can come out with first place. And that just, it brings a different energy to your gameplay, to your team's comms, and to the tournament.
Well, let's talk about two distinct players, right? The Octanes that normally make the magic happen. Gentrifying and Synox. Blaze, walk me through these two great players.
Now, I will say that when it comes down to these stats, I want to say G2 may have played only just 3 series up until this point, where Sentinels played 4 because they had to qualify through the losers. And that's why you're going to see Synox with a few more kills. But even with that extra series on average, he is still averaging less damage than Gentrifying, okay? Right. But the kills are coming through. He are confirming those kills for his team, and rightfully so. He might not have the most damage because, in Crust we trust, right? As he's in the background with the longbow, putting out that damage for his squad, as well as Luke with the wingman. But Synox is making sure that his team is confirming kills, and that's so important. While the flipping, Gentrifying is that player who initiates that initial damage, and that's when you start to see Designful Result to follow up with the Gibby Bubbles, come in and clean house.
Yeah, girl, like I've been saying, piggybacking off of this graphic and obviously off what Blaze said, Gentrifying, storyline with him is he's the guy outputting that DPS. He's incredibly aggressive. Risalta is normally right there by his side. Speaking of which, Gentrifying, Risalta played absolutely incredibly well as a duo as a whole, right? And obviously Designful is there. It's just a deadly roster, but specifically Gentrifying, Risalta made some incredible plays against Aqualix earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Resulta has been doing a lot of damage in the background. Like you don't normally see him because he's not in the front lines like Designful. Designful goes in, but he dies quick. Resulta's the
Sure.
one that's picking up all those kills once he's gone, and Gentrifying's the one outputting all the damage. So the teamwork is incredible there.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work, and G2 clearly is making that dream work. Let's take a look at our maps and see the 5 we're rolling with, and G2 has to have, there it is, Thermal Station, right? It's their bread and butter, and again, I kind of brought that storyline up when Onset and Gaskin were on about Arena Demons who struggle on Thermal Station. We'll get to that point, if we even get to that point. Obviously, that matchup still needs to take place versus Ghost. But starting off with FaZe Runner, off the rip, Blaze, what are we thinking about that?
So far, in FaZe Runner, we have actually seen the longbows come out on this map as well the last few times in which we got a chance to watch it. So I'm not going to be expecting anything less there. But FaZe Runner is my favorite map to watch so far. And, I think it's going to be a great one to get this series kicked off. It's well balanced, and these teams have options if they want to go over towards construction side, or if they want to go towards the FaZe Runner and meet in the middle and meet together, get that headbutt fight. And we're about to see how it's going to be breaking down here soon. But I'm not really leaning in favor towards either one of these squads for that first map, because when it comes down to the team comp, they play the Pathfinder, the Octane, and the Gibby very, very well. And these are two talented squads. I can see Crush holding off G2's aggression. And also on the flip end, I see when it comes down to G2, when it comes down to Gentrifying, just really coming out and putting out that damage and creating openings for his team. So I'm excited to watch that matchup.
Yeah, I know, girl. We kind of focused in on, obviously, Gentrifying and Synox, but, Crust we trust. 3,900 damage yesterday in one of his matchups. So he's another person that I'm really looking forward to watching, and who's going to play a major impact in whether Sentinels is going to be successful or not successful. But let's get into the section that you dominate, at least, girl, right? Our prediction segment. I believe you're still batting 100, if I'm not mistaken. So go ahead and start it off. I see you. Who are you going with?
All right. Well, this one was a tough decision to make. I know I went with Sentinels yesterday, and I know I went with G2 yesterday in both of my predictions. So putting them up against each other isn't so nice for me. Sentinels made an amazing comeback yesterday. Their teamwork's getting really good. But I feel like G2 overall, as a team, they're the powerhouse to beat. So I'm going with G2 here. They're just playing so incredibly well. No mistakes, honestly.
Fair enough, girl. Hey, I don't blame you for going G2. And Blaze, I wouldn't blame you either if you went for G2, but you're the vibe master, so I never know what you're going to do. You might just go with Sentinels. Who are you going with?
You know what? I'm not even going to lie, Taylor. My pick was G2, okay? But I want to change it. I do. I want production to just switch it right now.
2.0?
I want the vibes to just come out of me. The vibes are oozing out, and it's just saying in the back of my head, in Crust, we trust. In Crust, we trust. And just, production, change it. I'm off G2 train. I am off it right now. I'm going for Sentinels, you guys. I'm sorry for the G2 fans out there. I went with them at first, but I think Sentinels can get this one done. They woke up on the right side of the bed. They had a great series yesterday, a great group of matches yesterday, and they faced adversity, okay? And I don't know if G2 has faced as much adversity as them up until this point, and they could underestimate Sentinels. And if they do, they're going to lose the series. Sentinels is my pick. My bad production.
Well, yeah, your bad production. That's what I'm about to say. You're Onset 2.0 now, because Onset was doing that earlier. Production scrambling to figure it out. You notice they haven't even updated it because, what is Blaze doing, man?
But officially, you guys know, me in the chat and the three of us, we all know that I'm going Sentinels. I switched it up, man. I did, but hey, we'll see if I'm right or not.
The Vibe Master coming back once again, brother. You love to see it. And girl, he's deadly with it. He really is the Vibe Master when he feels it in his bones.
Okay.
Sometimes he's usually right, but I think he met his match with you, girl. I really do. So
hey, the
duo is split, and it's official. Blaze, you're going with Sentinels. Fair enough. Hey, either way, one team is going to want it more. G2 did make a couple of mistakes against, Aqualix, but not enough mistakes to allow for a close series, right? They only dropped one round, I do believe, right? If I'm not mistaken, or was it a little bit more one-sided? No, they dropped the map. They dropped artillery.
That's
3-0,
map 2 again. So everyone knows that's G2's weakness.
That's right. Which is funny that they follow it up, with their best map, right? Of Thermal Station as map number 3. It's going to be a great series, and I'm really excited about both semifinal matchups. Let's get through this first one. Blaze Girl, take it away.
All right, girl. Whew. We're about to hop into our first semifinals of the day, folks. This guy and girl, and when it comes down to it, we have two talented teams here. And, when I was just kind of looking at the rosters and I was talking about it, and I seen the stats of Sidnox as well, and all the matches was coming back to me from yesterday, I had to change my pick. I definitely did. And, it can honestly go to either one of these squads because they're so evenly matched. But girl, when it comes down to G2, they have had so much consistency across these last two tournaments. And why is that? Why are they the team to be in our current champions?
They're just so good together. Even when Designful flanks across the map, he's still very close to his team. They position themselves as players who need help with their quick, but usually they don't need help. Usually they're the ones aggressing, they're outputting the damage, and they're doing really clean, quick sweeps. And honestly, it's just like a perfect recipe for the win.
Yeah, a perfect recipe of play styles amongst these three players of Gentrifying, Designful, and Resulta. The reason why G2 got as many chips as they do, the reason why they have as many fans as they have, and they are feared. They are as feared as they currently are. And we're about to see them in action. Let's see if how the Sentinels plan on matching G2's energy coming into this matchup. We're kicking it off. It's our first semifinals of the day. We're here on Phase Runner, G2 Esports versus Sentinels.
And I love both of the Gibraltar players. They have been performing so well over the past few of their games. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone goes for the meds in the middle right now. I think they are giving each other the respect that they deserve. No one is overpeaking. No one is overdoing anything right now. They're just kind of playing the waters here.
Oh, Designful gets some shots there. I believe that is going to be Crust as he's pressed up there against the med kit, deciding when he wants to use his bubble to possibly grab him. Didn't see him scoop him up from the start, but now Gentrifying. We saw the stats. We know that he is always putting out that damage to kick off these fights, being the initiator. But Lou, 1 HP, he gets knocked. And now G2, they can smell blood, but Designful, he may be the next target to go down on the side of Sentinels to make this an even 2v2. He's getting pressed. The Peacekeeper doesn't connect. And in the end, with a Mozambique shot to the face, G2 will clean up and take round number 1.
Hey, they were the aggressors, right? They got the first knock, and then it was a simple 3v2 situation. It's so hard for Sentinels to pull back from that. G2 is not one of the teams that you can easily 2v3. I don't know what happened with Lou there, but I think he overextended just a little bit. Sometimes he's like that. We all know Lou is the type of player to go all in. He tried going out with that 1 HP. Unfortunately, I think it was Designful was the one that caught him there, and it paid for them.
Yeah, Lou definitely commits to his grapples. I will tell you that, and we've seen it throughout all tournament. Once he's in there, he says, "Hey, man, it is my show. Let me put it on." There go that grapple closer, gets himself a power position to be able to defend the box. The focus fire here on Resulta. The stick does not come through, but the wing mine shot will connect. Now, the Arc Star, a little bit of splash damage towards the back. Designful's pressured. He goes down, and Sentinels will take round number 2.
Oh my goodness, that one was quick. I don't know what happened, but Resulta went down to like 50 HP. He should not have went for the meds there. I honestly, I don't know what he could have done there, but Designful had his back, but still it did not work out in their favor.
I think it was Lou and I believe Crust, the focus fire, because the first wingman shot comes out and then he gets cracked. From there, he had to commit to his bubble, commit to the cover. His teammates tried to follow up as well, but they got hit with some of the splash damage from an Arc Star that fell right outside the bubble. I believe right before it went down. In the end, Sentinels, they created the opportunity and they was able to clean house. But we're about to head on over towards construction. An early Pathfinder zip line will not be matched, but that jump pad, well, not the jump pad, but the grapple of Designful will be able to get that peel open. Couldn't grab the closest med spawn. He has a med kit and about 2 batteries to work with, but with that crack from Gentrifying, Designful was able to get a few of those meds, I believe.
Yeah, and Lou is a little bit low there. He's going to have to recover with a shield battery. So does Sennox. Actually, the whole Sentinel's crew got tagged up just a little bit. And one thing to notice today is Crust's main weapon, choice of weapon, is the G7 Scout. I wonder what changed from the Scout, from the longbow to the Scout today. Is it because G2 is so aggressive and he thinks Scout is a more versatile recon sniper?
That's what I would be thinking as well, just for the quick burst up close, just in case things get crazy. But even with the fire rate as well, you know, he is able to put out a lot of shots with that Sentinel in a few sightline opportunities his opponents is giving him. Nice nade from the top. Even the follow-up with the wingman shot gets 2 shots there on the opposite end on Lou. And at this moment, Designful could kind of take over. He's letting his team know that a few players are out the fight, medding up. Ooh, with the focus back there on Lou, he is 1 HP. Now he is completely out the fight. But what can G2 do with this opportunity? You're going to see Crust connect there with the Sentinel. Looking like a 2v2 fight currently on screen. Crust trying to save his team's chances. He drops down. The Mozambique connects. The bonfire with the Scout comes through. And G2 cannot convert. Sentinels stay alive.
I am absolutely speechless. What did Crust just pull out there? He was the cover fire. He's the anchor of the team.
Yeah.
And he was able to put damage on all 3 of their players. That was absolutely insane.
So I guess we know why he chose the Scout now, right?
Yeah.
The fire rate, the harassing. But like I said before, when players are giving him these small opportunities as they're peeking out of cover or they're transitioning from certain points, he gets more shots off with that Scout. Now, of course, guys, the longbow will do more damage, but in arenas, if you can just force your opponent to use their meds, I don't care if you put 25 damage on them, damage is damage. Meds, you know, the economy is what it is for each one of these squads, and that could be the most pressure in which he can put out long range just because of the rate of fire there that the Scout has. But you're seeing it once again. He was able to push back a player. But the rotation here off the wide, Lou will be weak. Sentinel's trying to hold off G2, but the harassment from the Scout is proven to be a lot. Lots of damage coming out there from Crust. G2 looks like they may be getting their footing, but here comes the pressure off screen left. Blue has to back up again. Gentrifying says, if you don't back up away from me, Designful trying to angle out Sinox here in the corner. He'll be able to reposition. But now G2 looking like they wanted to get on aggressive, but they may have been too aggressive. That down doesn't come through. But as I say it, defying Designful's knock, the bubble comes down. Sentinels on the charge, but they got to pop some batteries themselves. Is this the right opportunity? We'll find out soon. The fight ensuing. The Scout is in. The bonfire shots connect. And Sentinels looking to finish the fight, but it looks like this is a 1v1. Gentrifying versus Crust.
Crust is going to get this battery off. They're actually both going to heal, but Gentrifying is going to be a little bit more low than Crust. Crust has an EVA 8 and both his teammates' shields to work with here. In the 1v1, Gentrifying is actually going to throw the grenade. It's going to miss. He's going to play his angles. He does have a gun shield too. Gibbies normally win in these 1v1 situations, but they are the bigger hitbox. He's going to take away from his opponent's shield, and oh my god, the EVA 8 comes through, and oh my god, Sentinels wins map number 1. That was incredible. Smart play. He goes with the Scout. He was not scared whatsoever.
No. Stop it out.
No. Oh, no.
Do the dance, baby. Do the dance, because that is your map. Crust and Crust we trust. He gets it done. I love the flame decals, by the way. One of my favorite Gibby skins. Wow, what a map number 1 that was. The teammates helped, the communication, the extra shields in which he had, gave him an opportunity to pull out the Scout, clean up those kills in front, and really, it was a team effort there in the end to close out that map.
That was wonderfully played, but you got to give it to Crust for being that anchor. That sentry gun just bursting everyone down in his sights. Here we see Sennox with the PK. He wasn't able to get that knock there. Gentrifying with the volt damage. It was amazing.
Oh man, what a great map that one was, folks. And that's just map number 1 here of these series. G2 they will be behind now. They have to be able to knuckle up and come back. And, you know, we're about to head on over towards artillery. And you talked about it before, girl, that this has kind of been G2's weakness, and they're going to have to step it up here on this map before we go over towards map number 3, Thermal Station, where they'll have their best opportunity. But surely they don't want their backs that far up against the wall, being down 2-0 if they can't win their least successful map here at the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough this next map. They're going to have to think about it, talk as a team, try and chill out, because I'm sure they're very angry right now. G2 is one of those teams that when they lose, oh, you could see their blood pressure rise. And artillery is next, and they don't like this map whatsoever. So you're probably going to see a lot of aggression coming from G2, or the complete opposite. They might play it so slow. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great question, you know, because you got to ask yourself, if this is not one of your more favorable maps in our map pool, do you want to just full stand and die on your own terms, initiate every single fight when you're ready, and get into those team fights, win or lose? But that's just aggression, right? And that's something that is indicative of G2 as a whole and their culture and their play style. Or do you just want to slow it down and take some more methodical plays and find those precise moments to really engage in and not take any high percentage chances there? Wait for you to get a knock from afar and move in. And I feel like that's the opposite of what G2 normally does. But in this situation, with it being Championship Sunday, them losing map number 1, it could be an option for them. I think it'd be kind of unorthodox, but we'll see. And if I feel like if they do go for the play style of slowing it really down, it's because they're being forced to, because of too much long range fire coming out from Sentinels. Sentinels forcing them to play slow, which means that would be Sentinel controlling the pace of this map. And at that point, I feel like G2 is just gonna have to full send and get back into their flow to get comfortable again as they head into map number 3, you know, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens. And like you said, full sending can definitely bring back the energy and the hype into their team. I'm actually really curious to see what Crust is going to pick up here. Is it going to be a longbow, or is it going to be a G7 scout? Because normally off the bat, we've seen charge rifle, we've seen longbow, but we haven't seen too much G7 scout on this map in particular. So that is definitely going to be interesting. G2 Esports, they're going to go with their same comp. Nothing has changed. We see a bunch of wingmans. We see some Mozambiques here.
Repeaters.
They got the meds. They're probably going to take it slow. This is map number 1, or round number 1, sorry. And everyone's got few meds. So they don't want to take any unnecessary damage here.
Yeah, both these squads, as we can see, have pretty much flipped the map, taking the resources on each respective ends. G2 doing an unorthodox play off the start, and it's unorthodox because of where the heal has pulled. Usually teams will initiate closest to the zone, and as we can see, it's over here at this overpass. On the flip end, G2 says, okay, we know they're gonna go there. Let's hit the opposite end, get our meds, slow it down, and find some key opportunities. But Crust, in his same position that he was in yesterday, putting out a lot of damage on top of this building. G2 look like they watched the VODs, and with Designful being off there towards screen left, he is forcing Crust to have to worry about him and not help his teammates at the overpass. And I love that little just positioning. The positioning of Designful is countering Crust, and I think that's a great strategy.
Absolutely. And in the Arenas tournament today, just a reminder for a few folks, Bloodhound and Seer were banned. So these rat plays that you see Lou doing right now, he's in a little corner, he's waiting for G2 to walk past him. You normally don't see that in Apex Legends because of all of the wall hack scan type things. And they don't know that he's there. Gentrifying has never looked once towards him. It's always been towards Crust. So we're going to see if this actually pays off in the future. But Crust and Sunox are taking a lot of damage.
They really are here in the back. In slow motion, he connects with the shots one after another. puts out 62. Designful, no shields. He's knocked. G2 in a desperate situation, but we've seen Result in gentrifying get them out of these positions plenty of times before. But will they do it again? Lou is knocked. It's a 2v2. Crust, it's a Mr. Krabs moment for him. Now he has to play on a defense. He can't be offensive no more, but he will find a scout in a repeater. Oh, actually, he was going to find that Havoc. But what about his angles, his positioning? It's going to be Sentinels above. They didn't have the first blood in this round, but they're going to drop down and possibly end it. But Mozambique doesn't connect. But two players sharing 30% health. Crust gets knocked. Sinox even weaker. Did he get the battery off? He did not. Oh, he's going for the Phoenix. You about to... Is he going to rise from the ashes? Oh
my God.
Hunt it down. In the end, what a clutch coming through for G2.
I don't know if he just didn't have a battery, but that was a greedy play, but it almost
greedy indeed,
paid
right?
off. It almost paid off. I want to know how many seconds were left on that Phoenix, because it looked like, from our perspective, it was years.
Yeah, man. Like, as he was like slow walking around the box, I said, hold up, he may get this one off, but just a second away. Let's see if we see the replays from, is it going to be from his positioning? Oh, no. I was going to say if it's from the Octane's position there, that would have been something else here. But what a crazy round. Because I wanted to see if there we go. What's the seconds on it? The replay's covering it, but it looked like it was close. It looked like it was really close there at the end.
Man, that was close. That was pretty close. Nonetheless, Resulta pulled through. Gentrifying must have felt really bad after pushing that and dying in that 1v2 situation down low, but it's all right. He got his boy Resulted to clutch things up. Designful going with the Phoenix kit early. We always see the Phoenix kit as the first med popped early if you're taking in a lot of damage, because the batteries are normally used in those really tight-knit situations.
Yeah, it definitely is. They definitely are. Gentrifying had to really disengage. He got his whole life check back there at the door, but he had a battery to be utilized. Sinox is going to have to heal as well. Lou gets a little bit closer. Crust takes a little bit too much damage. Tried to get the bubble off to Lou, and what a great toss there from Gibby. Even gave him the chance to be able to move in a little bit closer, but now the close quarter battle is here. Crust says he doesn't have the luxury to be able to heal. He needs to help his teammates out, and what a beautiful call it was. Putting out damage rather than healing up and nullifying the damage his opponent put out. He chose the quickest route to victory. Oh my God.
Wow.
Folks, we just got
That was a great fight.
That was a great fight there at the end. And, you know, I got off subject right there on this team fight because I got the word that the Phoenix kid, 0.1 seconds from coming through in that round number one. But we're all tied up now. And Sentinels, they have recovered from that tragic loss.
Yeah, that was a really nice push. I thought they were actually losing that because Crust took so much damage, but his teammates just did so much work there in that 3v3 situation that it didn't really matter. Designful, he's going to go for the meds. We're tied in a 1-1 situation here. The G7 scout popping off, doing as much damage as it normally does here. And it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. We've seen teams kind of split up here. Long range distance, repeater coming in through. There's a Mozambique as a secondary, so it'll be all right if it gets to close range. But he is hitting every repeater shot. It's nice to see him.
Yeah, he isn't playing around with that weapon. And on this map, we're seeing how useful it can be. And when it comes down to the price, it's not that expensive as well. Allows you to put some extra money into your med economy. Now, we see since G2, they take control over this broken building, and I want to say they have both sides of it, but Designful getting caught out of position. I don't know if he gets his battery off. He has some help from his teammates, but with the suppressing fire coming across from Resulta and Gentrifying, he will be able to get the battery off. He recovers. Everyone has a full purple on the map, and now we're just going to see the next team fight from downtown with the nade off the back wall. Not going to connect.
He has the opportunity to get a nice weapon from the care package here, and I wonder what he's going to pick up. Lou is taking a look down low, so he won't be getting it for free, that's for sure, unless they throw a Gibby Bubble down on top. on under, but Resulta only has one Gibby bubble left. So he has to use this carefully, and they're actually going to go back. They're going to play zone back here on their building. Oh no, they're going to have to move. That's not in the zone.
No, that's not in the zone either. All they did was just kind of expose themselves a bit more. Gentrifying hitting some great shots there, but good call out on Resulta having one bubble left. That's going to be used in this last fight. But it's a lot of high side positioning for Sentinels. That Lula's in a zone up there on that top part. So he'll be able to have this power position for this last circle. And it's just going to come down to Sinox and Crust working together here for this close range battle. We never saw the care package weapon Designful walk away with, but I'm sure it's impactful right now in the moment. Designful's about to get knocked, but from above, Gentrifying, trying to save his teammate. He's gonna lose him. He has to crouch, just dodge the devastating shot. Resulta gets a knock, but through the fences, it will be Sentinels taking the map point.
Those were really hard fences to play around, to be honest, because he had to climb all the way up to try and get some cover fire with some vision. Playing behind those fences was not probably what they wanted. They wanted to get over those fences. They wanted to play the boxes. That would have been more ideal for them. It was really nice effort, and he almost clutched it off there. But Sentinels, they came through. They shot them from the side, and that was a pretty clean wipe.
Yeah, a pretty clean wipe indeed there. Oh man, what a matchup we have. I did not expect G2 to be to put so much pressure to be on them this early on in this series. After losing map number 1, now they're 1 round away from going down 0-2. This is where they have to play perfect. There is no more mistakes, no more room for error on the side of G2, and they're going to be sticking to their guns. They get up for the close quarter battle. Is going to take this bottom silo, taking some damage, but since they're already in this close quarters engagement, they're just going to rotate around. Gentrifying, one shot. Lou skipping. He gets the kill. Now he's looking for the next. Can he find Designful? Yes, he will. Then you're going to see Resulta hop out. He hits him with a few shots, but now the flank around comes through, and Sentinels will take a 2-map lead here in the semifinals.
The pressure is on, boys, because that is 2-0 for Sentinels against G2 overall today. And if they lose the next one, it's over for them. They must not be feeling great right now.
Oh man, they must not be feeling great at all. I can only imagine what's going through the minds of G2, our defending champions out here. They played so well in our last tournament. They've been playing so well throughout this one as well. You know, throughout the first 9 maps in which we watched them play, the 3 series, they just looked fantastic. But now they have finally been tested. Folks, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're actually heading to G2's hometown on Thermal Station, and we'll see if they can get back into this series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Blaze and Girl, and I'm not going to lie, guys, I had a pretty distinct dialogue on how I was going to bring this back, but now I had to throw that out there, or throw it away anyways, because Sentinels is up 2-0. We've been hyping up G2 so much that Sentinels said enough is enough. We got to shut these guys up. Well, clearly they have. We're heading into Thermal Station coming up next, but girl, those first two maps, crispy clean for Sentinels.
Yeah, they really changed up their gameplay from yesterday. I feel like their teamwork is a lot better from what we've seen in the Pittsburgh night games. In yesterday's games, they're playing a lot more together. They're playing a lot more as a team. It's reminding me of G2, and now they're beating G2. So whatever they're doing, whatever they needed to come to as a conclusion within the team, they're doing it right.
And Blaze, Gentrifying continues to do exactly what he's always been doing for G2, and that's outputting a ton of damage, 1,500 in that first map, and then 1,800 in the second map. But this is the thing. G2 is not capitalizing on that damage and capitalizing on the downs. It sounds like a broken record, right, Blaze? Because we've been saying this for certain teams throughout the tournament, you know, yesterday and today. Well, G2 is now one of those teams.
Yeah, G2 is now one of those teams. And I really think that the reason why they're not capitalizing off of that damage, because like you said, he dropped 1,800 damage in map number 2, okay?
Right.
And then the rest of his teammates, Resulta had 900 and Designful had 600. And so they can't get in close enough to be able to hit shots in on themselves, get shots in on themselves. And I really think it's just a long range harassment there on the opposite side, because Sinox, the Octane for Sentinels, he dropped 1,200 that matchup, but Crust dropped 1,250. So that extra fire coming in from the back, that's going in on Designful and Resulta to really slow them down and make it feel like Gentrifying's on an island by himself. The only way you can stop that is to challenge him, challenge Crust, challenge Sinox, challenge Lou, and hit them first. Take them off the sight line and control the sight line. Every time that they peek, have a pre-fire bullet whizzing around their head, but you have to figure out a way to match their damage output.
Well, it's not often G2 finds themselves on the back foot, but yet here they are. Sentinels has done a phenomenal job. We're heading into G2's home ground, right? Thermal Station is where they're comfortable. I do predict G2 to win Thermal Station. I also predict them to win Overflow. I think this is going to map 5, guys, but I guess they're going to have to decide it for themselves. Blaze Girl, take it away.
All right, folks, it's Guy and Girl about to head into map number 3, Thermal Station. G2 Sentinels. What a matchup that we have had so far, and a surprising one. You know, I wouldn't have been surprised if we were tied 1-1 or if G2 was up 2-0. But I'm damn sure surprised that Sentinels is up 2-0 right now. Who would have thought?
Hey, you would have thought. You guessed it right. You had the Vibe Master coming through before the tournament started, and you had faith in Sentinel. Sentinel has been playing extremely well today, and now we're gonna see if they can beat G2 on their home turf, and they take Designful down just like that. Designful caught out of position and targeted by 2 of the Sentinels players, and now it's a 2v3 situation here. That's gonna be hard for Gentrifying and Resulta, but they're not gonna give up right now. They're looking for angles, trying to get some free damage. They still have a dome to work with, so, and we've seen them pull it off before in the series.
I feel like I always see Gentrifying and Resulta in a 2v3, right? And a few times a day they have pulled them out. But man, I feel like that's a lot of pressure on them to always be in this situation. But that's the risk you take. Now Lou may go down. The melee is there, but in the end, it was a close round. Sentinels, they're going to strike first in round number 1. And yeah, Designful, he has to stop getting picked off some of these rounds. And honestly, I think it's as simple as that. You know, but with the Pathfinder, you want to take some risks. You want to use the grapple to get positioning, but it doesn't always work out.
Yeah, when Sentinel spotted him, they were like fierce tigers. They just went right in, and I can't believe Lou's grapple into this. I'm like, how are they shooting Resulta in the dome? He actually grappled in right behind him so quick. That was such a great decision to make, because that made sure that they were not getting 2v3.
Yeah, he made sure of that indeed. All right, Designful going for positioning on the pills. He missed his slide, but he has to go up against Lou because he wants it as well. Lou goes high. He gets cracked, but like an ice storm, he's going to come melting down. Designful gets the meds, but he checked up once again on Synox in a fight. Where's his teammates? Gentrifying rushes in. Gentrifying's taking some shots, but there's the point blanks in the back. It will be a G2 round.
That was well played. Designful, I thought he was going to back up off of that bin because it looked like he was there alone, but he had confidence in beating Lou in that 1v1. He knew it was him against Lou. He made the hip fire as the first shot there, and oh my goodness, the knock goes through, and his teammates were there to back him up. So once he went down for free after that, Gentrifying came in with the cleanup. As we know, Gentrifying has the highest damage on their team and resulted with the most kills. You know they're there to back you up. So Designful, as long as he can get one, you know the boys are going to be there right behind his back.
And, you know, chat came through. They said he turned off the stream. He wiped his palms off, got some water. You know, he readjusted his positioning, did an adjustment. And, you know what I mean by an adjustment. And, you know, he's back in it. He's locked in. So now Designful, he got the first blood in that last round. We'll see if he can turn up and get in focus with the squad, taking some creative angles here towards around the backside of this trolley platform. Now, Sentinels, I feel like they have so much momentum on their side over these last few maps, girl. Let's see how they're going to defend against this aggression that G2 is about to bring out. And if Sentinels can identify the aggression and switch off into their back foot and intentionally and play defense and play for damage, this could work out for them.
Oh, you can see the fire in Designful right now, taking one down again. Those entry frags, that's what we like to see from him. Sentinel's now in a 2v3 situation. Lou trying to see if they can clutch here. The dome's going to come through. The Mozambique's going to come out with the white bolt here. Wow, what a nice flick, but unfortunately does not connect. It's Lou. It's Crust. They are out, and G2 just mopped them like it's a restaurant floor, and it's after hours. Like, woo!
Somebody mad. Oh,
yeah.
Boy. Y'all done pissed off. Y'all done pissed off Designful. G2 says, yo, it's time to knuck up. Let's wake up. It's Sunday. It's championship Sunday at that. They're trying to do their fans justice, but let's see if they can win this map in a 3-1 fashion. I think that will do their morale wonders. It'll do their confidence wonders. They need this. They don't need Thermal Station to be close. But even if they win it, I think they need to win it in a clean, dominant fashion.
Yeah, and here they go, starting off with the Octane jump pad. They're going to go for the right side, and they won't be encountering Sentinels on the side. This little flankaroo that they're doing here. It's nice to see that. I wonder what they're going to do with these angles. They got Sentinels a little bit in of a pinch. They're all actually spread out. And hopefully they don't get caught spread out, because Sentinels are together here. And if they have an Octane jump pad of their own, they could be jumping on one of their players.
They definitely can be. And they're going to use that jump pad to initiate on somebody that is weak, somebody whose shields are cracked. We see Sentinels grouped up here towards the corner. They want to make G2 work for this one. But that shouldn't change their playstyle up too much, because Sentinels has had a winning formula. They have had things that work. Keep allowing Crust to put out that long range damage, and then allow Lou and Synox to move in when they feel like the time is right.
They have Sentinels kind of scared right now. Sentinels are on the outer edge of the map. They're going to have to push in. The dome, you see it's going to come through perhaps. And yes, it's going to come through. They don't want to get bullied no more. They're going on in. Them against G2 here. It's going to be a 3v3. The R3-1's not going to connect. Lou's going to go down first. It's all up to Synox and Crest. The R3-1 shots, they hit massively, but it is another clean sweep for G2 Esports. It is their home turf. We knew it all along. No, we didn't lose faith in them. All right.
Yeah, of course not.
The pressure was on them for real, though. And when all the pressure's on you, Sentinel, they might have felt a little bit relaxed. I'm sure they were trying their best, but when you're already up to, hey, you might slip up, and they kind of slipped up. They let G2 control the whole area of the map, and they got pinned, and they had to dome it up.
Yeah, you know, outside of that round number 1 where they were aggressive and they got that first knock on Designful there, from that moment on, G2 controlled this map. It was the second round. Designful came back. He got the first knock. We're all tied up 1-1. But those next 2 rounds after that, I did feel like, and I think you're in agreement, that Sentinel was playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more scared. They played the outskirts of the map as G2 with that center line control and also having Gentrifying really run around finding angles. They were able to take over and can keep that control. So I talked about them winning this map in this 3-1 fashion and why it was so important. And to reiterate that in this semifinals with this pressure, with an opponent who has beat you up these first 2 maps, I just think for the mental, they had to take Thermal Station as cleanly as they just did. If it was taxing, if they went down to a round number 9, I don't know how they'll be feeling going into overflow. They'll still be sweating like they're barely alive, like they're hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, that's very true. And now we're going to be moving on to overflow. So it's a great thing that they've beat them 3-1 because, like you said, if they were hanging on a thread, then it wouldn't have been very great for their mentals. But Sentinels really had to play like it was their last game, kind of like G2 was doing. Because it was G2's last game. It was their last map, basically.
Yep.
They put it all in the bag. But Sentinels, they were probably like, oh, we want to get this over with. Let's win. Let's play it safe. That didn't work out in their favor. You got to play for the win. You got to play like it's the very last game of Apex that you'll ever play.
I 100% agree with that. And I will say when we talk about, because we talked about G2's mental and you just mentioned a little bit about Sentinels and how they're thinking as a team, I think even on the Sentinel side, they're just like, you know what? That's their map. They rarely ever lose it. They're so talented there. I think they knew their shot going into it, and they knew G2 may take this one to series. Even before the series start, they may have said, this is going to be the hardest one for us to come out on top of. And because of that, they should still be feeling cool, calm, and collected going into overflow. Now, I'm curious to see our champ selection going into overflow. I don't think it's going to stray away from the Gibby, the Octane, the Pathfinder. It could. There are some deviations that's out there, but both these units have been using those comps so well. And as you can see on your screen, this area of the map, this close quarters, this comp, it's a lot of sight lines, a lot of close quarter battles in which you can have in some of these tight choke points, but that's where you want that Gibby bubble at, and it could be very, very useful as well. Yeah, it could be very useful.
Yeah, both of the teams excel in the bubble fighting. They both play Gibraltar very well. It would be really odd to see a new character, kind of like a Fuse or a Bangalore right now after playing that comp in the last couple of games. And yeah, we're going to see it cross on the Gibby, result on the Gibby. It's the same Octane, Pathfinder, Gibby gameplay that we've been seeing throughout the last few games here. Some damage going out, and Senox is going to have to use the first 2 shield cells that he spawned with. So they're going to have to group together and get this fight over quick and easy, not take too much damage because it's the first round. No one has that many heals.
Yeah, it's not that many heals indeed, folks. You will start to see some get picked up on these outer pills and a little bit of extra cash collected from the crafting metals. But oh, that's a lot of damage Gentrifying just took. I think Sentinels start to slowly move up off of this one, but they need to be careful to look both ways before they cross the street, because I'm sure Resulta and Designful are waiting with some nice angles to protect Gentrifying here in this position. And from here, we see that he doesn't really have any more meds to his name, but he has to be really careful.
Yeah, they have to get the first shots off indeed, but everyone's looking at this care package right now. Because it's round 1, not everyone has great guns, and getting that care package could put you in a clutch situation. Gentrifying, or Designful taking damage. Gentrifying is covering for him, doing all the damage that he can. Very nice shots. Every Mozambique shot hit, and he's just looking left and right, and this is not an easy thing to do. Strafing left, right, where are they? I need to get the first shot off. He shouldn't have to cover so many angles, but it's really important in this game.
It's so important here. He's just trying to stay mobile, trying to stay productive. You can see how his mind is thinking, but Designful on a flank, looking to make a play for the squad. Do they know he's back here? Is his position given up yet? Yeah, we can kind of see that Crust was kind of looking through the building. He's taking a peek. Yeah, and he's going to get into the engagement. So now, with Designful being the target, being the focus of attention, his teammates need to put themselves in some positions to either alleviate that pressure or put out some damage. But now Synox, he caught a player down low. He's not going to get baited. Instead, they're going to focus on these players on a high ground. The Gibby's cracked. The quick 180. 2 knocks come through. And it will be Sentinels taking map round number 1.
Ayo, they're actually very dominant in most of the round number 1s that we've seen, to be honest. They play cool, calm, and collected. They played all inside that room. Designful was going for the flank, but I think he gave it off when he may have panicked a little bit there because he slid and maybe the enemy team heard him there. So they all just grouped up into that room. They knew they outputted enough damage to make G2 Esports feel weak, and they ended up killing them in the end. So great shots by Sentinels. They outdamaged G2 Esports in round 1. We're going on to round 2.
All right, headed on to round number 2. Let's see if G2 can get us all tied up 1-1. If not, their tournament life will be on a line. So much pressure early on in this map number 4, but it just shows you how important that round number 1 is. You don't want to be in this spot. You don't want to be in that spot where your opponent's just 1 round away. But even though they're 2, it still feels like it, right? It's like that pressure times 2. Lots of shots coming out for Lou. He has to watch his 6. He's tucked in a corner, looking to get his grapple back and to go high on a flip in. He is going to fly through behind Resulta. Resulta holds the L trigger, but he can't win that battle in the end. Sentinels at series point.
Oh my goodness. Nah, they have not been under so much pressure until this exact moment. Gentrifying went in, he hit so many shots, but Lou was right behind him to get those free shots and help take him down. Synox with the perfect wingman shot. Lou with the grapple in. It was a 2v2 situation, and Sentinels just has so much less pressure, which is making G2 do things that maybe
don't normally
they never wanted to do.
Yeah, they got them playing off tilter. They got them not feeling like themselves, but as we know, if you want to be a champion, you have to adapt to every given situation, and it's going to be the last fight. A headbutt here towards screen left. You're going to start to see Gentrifying get up close, misses a few wingman shots, a nade behind him in which he can't dodge, but with the doors being broken, he holds true. He continues to hit his shots and will not falter. The first knock is in. Lou getting res, but Synox moves up to soak up some of the damage, to fight back. The nade's on the ground. It could be deadly, but now he backs up, needs a battery. His teammates move on forward to initiate in the fight, to gain the focus here of G2 as they're starting to push him back. Resulta guarding amongst the flank. He can't make it happen. Synox is 1 shot. G2 is out of here, and Sentinel will go to the finals.
Wow, I kind of want to give MVP to Synox there, pushing while his teammate was getting revived. That was crucial.
That was huge.
They played that so incredibly well. You can see that their teamwork today is impeccable. They're not making any mistakes today. G2 might be a little bit on tilt after that one.
Well, first and foremost, it doesn't matter if they're on tilt or not. They're done. They get third or fourth. Sentinels moves forward to the grand finals. Wow. Honestly, the entire tournament, it goes without question. We've all been supporting we're not supporting G2 necessarily, right? Whoever's going to win is going to win. The best team is the best team. It is what it is. But for G2, clearly the favorite, the champions from last time, they have been absolutely dominating. They looked as if they were going to run away with this one as well. And then they hit a brick wall. And obviously that was Sentinels. The Vibe Master, once again, proving himself right. And I do believe, girl, that's your first loss. So Vibe Master, take and you know what, girl? That's okay, because I think you're still in the lead, because Blaze has also got some more wrong in the back. Blaze, Vibe Master, take the floor, man. What's going on? Why'd you go with Sentinels?
Yo, man, honestly, I think it's just really 3 words that we got to hone in on.
Okay.
In crust, we trust, which was 4. I'm not good at
That was
math.
4.
But hey, we're here though, right?
He
but
is
even
truly my
even
duo.
though I'm making mistakes, Sentinels made none, okay? And when I was looking at their team here today and I was thinking about it and I saw the stats coming into this one, I had a feeling. I said, you know what? Ever since Sentinels made that reverse sweep when they were almost knocked out from the Knights in qualification round, they have turned up to a different level and showed some consistency after being so close to being knocked out this tournament, right? They got their early tournament scare out the way where G2 just had their first. And so they wasn't able to handle it in their second matchup of the day up against Sentinels. But man, you know, it was a great matchup nonetheless. It honestly could have went either way between both these squads. But at the end of the day, man, Sentinels wanted it just a bit more.
Girl, Sentinels did want it a bit more. Obviously, Blaze, has been saying, in Crust we trust. Once he said that the first time, he's like, I'm never letting that go. I'm going to trademark it if I can. But we're also hyping up Lou, right? I guess Lou, I don't know if it's true. Did he really turn off his stream and everything? If he did, that's pretty crazy. Clearly, Lou wanted this as well.
Yeah, man. You know, you turn that stream off, you get focused.
Girl, hey, what's up with Lou? What's going on? First and foremost, Synox, we highlighted him. Obviously, Lou performed well. Crust performed well. You said, who did you say your MVP was?
Synox for pushing while they had one knocked. He pushed in through the dome. He put the cover fire. He threw the grenades. I don't know. He just made an opening on that last game, and that was pretty cool in my eyes.
Yep.
Hey, look, we started off, Blaze, Synox versus Gentrifying, right? Synox clearly was that guy to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is, because, you know, it's funny that was our head-to-head matchup, and we've already kind of broken down the play, but Gentrifying soaking up that nade damage to get the first knock in the fight and set the pace for his team. But then his play is completely countered by Synox being the focus of attention. Like, the nade was the really key part. And then he knocks Gentrifying with the pistol and returns the favor. That was our series in a nutshell right there. That little 1v1 matchup. And we saw who the better Octane was.
Well, I know a lot of channel points were lost, okay? So now it's time to catch up a little bit. We have another semifinal matchup. Hey, we got one more spot in Grand Finals, right? We know Sentinels, they're chilling. They're there. They can now do some VOD review, live VOD review, and see what they want to do. Formulate a plan heading into Grand Finals, whoever their opponent's going to be. But now we have Ghost versus Arena Demons, and this one is going to be another great semifinals. Arena Demon, clearly the underdog, the dark horse, if you will, that I deemed them, and they are definitely making good on that promise. And Ghost, well, second place last time, they no longer get the chance to have revenge against G2. That has now passed, so now it's all about Arena Demons and then Sentinels after that. Let's see if Ghost can pull it off, or maybe Arena Demons, they can continue to make their miracle run true. We'll find out after the break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Gahi and Girl, and it's going to be, whoa, Girl, hold up a second. I didn't even know this was Girl, what are you wearing?
A nice blouse I got online.
Yeah.
And
Oh, okay. There's nothing else different about you at all?
No, that's a nice little fit there.
Am I out of my mind, chat? Chat, is there something, am I missing something? Now we got Gahi, and now we have Girl. Anyways, I guess I'm losing my mind. Well, check it out. I'm about to lose my mind. We got my dark horse team, Arena Demons, coming into play, and they're playing against Ghost, the second place from last time. This is going to be a good one, without question. And you know what? Arena Demons, there's just something special about them. They do a lot of things right, and two of those players, at least from Ghost and Arena Demons, who do everything right, it seems, is Panders and Ronnie. I think you're Girl. Well, Girl, talk to me about Panders and Ronnie. What's special about them?
well, what's special about them is that they got a lot of damage and a lot of kills, and they're entry fraggers, and they are aggressive.
They are really aggressive.
Are you a DJ now too? What's going? Is this really Girl?
A woman of many hats.
Okay,
go, right? Many hats, many skills there.
Blaze, what about these two players though that you like, man? I mean, Panders, Ronnie, they just excel at everything they do.
Yeah, they do excel, right? Look at the kills confirmed over the 10 to 12 maps in which they played. A few more there for Ronki, but the damage per game is exceptional. The kills per game is exceptional. The amount of total kills in which they've had so far, they are able to clean house, confirm kills for their team, and that's something that's super important. We can see that they're leading the charges for both their respective squads.
I think it's crazy that Ronnie has 17k total damage with only with 3 kills per game. That shows me not only is he being selfless, but he's also able to pick up those elims when he can. That damage is truthfully one of the biggest stat lines that I look for across all games, because that means you're also being a support player, other than just a slayer, which, you know, those can be quite selfish, but they still have their part. Overflow, Party Crasher, Artillery, Phase Runner, and Thermal Station. Which one makes me most excited? Honestly, Phase Runner makes me most excited, Girl. And the reason why is because Arena Demons has Aiden the Destroyer that plays 3 different legends, but most importantly, Rampart on Phase Runner makes things weird.
Yeah, it certainly does. I actually messaged a friend yesterday showing him that Rampart was used in competitive arenas gaming, and he's like, I've known this all along. So seeing all of these different legends, especially on Party Crasher, they use another legend. It's going to be different. It's always different when you're playing against Arena Demons. It's not something you expect. It's not something you practiced against in prior games unless you've encountered them before.
Okay, so now this is the Girl that I know right here. Okay, we're changing, and now we're back to Blaze. Yo, you guys are messing me up here, or whatever. Maybe
happened?
I just blacked out.
I don't know what
I
you're
guess I
talking
had a
about,
stroke.
Taylor.
I'm gonna be honest. I must have had a stroke. I don't even know where I'm at this point. I don't even know what to do. Okay, anyways, but let's do our predictions. And who do I start with? Huh? Vibe Master. Let's start with you, brother, because there's some people who predicted Sentinels, but I can't say. You forgot to put. But we'll get yours in a sec. Who are you going with, Blaze?
So for this matchup between Ghost and Arena Demons, both these two teams I feel like are very aggressive, very electric, and they've put on a show throughout this weekend. But when we see these two bucks clash, who is gonna come out on top? I'm leaning in favor of Arena Demons. I think they're upset with themselves for not being able to take the first tournament, and here with all the practice in which they put in on arenas, I want to lean in favor towards them into this series, because the last 3 maps I watched them play was damn near flawless.
Yeah, I mean, really flawless, quite honestly. Girl, who are you going to end up going with? Go second place. But then again, we took it really for granted, it seems, for G2 taking first last time. So maybe those previous stats, they don't mean anything. Arena Demons looks very serious.
They do, and they put in a lot of time and effort into their compositions that they've been playing throughout the tournament, and they can hit their shots. They've got the full package, but Ghost Gaming, they've been playing flawlessly just as well. They don't have the amount of characters that Arena Demons do play, but sometimes, the old school ways bring it out on top. So I'm going for the OG old school ways.
Okay, old school ways going with Ghost. Fair enough. We got to divide once again, chat. Curious where you guys go, because Ghost is clearly the fan favorite, or at least has been. But Arena Demon's performance, I believe, has shifted the mindset for a couple of you out there. So chat, please let me know, who are you guys going with? I actually forgot to bet. I really did. I see it's really close though, and it's going to be Arena Demons. Again, Arena Demons has really shifted the public opinion. I strongly believe against anybody else, they're going with Ghost here. But now Arena Demons, they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Now the limelight is really on them. They've already made the money, but the chance to make more is here. They just got to want it. Hey, Blaze, girl, take it away. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, folks, this is going to be an incredible matchup. Our last semifinals before the finals, and we get a chance to see who is going to progress forward and play up against Sentinels. Girl, I'm super excited for these matchups because, as I said before, I feel like these two teams have similar play styles when it comes down towards aggression, and that's really going to tell the tale of this tape on who can handle that the best.
Yeah, the one thing that Ghost Gaming has to do is adapt to Arena Demon's playstyle. They're going to pull out a Rampart. They're going to pull out a Horizon. You never know what they're going to pull out of their Magic Hat. So that's something Ghost Gaming is going to have to adapt to. But something that they have is their versatility and how fast they can get to those bins. They're like really, really, really fast. And their teamwork around those bins, getting those angles onto the other team, it's really close.
It is close, but on the flip end, we can give the creativity over towards Arena Demons with their experience and their reps. But I think when it comes down towards the experience of just Apex and battle royales and being in so many different scenarios, I go over towards Ghost. And one player's performance today on Ghost that has been so fantastic to watch has to be Panders, and I think he is going to be the X factor of this Ghost squad. We're going to be paying close attention to him in the plays in which he's going to be making for his team, because I think he is going to create a lot of openings, and we will see if that holds true. It is time to kick off our second semifinals of the day. We are Overflow. It's Ghost Gaming versus Arena Demons. We hope you guys are having a fantastic time at home on this Sunday afternoon. Championship Sunday for Apex Arenas here at UMG Gaming. Lock it in. Here we go, kicking it off with Sticks.
On this map in particular, you're going to see many Mozambiques, but Ronnie, he is unique. He likes to play with that Volt. He has it on first round. He's going to be playing against Purple Bolt Mozambiques, and we'll see if that works out for him. Ghost Gaming tend to play around this side. They love this room. We've seen it before. And it's going to be a slow start here. The Volt isn't going to do too much damage across the map, but he has so much ammo to use, so why not get some poke damage and try not to get caught out.
Yeah, and we see that's the goal also, too, as well. We see Arena Demons straying away from the meta. They shift out to Gibby. They bring in the Bangalore for the smokes. We'll see if that helps them out, but they are versatile when it comes down to every single map. They'll keep the Pathfinder in the Octane combo in hand at all times, but swapping out that third guy. Now, let's see. With the Mozambique shots connecting, both these squads got to heal up shields. Metro is going to have to dart out, but now with that being said, Arena Demons, they smell blood. They knock down Panders, and they're looking for the next because they know Metro has to heal somewhere.
Wow, these Mozambique shots through the smoke, and they got them all. That is a 1-0 for Arena Demons in game one. Those smokes came in clutch for them.
They came in so clutch for them. Now, here we go. Heading here into round number 2. Let's see. How is Ghost Gaming going to be able to turn this one around, come back into this series? Take a look at the replays here from the last round. Oh, that Mozambique was hitting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Panders was trying to cover fire, and it was really well. He did do some damage, but Ronnie was too close to him. So as he was running away, he maybe didn't have a grapple, or maybe he didn't feel like he was under that much pressure, but walking just those 2 seconds right in front of him, it brought him down, and he was the first knock in it. And once you're in a 3v2 situation, the adrenaline kicks in, and Arena Demons just took it.
Yeah, they just took that map indeed. Now, here, as we're going to start to see, Ghost Gaming looking for their first round here. Both these squads gonna start trading out some nades towards the back. He tried to bang it off that back wall. Goes a little bit here too deep. Sticks is gonna regroup. In the moment, both these teams just looking to get out some damage here. Just get a shield crack. They've gotten any meds in which they can get off the start. They've gotten their weapons. This care package just landed. We'll see if anyone wants to play off of that for a bit. Oh, but here comes Panders. Repositions himself. The wingman's up. Sees some bullet tracers here towards the right. Looking to move in. Rodney is going to have to be able to just heal up. The care package goes in favor of Arena Demons. They're going to find themselves an EVA 8. Some other weapons as well. But now Ghost has their backs against the wall.
Yeah, they have their backs against the wall. Arena Demons is playing the map to their advantage. They had the best side of it to begin with, and now Ghost Gaming is going to have to work with what they got. They tried pushing on Ronnie there, but you got to give it up to Arena Demons for playing Bangalore. Aiden with the perfect smoke in the middle so that they couldn't catch up to his teammate Ronnie, and Ronnie got out scotch-free. They got them pinched in a corner, but can Ghost Gaming get out of this pinch? It's going to be really hard. They got all the angles on them.
Yeah, they got all the angles indeed. Ghost Gaming, man, they can't get out of here. They're trying to fight their way back. That's a nice wingman connection there. He's lined up for the second, hits him for 45. But with that bit of damage going out and that brief opportunity where heals were starting to come through, you see Ghost, they initiate. Panthers tries to get in, connects with the wingman shots, gets the down on Pathfinders. His teammates there as well. 2 members down. They're trying to get the last, and they will. Panders takes over at that round. Ghost Gaming on the board.
Hey, if you're in chat and you're a fan of Arena Demons, you hate to see it because Ghost Gaming kind of cleaned them pretty well. I don't know how they got away with going from their backs to the zone to pushing Arena Demons off of high ground. How could you give that up?
Yeah, you can't give that one up. You can't give it up there. They had that. They had the positioning. But just 2 wingman shots coming from Panders, the IGO makes the call out, says we move now. This is the only opportunity in which we have. They didn't want to wait for their opponent to heal up and trade some more shots. The zone was moving in, and sometimes you got to make something happen out of just the little in what you have. So we head here into round number 3. Nade cocked. Not going to be connected at the door. We see from the mini map that both these squads are going to be kind of spread out here as well. So they're going to take each respective side, distribute the meds. Purple shields distributed across too. So let's see how this round wants to break out.
Yeah, and it kind of showed the advantages of playing Gibraltar versus Bangalore. Yeah, sure, you could save your teammates with a Bangalore smoke, but having Gibraltar, having that dome with your back against the wall, Six was able to pull off a really nice bubble, and playing in that bubble just opened the field up for them. So it's like a give and take depending on what character you play, but ooh, the volt shots coming in across the map by Ronnie. This guy is going insane.
Yeah, he is going insane here. Oh, through the smoke. He's connecting. Now he has to disengage, but you see Panders is weak. Sticks is weak as well. The pressure's coming through from Arena Demons. They got 2 knocks. Sticks, can he get the battery? Do they know where he is? Aiden, he doesn't hop over just yet. I don't know if they know he's in the corner. Yes, they do. Tries to make something happen. Can't get the knock. And Arena Demons are just breathing fire on Ghost Gaming.
And the advantages of playing Bangalore. I feel like the advantages of playing Bangalore versus the disadvantage of not playing Gibraltar is working out in the Arena Demons' favor. They're playing with the Digi threats so incredibly well, sneaking into those smokes and just shooting them in the back. That is incredible. And Ghost Gaming really have to look out for that in their next map, because this is the last map. If they can't win this one, they lose this map and they have to go next.
Yeah, yo, they have to win this round. This is so important. Ghost Gaming does not want to go down 101 maps, especially they don't want to just give that confidence and that comfortability over to Arena Demons. We're off into the round. Metro trying to protect the meds there to the right. The peel didn't get open, but he will connect with 1 shot. Just quickly trying to put some suppressing fire over there as he's trying to regain his footing as well. But with the arc star being thrown past him, Rodney is going to be at the underpass. He's looking for an angle, but he's going to have to look for a battery soon, as well as Metro. He backs up. His call out was cracked. The call out that he was cracked came through. The meds were acquired from Arena Demons. We're going to start the reposition now.
This is really interesting because Aiden now has his ultimate on Bangalore, and I've never seen that used too much on ranked here, but the nade comes through, and Ronnie's definitely going to push off that. They're not going to let them get away with this. Ghost Gaming taking a hit, a very heavy hit here. Ronnie going to try and clean this one out. Metro, he's going for a gun swap in the middle of the fight. Panders, he's trying to clutch it up. The grapple's not going to do it. And there goes Ghost Gaming. Arena Demons taking the win on map number 1 of the semifinal series.
Man, it seems to be that the Demons are more fearsome than the Ghosts, as they're going to take map number 1. This team full of young guns and, you know, faces in which probably aren't too known in the Apex Legends BR scene. But when it comes down to arenas and the time in which they put in, girl, it's been incredible to just kind of see their dominance in this game mode. What can you tell me about Arena Demons?
It just shows, honestly, the time, the practice, their thought process of each individual character that they're playing. They're playing their best Apex Legends possible. Their 3v3s are pretty awesome. They haven't lost many of them. They lost this one to Ghost Gaming, though. They had a really good push on Ghost Gaming. But Arena Demons are controlling the field. With this Bangalore, with all these smokes, and all of the Digi-Threats, with the weaponry that they choose, the Volt can carry a Digi-Threat. You normally don't see people with a Volt in arenas, but it just shows their dominance and prowess here.
Yeah, it shows it indeed, man. Good job there to Arena Demons to take map number 1 against a team who was in our grand finals at the last event. But the champions, they're knocked out. Okay, we will have a new champion this tournament, folks, if you guys didn't catch the memo just yet. So I'm excited to see who is gonna end up meeting Sentinels there in the finals. But now we gotta head on over towards Party Crashers. And we know when it comes down to Arena Demons that they are not shy when it comes down to switching up some of these champions and mixing up the pool a bit. Who do you think that they go for in place of the Bangalore in which they had the last round, girl?
I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like they went Horizon the last time they played this map. So we might look to see for Horizon. I believe they played against Navi on this map. I don't know who ended up winning that one, but I know they did beat Navi yesterday with all of these character switches. So definitely look for Horizon coming through. Horizon's great because you can get that verticality on both of the sides. You can get up and down really fast. I don't know if there are other characters that they like to play on this map. Gibraltar would work, but I have it in my gut that it's going to be Horizon.
All right, yeah, Gibraltar could work. Horizon has been a good pick when it comes down to Party Crashers as well, just being having that queue for the verticality, get on top of the shifts, but even more importantly, just to really just get behind your opponent and have a different option when it comes down to initiation. And so we'll see if that holds true. As you've heard me say a bunch, my favorite team comp was seeing a Mirage in, but you know, you got to really have his ultimate to shake some things up with him. But now we about to load into map number 2 momentarily. This matchup between just both our semifinals so far has been nothing but exciting. Now, let's focus in on the side of Ghost Gaming. What do they need to do here in this map number 2 for them to be able to tie the series up 1-1?
Honestly, the characters that they picked last game would work really well on Party Crashers. We've seen a lot of people jump pad over, go and try and get those quick kills. We've seen Gibby Dome being used to push up and be aggressive. Throwing grenades is going to be really important because most teams take both of their high grounds here. I'm not sure if they're going to try like a Bangalore play on this map. I don't see it, but we'll see here in a second.
Yeah, we will see here in a second, folks. Map number 2 about to get underway, and it is a party in which we are all too happy to crash in our second semifinals of the day. We hope you guys are having a fantastic time in chat. You guys have been awesome throughout the entire weekend, and this Apex Arenas action in which we've had has been a joy each and every tournament in which UMG Gaming has ran. So we're almost close to having our grand finals, which will be being brought to you guys by Onset and Gaskin, and we get to all be overly joyed by their bromance with each other. Because I don't know about you, girl, I can't get enough of it. You know.
Absolutely. They have a very nice chemistry together, and they've been casting together for a long time, and it really shows here. But now on with Arena Demons, we've got a Valkyrie here. It isn't a Horizon, it's a Valkyrie. You know what? Almost the same character. Okay.
Yeah.
Apex is going to hate me for saying that, but you know what? They both have some verticality, so.
But also on the flip end, what Valkyrie has that the Horizon doesn't will be the missiles, an ability that can stun and do some damage and add some extra pressure to these team fights. You just saw the rockets come through to really clear off the top side of that building. And I think that's primarily how that ability is going to be utilized. Now, we need to ask ourselves if it is going to be, when that's used, does Arena Demons, are they trying to really just get some initial damage off as Ghost Gaming is just trying to flood to the sides, flood to the second level? They're looking to make some plays off those rockets, and we'll see exactly what that is going to be here soon. But so far, oh, Metro, he got cracked. Just saw the rotation from Arena Demons off to the side to get a better angle. That just took Metro and Panders out the fight. It's going to be Sticks getting aped on towards the back end of the ship. He's cracked. Oh, the quick turnaround and hit Panders from 41 knocks him down a bit. And with the knocks coming through, Arena Demon is feeling comfortable in the moment, just trying to hit their shots. It's a winnable situation, but soon not to be anymore, as Panders will be the last one left. He's taken out. Arena Demons take round number 1.
They are absolutely destroying in the series today. We haven't seen any team like them. They have a character for every map. I know I say that all the time, but it's so respectable. The Valk play with the missiles is super important because there's so many little spots where people try and hide behind, so it's great to initiate. And whoever flanked on the far right and got that like headshot body shot, oh, that game was won because of them. And Ghost Gaming, they're down 0-1. You can't rely on the map to save you. You can't rely on the map to hide behind all of these boxes. You gotta be looking left and right and centered here. So see if they can pull this one through.
All right, and it was Aiden who flanked around and got those shots with the Valkyrie that last round and create the opening. He's gonna dart. I was gonna say he was gonna dart away. At first I thought he took flight just a bit. I'm pretty sure he did, but on the flipping Ghost, they gotta pop some meds. They're gonna be at the low ground, the top being controlled by Arena Demons, but Ghost Gaming in a difficult spot. Demi is trying to just, if he connects with a few more shots at that wingman, I swear he calls that push.
Oh, of course he does. And he's got the grapple in hand. He's actually got 3 grapples to use, so he doesn't have to use them carefully as long as he gets the damage through. But Aiden got cracked. Aiden's gonna have to fall back behind his team. Metro also got cracked, but Metro's actually getting arc start, and that's gonna leave an opening for Dimmy to hit him with a wingman. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Unfortunately for Metro, was not safe there. He may have needed a bubble there. Maybe can they get a bubble revive going? I'm not quite sure, but the Arena Demons are looking for them.
Yeah, they are looking for him indeed here. The shots over the top, the cracks there from Sticks, the quick 180, trying to take some fire away from him. But as you can see, he's getting surrounded. Arena Demons taking their time, not trying to give him any play, working together as a unit. And now they are at map point against Ghost Gaming, looking to go up 2-0. What a great performance here out of Arena Demons. And I talked about it being a battle of aggression between these two squads. And it seems like Arena Demons has showed that they are the toughest team in this lobby so far, forcing Ghost Gaming to have to play into their hands.
Absolutely. And now if Apex Legends finds that these arenas are going to get super huge tournaments, someone's going to have to pick these demons up because they may be the best arena team that we've seen all day today. But we'll find out if they can beat Ghost Gaming. They play against Sentinels in the finals, and that will be a real treat to see.
Yeah, it'd be a real treat indeed. Now here in a moment, some long range nades coming out here from Arena Demons in what could be the final round of this map. We'll see if Arena Demons wants to change up their pace any which way with them being at map point, but I don't ever think that's a good game plan. You stick to what's working, stick to what your opponent can't figure out. And we have to call out Daimi so pressed up on his opponent's top balcony. He is keeping these guys down low. They cannot leave the spot to the left or the right because they're going to get into some engagements. But with the Gibby bubble, one player will be fleshed towards the back. Everyone full shields on the side of Ghost. Aiden looking to do something about that. Connects with the repeater shots, repositions. He's still full health to try to protect his teammate. He needs a knock. Can't get it. It's looking like Ghost is going to get their first round on the board, barring Rodney does not clutch up here. The repeater doing a lot of damage, but it won't be enough. Ghost, great initiation from him off the Gibbio.
All right, they're bringing it back. Ghost Gaming kind of getting the energy that they needed, got the entry frag. They can do this. They're just as good as the enemy team. They just got to get out of their mental. And here we go into the replays to see what we just witnessed. Metro with the perfect shots underneath. The Mozambique shots to hit it off. Ronnie trying to clutch up. The repeater does so much damage with the hip fire, but it's not a clutchable weapon, kind of like we've seen the PK, the massive do before, but it's just very versatile. Long range, short range, it's great, but it's not the weapon to clutch with.
Yeah, it's a good buy for versatility and to get better usage out of your economy, but it's not the ideal weapon for a clutch scenario. Now, here you go. Bubble popped early, blocking off some of those sight lines, allowing Ghost to move up just a bit. Metro can't dodge that nade, and that is intel over towards Arena Demons, but that doesn't slow down Panders. He knows his teammate needs a distraction. This is where he needs to be the aggressor, but my God, that repeater is clapping. Oh! Arena Demons, they take map number 2 and go up 2-0 in the series. I guess it was the repeater that was crashing a party, girl.
Oh man, we seen them play the repeater yesterday and it just works so well in arenas and actually in Battle Royale as well. Are we going to see a 3-0 sweep here today? I have no idea, but they are playing phenomenally.
Yeah, they are playing phenomenally indeed. We already watched one team that we saw in our grand finals take an early exit in the semis, but as far as the other, they're about one map away from suffering the same fate. Folks, that's going to do it for me and girl for now. But when we come back, we got map number 3 coming up, and we'll see if Ghost Gaming can spawn back into this series.
Arena Demon's about to make me act up because you know what? Coming in, man, I was hit up, said, let's play in this tournament. And I said, you know, can you guys bring your A game? We can bring our A game. We're going to do this. They're doing this right. We got Ghost second place from the last event. And right now, Arena Demons is up 2-0. And not to mention, they did that on Overflow Party Crasher 3-1 respectively. I am seeing some disgusting plays. Now, speaking of which, Blaze, Aiden the Destroyer had you losing your mind. In this play right here, how do you hit those shots with the repeater? What is he doing?
Honestly, they're pretty easy, Taylor, okay? Especially if you got the shattered caps on them. But that's the versatility of that weapon. Now, in some situations, it ain't gonna be that good. But he had it in the right scenario in which he needed it in, and he got it done with those shattered caps, okay? Good job to him. Put a lot of damage with that repeater throughout the entirety of the map, and having that Valkyrie and being able to position himself in any which way in which he wanted to.
Artillery is coming up next, girl, and this is going to be a fun map. We're going to get to see, I'm assuming anyways, most likely Horizon from Aiden the Destroyer. He's been rocking that quite well, and if I remember correctly, against Na'Vi, this map ended pretty quickly from the Black Hole, or maybe I'm thinking Party Crasher. Either way, the Black Hole is going to be a big impact, at least in my mind here, and I can't wait to see it, because one of the things about Arena Demons on Artillery is they are not scared to overtake high ground, and when they do, girl, they do it with a purpose, and when they have the advantage. Blaze, girl, this is going to be incredible. I can't wait to see it unfold. Take it away.
All right, folks, we're about to head into map number 3. It's going to be on Artillery between both these squads, and so far throughout the day, we have seen nothing but some great Apex Arenas gameplay. Girl, are you excited as we're about to head into Artillery?
I'm excited for Arena Demons. I'm a little bit scared for Ghost Gaming now. They have to pull this one through if they want to continue their series. But Arena Demons seems like the team to beat right now because they are excelling on every single map. They've got a certain character that they play, and this time it might be Horizon. I feel like yesterday I've watched Arena Demons take height with Horizon. They can come up, they can black hole instantly, they can throw their arc stars, or they can just shoot for the heads. They have so many different options, and I don't know what Ghost Gaming has got to do to bring it back into their favor.
Oh, good question. We'll see if Ghost Gaming sticks to their guns, or if they're going to get versatile as well when it comes down towards the champ pool. Octane and Pathfinder are stables, but we've seen rotation of the Gibby multiple times. And so, folks, we are going to have to reset the lobby one moment, but we'll be hopping into this map here momentarily. And so, you know, just because we're on a conversation of champ pools, when it comes down to this map, we have seen a Horizon come to play. We have seen a Wraith come and play as well. We even saw a Fuse one map also too, for trying to have some great utilization of those nades up top on that overpass. But outside of those 3 champions, it's been pretty much the Gibby on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Fuse is pretty cool. I like Fuse a lot. You already know, everyone knows that I like Fuse. But I think Horizon is probably the most dominant because she can get up to the high ground. You know, you need the Octane jump pad to get there quick. The Pathfinder zipline or the grapples up works. And the Valk just is a little bit too slow to go from bottom ground all the way up to that high ground that they usually take on the west or the left side. So instead of Valk, they're going to go with Horizon because she can get up much quicker. And honestly, I don't know. Maybe a Caustic's going to come out. Someone might beam us here. You never know. Caustic might work.
Hey, you know, he could definitely work when you think about the harassment in which he can do with his ult. I could definitely see his ult taking some players off some key height positions and forcing them to have to scurry at difficult times if he does come through. But, you know, and honestly, he could stop some full scenes. Just having one gas canister somewhere close by to a retreat point for the squad or tucked away where you're grouped at, it can slow down anyone from initiating you and probably force your opponent to play the long range game. And some squads won't be mad going tit for tat with the longbows and the scouts and the sentinels with their opponent because they may like that style of play. And a Caustic could honestly force that, okay? But that's us just, thinking about strategy and champions that can kind of come into the pool. And, you know, it could be cool. It could be cool.
Which I'm sure Arena Demons have done all of this thinking already. You know, they
Right?
put so much time into their thought process of what characters they wanted to play to potentially end up winning them this whole series and getting them a lot of money today. So if they can win this one out, they'll have a lot of energy for the finals. But if they prolong the series, if they can't 3-0 Ghost Gaming, they're going to get a little bit tired. They've got a lot of practice in. Can they win this one through? I'm going to predict Horizon. I think you're going to predict Horizon. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm predicting Horizon 2 as well for the switch up. We're about to see if it comes through or we get absolutely surprised. And it's always a surprise when it comes down to Arena Demons, but it shouldn't be because they are that creative with the amount of reps in which they have had in Arena in the past. But folks, we are officially heading into map number 3. It's Ghost Gaming versus Arena Demons here on Artillery. Let's see if Arena Demons take this series 3-0 and move to the grand finals versus Sentinels, or will Ghost Gaming rise from the dead and start getting back into this series?
Okay, Six started off with dealing 120 damage. That is a great start for Ghost Gaming. Hit both of his longbow shots, and this is what I expected from Arena Demons. I wanted to spurt out Repeater because I feel like this is one of their, this is one of their signature weapons. It's great for long range, great for close range, and it's great for this map in particular. Will it outdamage the longbow? They got the meds here. Let's see if Ghost Gaming is going to push up off of that, but Metro takes them too much.
Yeah, that shot slows down a push after that crack came through. But the intel is there for Arena Demons. Now, they haven't really moved from their positioning just yet. They're just going to hold some of these headies and go for that long-range battle with the repeaters. And they have the Mozambique in their back pocket if they need it for the close-range engagement. But on the flip end, Ghost Gaming making sure that they can get this care package. A lone flank coming in from Arena Demons. They got Ghost Gaming pinched, and they have the long-range weapons. They're just looking for one down to move in from 3 different angles.
I'm surprised that he didn't take the bow there because the bow is pretty good long range as well. Maybe compared to the wingman, maybe not. I don't know.
It was a blue bow too, so it got the 2 times. And if you hit with it, if you can hit the bow tech shots, by all means, I think it's a little bit better than the wingman. It can get a little bit more. You can get flustered when players get close to you with it, but you got the Mozambique for those type of fights. Now we see Aiden having to pop a battery in his opponent's bubble. He's going to have to get into this fight soon. Multiple Ghost members weak. He knows it, but he's not going to give up the high ground. That's a lot of discipline from Aiden. Now he hits his shots. Mozambique out. Can't get the down, though. Does he have help? Where's his teammates? The damage is in on Sticks. But now the last knock comes through. But in the end, the flank came through from Rodney. Arena Demons take the first round.
Yeah, that was very patiently played by Arena Demons, I feel. And like you said, he kept calm. He kept the high ground there. And that's what a pro player would always do. To keep the high ground, you never want to jump and risk a 50-50 fight when you know you can get your shots through in a couple of seconds. And Ghost Gaming, they just did not know he was on top of their heads. They cannot leave the high ground up to Arena Demons just to get shot for free.
Yeah, she can't give that one up whatsoever there, folks. But as we said there before, it was just discipline when it came down to positioning that won Arena Demons that round. So I will see if that holds true coming into this one. Both these squads fighting for these early meds, but Dimey says, forget the meds. I want the kills. Trying to wrap around. The bubble was there for the help. He couldn't get the knock. What a beautiful recover coming in there from the opposite end.
Yeah, but fortunately for Arena Demons, Ronnie was able to get the re-knock. So they traded 1-1. Panders is actually going to get revived here by Metro. They are going to get the revive off. He's going to pop for a quick battery. Six is going to have to cover for them for now here. And oh my goodness, Demi is down. Wow, the wingman shot. No way. No way, Panders. Is he going to clutch this one up? He's got Metro on his side. And wow, what a turnaround.
A big turnaround. Yeah, it was a battle of the Pathfinders for those meds. And Dimey, he was aggressive. I don't blame him for trying to get that knock, but you have to be careful swinging too far around that pillar, because everybody's focusing that is the objective to kick off the round. It's a battle for the meds. So he took a little bit too much damage. The bubble came in to try to save Panders, and he just did a little bit better with that bubble fight and was able to get himself to safety for the revive to come through. So great adjustments there from him for getting pressed as much as he did to kick off that round. And now let's see if him and his teammates of Ghost Gaming can get their second round on the board.
The jump pads come through. They're able to get the high ground really quickly here. Ronnie not able to connect a shot with the repeater just yet. And Six unable to hit his longbow shots, but oh my goodness, Aiden actually goes down quite a bit. He's gonna have to pop a 7-second med kit here soon. Metro gonna heal up. Are they gonna push off of the damage that they've dealt, or do they know that they've already healed? No, Panders gets caught out of position. He's down. This is a 2v3 situation. Six and Metro are gonna have to clutch this one up, but how?
Yeah, how is indeed, because Panders is down so far out of position. He cannot get res. This has just come down to Arena Demons taking their numbers, but Sticks and Metro. We got a Hemlock Mozambique, and I believe it's a longbow in the hands of Sticks, as well as maybe a wingman. We'll see what we're. Ooh, the single fire on the Hemlock connect and put out a lot of damage there. That slows down the assault of Arena Demons, and it almost made it a 2v2 for a second. But you see how Arena Demons initiates. They got a little bit of a crack there. Sticks hits a solid shot there against Dimey. The lift from the horizon there to get the teammate on the same page. And he says, come on, brother, I had your back, okay? You just got to take my lift. You wanted to take the long way. In the end, Ghost will be able to get over and reset, share each other's meds, but that's all they got.
Yeah, this is going to be a real tough one, too, and they don't have the zone. This is looking pretty grim. They have no grenades, so they have no miracle makers. You know, those grenades are pretty much miracle makers. And they're going to have to opt for the low ground. What can they do on the low ground? Well, they do have a dome, so if it ends up going to super late game, they could try and do a bubble fight. But they're also out of meds, so it's not looking good for Ghost Gaming in this round.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Ghost Gaming at all in this one. They're trying to reposition, flip the map, looking for an opening. But we're seeing how Arena Demons, they're just staying tight, staying together, just shooting Ghost Gaming up in a rotation. And they know that they should be able to eventually bring this round in. And from there, they'll be at series point. All the pressure's on Ghost Gaming, and that's the most important objective in which they want to obtain. So they're taking all the time in the world to make sure that they can close out this round, and rightfully so.
I don't know Arena Demons very well, but from watching them, it feels like they play with a lot of logic and not based off soul emotion. Because, you know, sometimes people with emotion, they will just go 3v2, push, 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 push. It doesn't matter, we're better. But they're playing with a lot of logic and statistics, and they're just like, we'll wait it out. We're not going to take any single risks. They respect their opponents, even though they're absolutely dominating them. And that's going to put it up to 2-1 for Arena Demons here. If they win this next one, they have a 3-0 sweep on Ghost Gaming, and that's really not looking good.
You know, and it's debatable, but I must say that may have been the best round that I've seen out of Arena Demons, only because the amount of discipline they had from start to finish. Imagine being on the opposite end for Ghost Gaming, and you see how disciplined your opponent is. You see how they've taken away every positional of advantage on the map, and how they got you pinched in the corner. That doesn't feel good playing against that. And that was an alpha move by Arena Demons. It's something so small, but it made a big statement to Ghost Gaming in their most important round of the tournament. Can they survive in this moment? The focus is here at that peel. Dimey is looking to move up. Metro connects with some shots here on a repeater. Both these squads hitting these long range being successful in this long range engagement, girl.
The mental energy on Ghost Gaming has to be crippling right now because of the fact that Arena Demons aren't giving them room to play with. They aren't going to throw anything. They're playing as patient as possible, and they're beating them. So they're beating them in the mind game. They're beating them in the gunfights. They're beating them in all of the 3v3s. It's just hard to come back from that as Ghosts. And you see how Ghosts are playing right now? They're playing on the complete edge. Aiden just trying to flank Panders, and this might actually
Oh my
work.
God.
If he gets all these shots off,
Ooh.
which he is going to hit him for 114 with the flatline, they're going to get a free knock. Ghost Gaming, they can't let them own the map like this at all.
It's looking like it's coming down to this. It's up to Sticks and Metro. Panders got caught out of position, and now Metro stuck in the bubble. The Horizon ult comes through in the last second, and it will be Arena Demons sucking Ghost Gaming back into the void. They will be progressing on to the grand finals. Whew.
It's a 3-0 sweep. That is going to be a hard one, a tough one to swallow, and Ghost Gaming is going to learn a lot from watching this series back. But for now, Arena Demons are the team to beat. I don't know. Who's everyone cheering for? Sentinels, Arena Demons? I don't know. But Arena Demons are playing excessively well.
Excessively well. I mean, is even an understatement, as extreme as that statement already is, girl. First and foremost, that flank, that sneaky move coming out from Arena Demons was just, quite honestly, brilliant. And that's Aiden the Destroyer. Aiden the Destroyer is, quite honestly, my most impactful player on this team, and that's crazy to say, but again, his flexibility to play any other legend that really, you know, makes sense and molds to the different maps they play on is incredible. His ability to be sneaky in ways that he was just doing so is just unmatched in my opinion. His shots are crispy. I love watching him play. Ronnie, though, much respect to him, and Demi. I think everybody on this team just plays such a big role. And, you know, this was a tough tournament. Let's just face it for Arena Demons. You know, they had a tough run, Blaze. But yet here they are. And the exciting thing about Grand Finals now is the fact we're seeing two brand new teams. Sentinels, Arena Demons. We already have a fresh second place team, right? Ghost was that second place team looking to be second again. This time around, we're going to have a fresh first and second. That's a special thing. It
is a special thing. And, you know, as I'm up here thinking about Arena Demons in their last few matchups, I think out of the last 9 maps that they played, maybe the last 6, that they have won every single map by 3 rounds. And that is the least amount in which you can win by, okay? And I think that just shows a lot of dominance and consistency from this team across every single given map, rather if it's a 3-0 or a 3-1, they are damn good.
Well, girl, we don't have a chance to see that rematch between Ghost and G2. I know it would have been nice to kind of see. So we don't know how much Ghost has improved since the last time they played against G2. But I do have to ask you, Arena Demons 3-0ing G2, or should be 3-0ing Ghost. That's an impressive victory. Much like it's impressive, Sentinels beat G2 3-1. So going into Grand Finals, who's your favorite?
Oh, this is a tough question. Arena Demons are very, like, for me, I think I put the highest respect on them just because they're showing us a lot of new versatility. They're playing well together. They have something for every map. They put in the time and effort. Like, I feel like they put in everything into arenas. And Sentinels coming back from almost getting kicked out yesterday, coming back, working together as a team, fixing all of their small mistakes in such a short amount of time. It was one day ago. It was yesterday, right? So
Incredible.
There's a lot of respect to put to both of these teams. They're all mechanically gifted, and they've all put in a lot of hours into Apex Legends overall in general. So that's a tough one to say. I'm not going to predict this time.
Uh-oh. I know a lot of fans of you, girl, are going to be disappointed in that because they always wait to see. No. You don't have to, please. Because I was just saying, though, a lot of fans in chat. Arena Demons? All right, they said it. I was just about to say. A lot of the fans of you in chat are always like, okay, let's see who girl predicts, and then I'm going to go with that, right? They're always waiting to see who you go for. And that's a smart decision. Hey, Blaze, girl, you are a fantastic duo to work with. I think you guys guy and girl. You both work very well together. It's been an incredible weekend, truthfully. I know you're hopping off. Grand Finals is going to be done from Onset and Gaskin. But Blaze, girl, let me just give it to you for your final words. Blaze, we'll start off with you.
You know, first off, it's been an awesome tournament. Thanks for UMG Gaming for having me. The chat has been awesome all weekend long. I appreciate the love. My first Arenas tournament being cast, first time casting with girl, both was a blast. Hope to do them both again. And my pick is with Sentinels, because in Crust,
Okay.
we trust. I think they can take this grand finals, even though it's going to be hard. It's going to be a banger. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. And outside of going to go get some water and some food and some snacks and getting strapped in for this grand finals.
Well said, Blaze Girl. What about you? What's your final words before you head out?
Right after I said Arena Demons, that's what I heard. In Crust, we trust. In Crust, we trust. In Crust, we trust.
Uh-oh.
And now it's just like, you know what? Sentinels is going to beat them, even though they don't have all of those strats and all of the different characters that they play. They're going to figure out a way to adapt and overcome. Adapt, overcome, and trust. In Trust, we crust.
In Trust, we trust. In Crust, we trust. Now we're getting tongue twisted from all the casting, which we doing. I think Girl officially switched her pick, Taylor.
Hey, all right. Well, fair enough. She switched, and now everybody else is going to be switching their channel points too. Now it's like, oh, girl, you're just going Sentinels now. I'm still going Arena Demons. Hey, like I said, Blaze Girl, well done this weekend. It was an incredible job. Well done. And I love working with you. I really do. Hopefully we get to do so in the future. Grand Finals is about to come up, and it is going to be a phenomenal time. Sentinels will face off against Arena Demons, two powerhouse teams that have proven why they deserve to be in Grand Finals. We're going to find out who's going to be in first place after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. It's grand finals time. We have two of the best teams currently in the tournament, and they're about to face off. Of course, I'm talking about Arena Demons and Sentinels. This is going to be a wild ride. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gaskin. And boys, the time is finally here for some money to be made. And Onset, let's start with you, brother, because these two teams that are here, hey, one of them was my dark horse, Arena Demons, but Sentinels beating G2, a major upset. This has been a great ride.
Yeah, I would argue that Sentinels are a dark horse as well, just because of the lineup. You've
Sure.
got Lou coming in as well, who hasn't been part of this Sentinels lineup. Red Sea, I think, is taking a little bit of a break at the moment. And Lou is an insane mechanical player to bring in, and I think he really works well in arenas. I know that he says, this is very interesting for me as well, because Lou has always said it's impossible to get to the top of the ranked arenas because he doesn't like going against controller players. Well, if he wants to get to the top of this tournament, he's going to have to go against three controller players who know a lot about arenas, been playing incredibly well. So it's a chance for Lou to kind of take down his nemesis here in the controller players.
Controller players, the nemesis. I swear to you, I don't care. All BRs have this argument: controller versus PC. It's never going to go away, right? It's always going to be their Gaskin. Well, like Onset said, yeah, it's right. You know, all three players on Arena Demons are controller players. They play on PC though, but when it comes down to Arena Demons, they've done so much right. You talk about their history, and you know, second NA team to reach Predator in arenas. At one point, you know, 1, 2, and 3 respectively in rankings for Pred when it came to arenas. These guys are incredible, and they're methodical. That was something Girl continued to say throughout her cast.
Yeah, they've done their research, they've done their prep, they know exactly how they want to approach every single map. They have success on the majority of maps, bar one from what I can tell from the statistics, and certainly they are going to come into this final with a lot of confidence, and confidence is exactly what you need in these 3v3 engagements. They're not afraid to take fights, they don't really fear any other team, and I think that's fantastic. They've been a kind of breath of fresh air for some of these arena tournaments, just to watch them and watch their way of approaching things, because it's been so different. Like, there has been so many teams who've just gone for the kind of normal meta, and I feel like Arena Demons are trying to break that meta.
They are breaking the meta, and that comes with repetition, right? I mean, that just comes with them constantly and consistently grinding the game, seeing various different looks, you know, kind of picking and pulling what they like, what they don't like, and clearly whatever they do like has been introduced in this tournament. I mean, we've seen Rampart, we've seen Horizon, we've seen Valkyrie, we've seen literally all those being rocked by Aiden the Destroyer himself, but he's doing it masterfully. I love watching him play. Gaskin, let's talk about one player, though. In Crust We Trust clearly has taken a toll and really taken Blaze by the heartstrings. Let's talk about Crust for a second. His stats look pretty good, and he's an incredible player.
Yeah, it just seems like whenever you think Sentinels might be down and out, or whether their round isn't going their way, Crust just pops up and emits an insane amount of damage. Really has been a core part of this Sentinel squad throughout this tournament, and Sentinels went from a position where it looked like they were maybe on the void of being eliminated. They were really struggling. They were 2-0 down at one point, brought it back to 3-2, and they progressed into today. So I'm very impressed with what I've seen in Crust in particular, and the fact that there is already a chat meme behind him just earns him extra bonus points. But very impressed, and we'll see whether in Crust We Trust will carry on into this grand final, because Sentinels are going to need everything here against such an incredible team.
Onset, another one from Arena Demons, has to be Dimmy. I don't know if we can make a cool slogan with Dimmy. I guess I send that challenge to you because you're just a creative guy, but Dimmy's stats are looking pretty good too. And, you know, we always talk about Aiden Destroyer and Ronnie, but Dimmy also has his place as the Pathfinder.
He certainly does. And I'm gonna come up with something pretty fresh. I think this is quite good, actually. So you've got In Crust We Trust, or as this girl says, In Trust We Crust. And with Dimmy, I'm going to say that Dimmy gets silly. Okay, that kind of works.
Hey,
just throw an eye on the end of there, kind of works. So
Okay.
Dimmy has been getting silly, and you can see from the statistics as well. And he's been doing it with the wingman a lot of the time. I know his teammates have been heavily favoring the 30-30 repeater, and he certainly had it in his hands as well. But his wingman shots have been nuts, and I think he's clutched up, and he's got a lot of first bloods for his team, which has been really, really impressive to see.
Yeah, the first bloods definitely make a difference, and that's one of the things Arena Demons does well, is transferring those first bloods into a round win, and certain teams have been struggling with that. Arena Demons, not so much. Let's bring up, though, a big portion of this. Obviously, our 5 final maps we are going to see in this tournament, and this is a perfect talking point for Gaskin.
Yeah, I giggled slightly because Thermal Station is not going to feature, and that's not surprising. Neither team has won a game on Thermal Station yet, so they've just got that out of the map pool Instead, we'll just get these 5 maps where they've been impressive. Both teams have only lost a couple of games here or there. Party Crasher is the only map where we've seen a loss for Arena Demons out of these 5. On the other side for Sentinels, they've lost 1 on Overflow and 1 on Phase Runner. So in terms of statistics, from what we've got from today's tournament, or today and yesterday's tournament, it would seem like the Arena Demons have an advantage. But again, I think anything can happen in this grand final. It's going to come down to who's hitting their shots, who really wants it today. And Arena Demons seem like the team who wants it more than Sentinels, but you never really know.
Well, Arena Demons, you look at their run, and again, having to go against powerhouse, well-established teams. Let's not forget, Arena Demons isn't a team that's represented by an org, or at least they're not representing an org. So coming into this, being orgless is they're kind of the black sheep, you know. So they can only go up; they couldn't go any down. If Arena Demons was first rounded, or if they didn't make it into playoffs, we would say, okay, well done. You know, Arena Demons is going against pro teams. You know, no sweat off their back. Maybe they'll come back in the next tournament. We'll see if they can perform well and improve. But the fact that they've made it this far, again, they quite honestly still have nothing to lose. Even if they did lose in grand finals, second place for a team that's not represented by an org and relatively unknown players, that's a massive accomplishment, right? So at this point, they just got to have fun. But I know they want that victory. They're passionate, and they have the stats to prove that. Their stats, in fact, really dwarf that of Sentinels. I mean, Aiden Destroyer, 50 total kills across 15 games. The man's putting in work. You love to see it. So let's get into my favorite portion, and this is going to be an important portion. The last time we get to do our predictions on set. I've been starting with you, but Gaskin, I think it's finally time to go back to you to start us off. Who you going with?
You know, I wanted to say Sentinels because I said they were going to be underdogs in the previous series. They then turned up against G2, but I think it's just foolish to go against Arena Demons at the moment. With how they've been playing, they look absolutely phenomenal. They look like they're not going to lose whatsoever. So I'm going to have to go with the Arena Demons. I just think it'd be silly to go otherwise.
Fair enough. Arena Demons looking powerful on set. Are you in agreement or do you disagree?
I agree with absolutely everything Dan said. I think that he's made some really good points about Arena Demons. That it's very difficult to go against them. So obviously I'm picking Sentinels. Sentinels are going to win. I think that Sentinels, the one thing that there's a little bit of magic in Sentinels, right? And that's the thing I think is going to make the difference. There's consistency, there's brilliance from Arena Demons, but Sentinels, a couple of their players have this insane movement. And I feel like if they can get into places of elevation and they can be really tricky and like in and out of bubble fights quickly, they could upset Arena Demons here. I think it's about them trying to close the gaps as quickly as possible. And if they can do that with their movement, I think Sentinels can win. But it is a little bit of like an outside pick. I don't think they're favorites. I just think that there's a way they can win this.
Fair enough. You talked about closing the gap. That's clearly been very important across multiple teams. In fact, because, you know, Arena Demons are not shy about that range game. They love it with the 30-30 repeater, and that's something they've been specializing in. Chad, who are you going with, though? Sentinels, Arena Demons? Arena Demons, who have, like I said in the last series versus Ghost, hey, they are the favorite amongst the people. Now this is their time to shine and not drop the ball. Hey, we'll see how it's going to work out. Sentinels beating G2 was no easy feat, so you got to put a lot of weight into that victory. This is going to be a great grand finals. I'm here for it. Onset Gaskin, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. I'm hyped. I've got to be honest. Everybody at home is watching right now. Dan alongside me, he's got a smile on his face because he knows grand final just hits a little bit different, doesn't it? And these two teams, what stories they are as well. Arena Demons, we hadn't heard of these players at all coming into the tournament yesterday. They've smashed their way through the bracket. They've proven they're one of the best arena teams in the world. And now they have the opportunity here, Dan, to take home first place.
Yeah, it's not something they would have been expecting, or maybe they were expecting it because they've had so much confidence. They've put so much practice in. Maybe they looked at these teams and said, you know what, we could probably take down all of them. It's a weird position for Sentinels to be in because you look at it on paper and they're the favorites, but they're really the underdogs coming into this because Arena Demons have been slapping everyone in their path. Sentinels have had some tough games. As I say, there's been a few times they've lost back here or there. Maybe they shouldn't have. Whereas aside from one map on Party Crasher out of this current best of 5 we have anyway, we've only seen Arena Demons lose there. Like, they have literally won every other game. And it was just that one Na'Vi game where they brought out the charge rifle, and I don't think Arena Demons really knew how to deal with it. And now they know how to deal with everything. They seem to have an answer even when their opposition brings out that plan B or that plan C.
Well, let's see if they can deal with what Sentinels are about to bring to the party. It's time for the grand finals to kick off. It's a best of 5. The $10,000 Invitational is going to come to its conclusion in these next 5 games. We're starting off here on Gardens, and we're starting off from the point of view of Senox here from Sentinels.
So something we saw happen very much often in this tournament on this map is just the grenade tactic. When you do get the high ground and you have to play the low ground, you just bag up some grenades and you toss them at the same time, and then you need to be ready to get into an engagement because either the team above you is going to drop to avoid the grenades, or quite often the nades blow them off of the building and then you naturally fall into an engagement anyway. There's the 30-30 repeater again doing work, just the jump peak shot ensuring you get the first tag here and saying to Sentinels, hey, we're here to play.
Yeah, first round, you're not going to have those frag grenades in the inventory, so it's going to be a straight gunfight between the two. A Peacekeeper in the hands of Aiden the Destroyer with the choke on as well, of course. He's going to be able to charge that up and hopefully land a big shot to do big damage, and that might be the signal to push. You have to feel for Sentinels a little bit here with the fact that they haven't managed to get the more advantageous side in this first round where they could possibly take that high ground. It's been taken by Arena Demons, so Sentinels already on the back foot positionally here. It's going to be difficult for them to work their way into a position to actually hit some shots. But look at Dimmy. Dimmy's getting a little bit interested in getting a little bit of a flank on.
Dimmy's getting a little bit frisky here, just trying to go for an off angle. Could be caught off guard if he isn't careful, so has to keep a keen eye. Of course, as Pathfinder, you can grapple away if there is a risky push coming from the other side of Sentinels. But at the moment, it's just a little bit of a poke off, seeing what damage you can do, try and deplete those resources, try and get rid of some of those shield cells and batteries. And Arena Demons are going to be more than happy in their current residence. They don't need to move right now. They can play the slow game. And I imagine we will see round 2 close. But the bubble is forced, and actually, there is going to be somewhat of a push here.
Well, here goes Arena Demons. They were thinking about having a little push. However, they decided to retreat for now. Only Ronnie without full HP on the team at the moment. Dimmy with the wingman in his hands is looking to hit a few shots. However, he takes a little bit of chip damage, and it's going to be Lou who's just going out a little bit wider here, and interesting to see the fully upgraded Mozambique. So Lou just with those flicks and the tricks, using that wrist to the best of his ability to get that Mozambique to hit a few shots and just milk away at that HP total that is here on Arena Demons.
It's so important to win the first round here on Gardens, I feel, because it is one of the more even rounds. I know there is going to be one team having a side advantage ever so slightly, but without the ultimates, you can't get that as fast. But Arena Demons doing some damage here, but Ronnie's gone down.
Ronnie's gone down. Krusty's in a position to maybe do some damage himself. Aiden the Destroyer and Dimmy, both of their shields broken, and now Lou as the Pathfinder, his last player alive here. He will be taken down, and Arena Demons, once again, the patience pays off as the Demons go up by 1.
Yeah, Arena Demons just able to get the high ground in the initial push. Sentinels having to play low ground and having to wait and see what happens. Arena Demons were the ones looking to try and initiate the fight, though. They were constantly going for the poke. They were the ones who were moving their way down to see if they could reposition and get an angle. But of course, it is much easier when you do have that high ground. But, well, is this going to be how this rolls in the grand final? Are we going to now see Arena Demons just to continue their domination from throughout this tournament into the grand final, or is this going to be a back and forth grand final? I would love to see it go all the way, if I'm completely honest. I don't want to see just one team absolutely demolish the other. But here comes the launch pad. Take that high ground straight away.
Jump pad down. High ground collected here by Arena Demons. They look to the sky to see if there's any nades flying their way, and it doesn't look like there is any at the moment. Dimmy going to be taken down to very low shields, and not just that, actually Senox is going to win that battle on the first down this time. We'll go. Excuse me, Senox actually got taken down, as I look at the kill feed correctly. So he will be eliminated. Sentinels, who are on the back foot to start with, now find themselves already down a player here, and it looks like he might have also disconnected by the looks of things, Senox. He's completely gone. There's no way you get him back into the game. And now it's all up to Krust and Lou to try and work their way back in.
Imagine if it was a rage quit. It's not. Probably not. Hope it's not. But imagine.
Spreading these vicious rumors.
I like controversy in my life. Arena Demons should win this 3 versus 2 now, but they are being patient. I like this from them. No risks being taken. You don't want to throw yourselves into a 3 versus 2 where you could still potentially get out-angled. 2 people shooting you, just crossing fire and doing some serious damage. So instead, just a couple of pings, communication from the Arena Demons. They will wait, and they will say, Sentinels, hey, you gotta come to us here.
45 from Dimmy is going to almost break the shields here of Lou, and now the push might come in. Ronnie going to be pretty weak though, but that charged up shot is going to do some damage. Cross actually manages to pick up one though, so he's turned this into a momentary 2v2. Aiden is in position here to get the res off. However, here comes a flying Crust, and here comes an exchange of shots, and Crust was flying one way and now he's flying the other, and that's straight down to the ground to join his teammate Lou as Arena Demons will go up by 2.
Flying Crust is usually what happens when we share a pizza. You get pretty angry after your pizza, and Crust just seemed to, I don't know. Why don't you eat your crusts? I've always wondered that.
Me?
Yeah.
I eat my crusts.
Oh, well, half of the time they come
No, I eat everything. I eat mine and yours most of the time.
Oh, so it's my crust you're throwing to your own mouth. Okay, at least we got to the bottom of it. I was wondering why they were being tossed around the room. Well, we'll see whether Sentinels can get back to a full 3, but Arena Demons have a 2-0 lead right now, and you'd imagine that with the economic advantage, they will be able to turn this into a 3-0 and win map number 1 here on Gardens.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of an observer bug, as you can see. Senox is in the game, so it's a straight 3v3 once again. Arena Demons going to slide their way up the zip line, and I tell you what, Dimmy's going to hit some crazy shots once again with the wingman. Aiden the Destroyer, though, does go down. Here's the bubble, and this is what I was talking about. If they can close this gap quickly, then maybe, just maybe, Sentinels could find their way back into this one. Rani's going to be last player alive. The black hole is there, but it's not in position to do any damage. It's a 3v1. Rani, a 30-30 repeater. Only himself to try and pull out some sort of crazy play here. It's going to be very difficult for him to do, and this could be Sentinels closing in on their first round here on Gardens.
This is smart. Gather the materials around the map, because it's very unlikely you're going to win. You got a 30-30 and a dream. Maybe you can actually catch one player off guard, but here comes the melees, and it's just a kind of tool around, a play around, playing with your food, as Sentinels know full well they had won that round after that initial knock, and that is a fast and very aggressive push from Sentinels. They did very well at ensuring that Arena Demons had to take an early fight. They weren't able to get any sort of map advantage. And now Arena Demons need to go back to the playbook here. They've got one more map point to try and take this. But Sentinels, they have done very well in their comebacks throughout this tournament.
I love watching Lou. It's so funny to watch sometimes. Straight 3v1, there's pretty much no way they'll lose it. And he decides that he's going to get the ninja moves out. He's going to go for a little bit of Krav Maga, maybe a little bit of karate. I'm not quite sure what martial art that Pathfinder is actually versed in. However, it was effective and it worked. And here comes Sentinels once again. This time it's going to be the punches and the kicks. It's going to be the zip line coming in here from Sentinels, and you would imagine that the grenades will be coming pretty soon as well, as Dimmy manages to get some insane shots with the wingman. Doing 120 plus damage, and here come those nades. However, Sentinels have to give up the high ground. They have done so, but they haven't taken a knock. So you have to feel like Sentinels will actually not be too disappointed with this.
That's why you've got the Horizon on the team, though. You can take that high ground off them after you force them back with the grenades. Dimmy again, this man just does not miss, but there's the bombardment to try and regain the high ground in your favor. So these are how the legends really can affect the map, and there's a lot of thought process behind them. You've obviously got to spend those materials on the ultimates, but now Sentinels, they're pushing in.
They are. Lou gets the first knock and manages to grapple out of danger as well. So a 3v2 here for Sentinels. Bubble goes down as well, and it looks like some aggressive play coming in here from Sentinels. Dimmy going to be last player alive as Aiden will fall. And that's going to be Sentinels getting their second on the board. And this is what I was talking about. This is how Sentinels can take down Arena Demons. It's the speed at which they can close the gap onto their opponents and not let them set up and get the chip damage, which has brought them so much success so far.
I tell you what, we've got a game on our hands here. I was a little bit worried at 2-0, thinking that this was going to be just the same old story, but Sentinels are not going out without a fight, ensuring that they take that fight really early. Don't worry about resource management. Don't worry about any sort of kind of strategy, to be completely honest. Instead, it's just saying, let's trust in our ability to outshoot our opponents, which is a brave thing to do against Arena Demons, who very rarely miss. But sometimes when the focus is right, when the team shot is there, you can just single out that one player.
Well, Aiden's going to take a little bit of damage on the crosshair already. But so is Lou on the Pathfinder. 38 to him. Some Skynades going to be coming in as well, but none going to be connecting. It looks like Sentinels haven't invested heavily into grenades, but a couple are certainly going to be there. And Lou's on the chase right now. There is one player down below. There's also a player behind Lou that he has to be very, very careful about. As Ronnie manages to get that battery off momentarily, and Lou's going to have to escape here back to his teammates. Great move from him. Dimmy has gone down to the hands of Senox as well. So Sentinels really starting to heat up here as Ronnie hits some good shots onto Senox, but it's not enough. He'll fall as well to the hands of Lou, and it's all up to Aiden now. He's in the skies. Lou's going to be joining him as well, and even though Lou is taking a hell of a lot of damage, it's not enough. Sentinels from 2-0 down now find themselves 3-2 up and on that point.
Again, Lou was just kung fu fighting in the air there, said, you know, let's have some fun with this. Let's show the same disrespect to Arena Demons that they've shown to all of their opposition throughout the tournament. Some punches came out whilst on the grab lift of Horizon, but a lovely push from Sentinels once again, despite the high ground being taken by Arena Demons, the grenades forcing them off. The damage from the grenades was, of course, very important indeed. But Arena Demons, after going 2-0 up, now on the verge of losing map number 1, which would be a huge shock.
I think that Lou really wanted to dance there in the sky. I think it was a little bit of a solo move in the atmosphere there. But Arena Demons, they need to answer back now because they could be down 1-0 in this series. Sentinels are going to go low here as the Sky Nades go up. It looks like both teams have decided that they don't want to take that high ground initially. A black hole has also gone down here. And that's going to be from Arena Demons. Aiden on a little bit of a flank here. Sentinels all caught inside of this building. You can see Lou's had his shields broken. But as I say that, we get the point of view of Lou as he pops that battery back to full health now.
Just trying to jump to get a peek through the window to see if they can get any sort of knowledge. That's going to be an aggressive push from Lou, and he's going to be punished for it. Aiden the Destroyer gets the first and the second, and will clean things up. Arena Demons tied up 3-3. So it looks like we're going to be going all the way here on Gardens.
Yeah, I like the idea there from Lou. I think he unfortunately just wasn't able to retreat in time. He tried to use the zip and the jump zip just to give as small as audio cue as possible to try and get some shots down, but just left himself a little bit too exposed, got taken down, and then Arena Demons took advantage of that. So great play there from Arena Demons, even though those shots did come in. But again, it's just that moment's difference, isn't it? As you see Aiden Destroyer finally cleaning things up here with some great EVA 8 shots at the end. I barely missed a bullet. Simple as that. Sometimes just don't miss. Arenas is easy, Dan. Just don't miss.
I mean, that's been the way Arena Demons have approached this entire tournament, is they do not miss. Whether it be 30-30 Repeater, whether it be Wingman, whether it be EVA 8, Peacekeeper. It's been honestly very impressive, but also terrifying at the same time. I wonder whether they are human at times, but here we go. We're into round number 7. Again, Nade's going to play an important factor. Senox will go down, and the early lead for Arena Demons.
Dimmy is the first one to get that opening kill again, and now it's all up to Crust. In Crust we trust, but unfortunately, he cannot do anything this particular occasion. Too much for even Crust to do. As now Arena Demons, from finding themselves down on match point, now find themselves on match point. What a turnaround from the three gentlemen who have surprised all of us with their amount of strategy, talent, and straight up pure aim that they've brought to the party here at the Apex Legends Champions Invitational.
We said it was a bold move calling yourselves the Arena Demons. You really have to show up if you're going to have a team name like that, and boy, if they lived up to their name. They have really put a smile on so many faces, I'm sure, with just how they've changed the meta or how they've decided they want to approach each map. But they still have to get the W here. They need one more point, otherwise this is going to sudden death.
Well, up to the high highs, as Lou will have to avoid a couple of grenades here as they will fall at his and his teammates' feet. Crust will have his shields broken. Another grenade going to be thrown into the sky, and some arc stars in the back pocket as well. No knocks coming in as yet, and Crust should be able to get his shields back up. Here comes the grab lift from Horizon. Look at those shots from Rani as well. Crazy, crazy shots to hit through the air. However, no knock still. However, did that arc star get a stick? No, it didn't. Lou managed to get one, I believe. Dimmy's managed to trade that out. It all now falls to Senox. He's in a 2v1, playing the knockdown shield. If he can get a knock here, he might have a chance. But no, Arena Demons do not give you that kind of opportunity. And they will take home the first map of our grand final.
Arena Demons just still seem to be the same demons, the same crazy slaying power of this 3 has moved into the grand final, and despite a valiant effort from Sentinels, it just wasn't quite enough. They were so close, but the speed was shifted by Sentinels. They changed the pace of that game, and Arena Demons went, okay, let's play that fast then. Let's take these fights early. And as soon as they were ready for those early fights, it was a different game.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up perfectly there. You know, Sentinels, they changed the pace. They decided they didn't want to play this chip damage game. And it worked for them for a couple of rounds, but we always talk about the best teams in the world are the ones who are able to adjust the quickest to the way that a team is playing against them. And as you say, they did not let any opportunity slip through their fingers, whether it be a res being stuck, whether it being a few seconds that a player might have been out of commission, popping a shield battery. They would take every advantage. And once again, Dimmy with the wingman, it's pretty crazy to watch. He is not missing any shots at the moment.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where you just expect him to be hitting everything, so when he does miss a shot, you're like, oh, okay, so he is human. That's all right. I don't have to worry too much. But Arena Demons now need to not get too overconfident, and I think throughout the tournament, they have not done that. They have very much been humble. They've recognized that they are the underdogs, as it were, against some of these fantastic pro players. But there's been a little bit of body disrespect coming in, a little bit of teabagging, and I'm all for it. I'm all for mind games.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, Arena Demons do need to just kind of stay focused here, carry on doing what they're doing, and then by all means, after you win this series, slap those bodies about, teabag all you like, get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that Sentinels will always do is try and get in your heads with a little bit of body disrespect. If you can hold up and you can not get involved yourself, just concentrate on the game, there's nothing sweeter than having that final few extra shots going into a death box as you're raising your hand as first place in the tournament. This is the final round that went in. This was Aiden just using the knockdown shields as well, playing around his teammates who are knocked. So that would have been important there. You just feel like if you could have got that one knock there, Senox, and made that a 1v1, then maybe there might have been an opportunity to just play behind those shields. But alas, it was not to happen. And Arena Demons, as you can see on your screens, 5-3, they take home a Gardens. And even more impressive, Dan, they were down on a match point at one point there.
They were, and now we move into Overflow, which we've argued, or I've argued, is Arena Demon's best map here. They've played it 4 times, they've won it 4 times, and every time in emphatic fashion. On the other side for Sentinels, we have seen them lose Overflow once, so perhaps this is a slight weak point for them, but at the same time, I don't think that either team is going to be thinking too much about map records. Instead, it's just focus on the task at hand. Win those 3v3 engagements, find out how fast the game's going to be played, adjust to how the opposition is going to be approaching the game, and of course, think about those compositions. How are they going to affect things? Are we going to see Bangalore coming into the mix? Are we going to see Gibbies now being introduced to it? So you get the bubbles. All these things can change everything.
Yeah, I think Bangalore is something that Arena Demons have favored on Overflow. It just seems to give them that opportunity to reset, to cut off a little line of sight, and they kind of play around the Bangalore smoke. And the Bangalore is kind of the glue of the team, if you like, for them to play around the other 2 players. It's going to be a very important match though for Sentinels. As I say, it's a best of 5. They don't take this one home, then all of a sudden Arena Demons have to only win 1 out of 3, and we've seen how convincing they've been on pretty much every map at the moment. So for Sentinels, even though their record is poor comparatively to what Arena Demons have done, Dan, they have to win this one, in my opinion. Otherwise, the series could be gone before they know it.
Yeah, for Sentinels, they have to throw stats out the window and just try and overturn the record books here and put statistics in their own favor going into the next game. Overflow has been one of my favorite maps to watch throughout this tournament. I think you get a lot more kind of dense fights happening rather than just these kind of long-range pokey fights with the snipers coming into things. You're forcing teams into a somewhat of an early engagement, but the map is even, the map is fair. There's no things to worry about who's getting high ground and whatnot. So I'm excited for this one. I still think Arena Demons have the momentum coming into it, but Sentinels, it seems like whenever you count them out, they do just kind of crawl back into it, don't they?
Well, let's see if Sentinels are going to set us up for another blockbuster. If they lose this one, then start their way to another reverse sweep. That's a long way in the future, though. For now, it's round 1 of our map number 2 here on Overflow. Aiden the Destroyer taking a little bit of damage early on, but you can see already the smoke's down. Yes, Aiden the Destroyer on Bangalore. This is what they've played with as their composition every single time we've seen them on Overflow.
It is worth noting, with smokes being very much apparent now in this game, that client side and observer side see smokes very differently. Also, digital threats don't really see the outlines on the observer, but the players will. And oh my shred, Sentinels get the first knock. Lou and Senox combine together to take down Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie getting a little bit hungry there for a knock, trying to get an off angle. Dimmy's going to try and hit some shots here with the wingman, and as always, Dimmy will hit those shots with the wingman. The only problem is he's got Lou in his face. He's got a Gibby flying aim. Aiden the Destroyer will be taken down as well, and Sentinels now in a 3v1. They're going to try and finish off this kill before the bat gets popped. And Sentinels, that is a confident boost for them, taking the first round here on Arena Demons' strongest map.
Yeah, take the round, get a slight advantage with economy, get some better weapons, get a couple more bats to work with, and make Arena Demons rethink their entire strategy. But It was just an aggressive push from Ronnie that was punished. It does happen, and I'm okay with it, right? You, as a team, you need to have a player who is confident enough sometimes to push into a situation that will leave them vulnerable, and you're not always going to get out of it. It isn't going to work perfectly every time. Sentinels will punish it on this occasion, but I'm sure on another occasion, it's going to pop off for Rani of Arena Demons. But here we go, round number 2. Arena Demons, they need to answer back.
Well, look at this from Sentinels. Immediate, unbridled aggression, just absolutely flying forward. They get flesh damage, but they don't get the knock, and some damage was exchanged. So you would feel both teams maybe have a chance to reset, but look at Lou on the Pathfinder, immediately flying in to get the knock. Sentinels have a 3v2 advantage already.
Yeah, Lou, fantastic from him there, not allowing that one player to get away. Crush turns to dust, though, and it means it's a 2 versus 2. However, Lou has managed to take down Aiden the Destroyer, so Sentinels get the 2 versus 1. They get the final kill, and they will take a 2-0 lead here on what would be, as you say, Arena Demons' best map. So this could be quite the turnaround and quite the surprise if they can make it a 3-0 sweep and really would just flip this entire series, flip the script and say, we're probably going all the way.
This is really, really impressive, this from Sentinels, and especially impressive from Lou. He is not letting anybody get away. He is happy to go in on that Pathfinder, use the grapple to eliminate a player who might be a little bit weak. It felt a little bit there for the Gibby, not quite getting that bubble down in time as a microsecond away, but as we know, that's how rounds can be decided. But Sentinels, once again, aggression really being the name of the game for them. That's where they're playing their best Apex arenas here, and 2 match points for them, at least.
Yeah, Arena Demons now need to really look at themselves and say, why are we losing these fights? Is it because we're getting caught off guard? Should we be the ones trying to initiate the fight? Should we be launching ourselves onto Sentinels to try and get that initial damage? And then we can suddenly jump on that final player to ensure he goes down. But Sentinels are now playing a different strategy. Again, they're dictating the pace. They're switching things up. They're playing a little bit slower here. And Arena Demons, they're the ones who need to change things.
So a little bit of a standoff here. There is that smoke. DigiThreat is going to be on the wingman as well, so be able to see those players. 45 here from Aiden. Maybe not all of the damage you would have wanted, but try to smoke off all the Sentinels here and put those DigiThreats to use. And that's exactly what is happening as Crust will fall. A second will fall just moments afterwards. And I tell you what, the smoke strat was absolutely perfect there for Arena Demons. No surprise to say, they come back into this one, get their first round on the board.
I mean, it looks good. Not that I could actually see anything at that point. It was just all a bunch of smoke and a couple of bullets firing left, right, and center. But it seemed to work for Arena Demons. So
it's me walking into my kitchen after leaving a pizza in for like 4 hours. You ever done that by accident? You know?
Is it a pizza that looks like thermal station?
Yeah, always talking about pizza.
Every time.
I think I want a pizza.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry to cut you off. Just wanted to throw that in.
Maybe it's your kryptonite is pizza. But I mean, what we saw there was probably what Sentinels saw. Absolutely nothing. Just getting absolutely drilled in the side. Arena Demons were pushing in and said, you know what? Screw this. Forget Sentinels playing the aggressor. Let's utilize the abilities we've got. We've got some smoke. Let's get in their face, and we'll see whether it happens again here in round number 4.
So Arena Demons summoning the power of the Vape Nation to get around on the board. Also an ultimate now for Aiden the Destroyer as well, and he's going to throw that one straight down, so you're going to have that those missiles dropping. However, it looks like Sentinels are in a position to maybe not take too much damage. However, as I say that, the Gibby bubble will go down. The question is now, can Arena Demons close the gap as quickly as possible? And it looks like they're trying to play around that bubble. Ronnie's going to be taking down one, and Dimmi's going to be in there as well, getting knocks. And from what was 2 match points for Sentinels, now we're all tied up once again. Sentinels, not for the first time. Their match points, and map points, I should say, slip through their fingers.
It's crazy how that's flipped, though, isn't it? Arena Demons go 2-0 up on Gardens, then it becomes 2-2. Sentinels do the same here. Gets tied up, and it's just how impressive these teams are at adjusting to their opposition and really seeing how fast the game's going to be played, recognizing what is winning them rounds. And Arena Demons said, well, do you know what is winning us rounds? Bangalore is winning us rounds. DigiThreats are winning us rounds. Even though Sentinels are putting DigiThreats on their weapons as well, they just don't seem to have the same ability to hit the shots through smokes. And the Bangalore ult, it just changed everything. It forced the bubble. It forced them into a position where they could get pushed.
Well, this is aggression of the highest caliber by definition coming in from Arena Demons. There's grenades outside of the bubble, but they're not going to do damage because already inside of the bubble, there are Sentinels. They're taking damage, although Lou gets one, and Lou, don't make this happen. Lou! Oh my word! That That's a special player, and that's a special play that gives Sentinels the round.
That was filthy from Lou. Had no right to win that fight. Arena Demons, they pushed in, they got aggressive. There was some immense damage coming from the grenades from Sentinels. I think they had the upper hand when they initially entered the fight, but Arena Demons fought back with some massive shots. But then Lou in a very difficult situation there where he had to hit everything, and it was the melee in the end that cleaned things up. We saw, there's Lou coming into the equation with the Eva rate, hits the shots, the R9 shreds, and then rather than fanning around with just going through the bubble fight, he says, you know what, let's just stick a fist through it.
One thing that was really impressive is movement around the bubble as well. I love watching Lou bubble fight. I've always said I think he's one of the best bubble fighting players that there is in Apex Legends. There was a great example of it. So Sentinels now, not for the first time, I'm sure it's not the last time I'll say this as well, have a map point here to tie up the series. Arena Demons on the back foot, but only for a few moments you would think, as they have roared back every single time. Although flesh damage already being done here by Sentinels to the player that's just behind that pylon in front of them. Dimmy's going to be doing a lot of damage though with the vault, and there is Dimmy actually going to be going down as it's Rani trying to cover his teammate. Lou will be taken down and traded, so it's a 2v2 fight here at the moment. Senox comes around the corner. Now it's a 2v1, all up to Rani here for Arena Demons.
Has to get this bat off and then just try and hope that he can hit some incredible shots here to go for the 1 versus 2. But I think actually it's a 1 versus 3. Lou's been picked up, and now this becomes difficult to near impossible. But you never know, Rani's done some mad things. Can he turn it into some mad tings? No, probably not. He's dead.
That's a no. That's a negative, and that will mean that Sentinels do close out a map here. We're tied up at 1-1. Oh, we got a series on our hands, Dan Gasket.
First time we've seen Arena Demons lose overflow throughout the entirety of this tournament. It took 5 times, but we finally got there. 5, just the unlucky number for them. Sentinels, they responded well to the aggression, but they also initiated the aggression at times. A shame for Arena Demons to go down, but personally, I'm a little bit happy because it means at least we're going to go to a map number 4, if not maybe a map number 5. But these 6 players are really going toe-to-toe, and you can tell that there is just an extra element where they all want to win. There's a bit of body disrespect in there. There's a little bit of hatred, I feel, which is nice. You like to see some passion.
It's not hatred. It's competitive.
Competitive hatred.
Competitive hatred is what it is, exactly. Well, we're tied up at 1-1. We're going to take a few moments to go to a break while we work out exactly what the term should be for competitive hatred. But when we get back, don't worry, we'll have a solution for you. And more importantly, we'll have game 3 of our grand final.
Welcome back, everybody, to the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Onset and Gasket. Boys, we've got a series at hand to finally shut down Arena Demons for the first time on Overflow. The movement so crispy. Speaking of which, if you could elaborate on that, Onset, I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, one really good example of it is actually going to come up here, I think, or it might be, it's the Lou play, essentially. Lou's play was nuts, and just the ability on mouse and key to just slide left and right, bob and weave outside of a bubble, it was the difference in the fight, alongside the fact that he didn't miss as well. It's something so difficult to do, of course, at a very, very close range of mouse and keyboard, but that is the difference. You can use your momentum, you can use, you know, the ability to change direction very, very quickly against a controller player, against them sometimes. You can just see, look, bobbing and weaving, and just making sure that he is in and out of that bubble as the shots are being fired from his opponent was so impressive. And not only that, some of the grapples that Lou was hitting as well were crazy to take advantage of damage being done. And I'm just looking forward to map number 3 because I feel like the invidious hostility, excuse me, is just going to continue here.
It might, and Gasket, I mean, seriously, this is a big win for Sentinels, in my opinion. Phase Runner, though, is going to be a bit annoying, I guess, to play against Arena Demons. The reason why is they are the only team so far to implement a Rampart. Aiden the Destroyer, again, very flexible with his Legends, implementing Rampart. It threw a couple of teams off yesterday. How are you going to counter that?
The counter to a Rampart, realistically, is to play another Rampart or to play a very aggressive dive comp, utilize Octane, just jump on another team, jump on that one player who's probably barricading themselves into one particular area. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's too much respect now for both of these teams that they will just be taking that kind of long distance fight. They'll be going for that poke damage. We've seen Sentinels lose this map once. We've only seen on the other side the Arena Demons play it once. So it's hard to predict this one, but whoever does win it might win the entire series.
That's a fact. This is going to be a big one. Deadlocked at 1-1 in any series, in any game, in any tournament, right? Winning that next one, being up 2-1, puts a lot of pressure on your opponents. There's a lot of money on the line, and I think a lot of prestige as well. Onset Gasket, this is going to be incredible, boys. Take it away.
Well, game 3 is ready, and I think we're going to get straight into the game, Dan. No hanging around here whatsoever. If you're just joining us, where have you been? Because this series is tied up to 1-1 at our grand finals here, Dan. And I was really impressed with the way the Sentinels did not hold back on that last map. Even though they were down 1 in the series, they realized that the way to take down Arena Demons, like I said, close the gap, get up in their face, use that movement. And for Arena Demons now, I feel like this map might actually play a little bit more into their hands.
Yeah, just jump over their heads, try and make the stick drift go in your favor, try and make it so their sensitivity can't reach you. You've got to take any advantage you can against a controller player or 3 controller players who won't miss if you are within their reticule. So it is very difficult, and I love what I've seen from Sentinels to try and counteract what the Arena Demons have done. As Reflections alluded to, we have seen a Rampart here being played by Arena Demons. We may see it again, but Sentinels are going to go for a more traditional comp with the Gibby, the Pathfinder, and the Octane.
Round 1 underway, and did you enjoy the fact that I came up with invidious hostility, Dan? For competitive hatred? I think it's a much more better way of putting it.
I prefer unadulterated hatred. That's what I'm going for.
Cutthroat competitiveness as we watch Aiden the Destroyer on Rampart as expected, like you were saying, Dan, and Lou's already trying to do a little bit of poke damage. Dimmy is trying to exchange that as well, but look at the shots coming in from Crust. And Crust has been probably the standout player for Sentinels on this map, holding down this position, and that's why 30-30 versus 30-30. Crust isn't missing at the moment, and now, oh my word, he snaps to his left and does a little bit more damage.
I mean, fire with fire.
I'm so confused.
Arena Demons, they brought in the 30-30s to the party. Now we need to get, well, maybe we'll get a party crasher a little bit later, but for now on Phase Runner, it seems like Arena Demons have to answer the 30-30s with their own 30-30s, and it's not going well because Dimmy's gone down and Sentinels get the opening pick.
Yeah, Senox does get that first knock with the wingman in his hands. Crust just making sure that he's in a position to cut off any of these crosses that are coming in. You can see Rani's got like 1 HP to work with. Aiden the Destroyer's got none as well. Senox on the flank is going to pick up yet another. And even though the 30-30 is hitting pretty hard here, it's going to be unfortunately not enough for Arena Demons, and Sentinels will take the first round. And I really felt like a lot of that damage was done by Crust and Gibraltar just poking away behind that cover.
Do you know what? I've just had a thought that whichever team wins, like the excessive amount of teabagging that's going to come through, if you are under 18, I would recommend you just cover your eyes.
Tough on the knees.
Because
very tough on the knees.
It's, you know, it's not going to be fun to watch. There is going to be a lot of body disrespect. There's going to be a lot of shooting the death boxes. You can just feel it in this. There's a lot of pent-up anger between the two. And Sentinels, well, they've come in with the aggression. They've shown Arena Demons that, look, if you want to play the poking game, if you want to go for the 30-30 repeaters, we can hit them shots too. And we've got a wingman. We can hit them shots too. So what have you got? Where is your plan C?
One thing that Arena Demons have done very well, though, is adjust. And we're going to have to see if they can do that once again. Go into the playbook as we get a little fly through of Lou going forward, and that's going to be the counter, and that's taking a few different angles here as Lou is going to be taken down. Now you can see Dimmy just playing around the edge of the bubble as well, and the rest of Arena Demons trying to close this gap. Senox playing around that bubble. Ronnie doing some good damage as well as Dimmy will go in to get the knock onto Crust, and this is how you answer back for Arena Demons. You get the damage, you take a different angle, and you tie up our third map at 1-1.
That is the perfect way to counter it. Sometimes when you notice a team is just kind of all focusing one spot, if you send one player to the left or right, just get that off angle, make sure you hit those shots. As soon as there's any sort of kind of push or someone is in an open area, they get absolutely beamed. They get completely melted. And Sentinels, they fell short there. Lou just got punished for just slightly stepping out of place, but he wouldn't have known it was out of place. Probably expected Arena Demons to be in a different position. As now it is tied up 1-1. Going into round 3, the economy should be fairly even.
I'm going to have a little bit of change of scenery as well, as we will be seeing both teams go through the portals to take the higher ground away from construction, where we've seen the first 2 rounds take place. So, Arena Demons, no surprise, 30-30 is in hand. There's a little bit of amped cover for Aiden to work with once more. However, look at Crust just beaming away, pre-firing and saying, I dare you to poke around that corner.
Yeah, you really want that barricade, buddy? How about I just destroy it before it can even go up? And there comes
the aggression
like push now. Sentinels want to get in on Rani, but I wonder whether this push is just a little bit too much.
Senox versus Rani. Rani will win it, and Lou will go down as well. So the W key not working this time, as you might trust in Crust, but there's only so much one man can do. He manages to get one, and somehow Crust gets 2. Crust is still alive, but thank goodness. For Arena Demons fans anyway, that Crust was finally taken down, because that would have been a very, very worrying moment for Arena Demons there, as Crust somehow managed to turn that situation on its head.
Man, Crust just almost made me feel lust. He is something else. The way he hits shots right now is insane, but it wasn't enough to take down the Arena Demons. But I think you hit the nail on the head in the last game, right? You just need that one player to pop off, but there needs to be the initial damage first. As soon as there's one knock, you feel like Sentinels can take a fight, even if it's a 2 versus 3, even if it's 1 versus 2. But in a 1 versus 3, I think that's just a little bit too far, even though Crust almost pulled off something special.
So Arena Demons, first round they lost, but they've answered back with 2 straight now, and they find themselves on match point as quickly as that. So Aiden back to his position. Sentinel's going to have to rethink their strategy a little bit. They tried to get hyper aggressive, and oh my word, this is not looking good. But Senox just about managed to stay alive there, taken down to almost 0 HP as more amped cover goes up here for Aiden.
Just look how he's taking the high ground as well. Amazing positioning. Again, well thought out. Which angles can I take? Where can I position myself as this rampart? And oh my, we're going to see Sheila getting involved, I think.
Very interesting to see. So Dimmy, Rani, Aiden, and Sheila. Shot's going to be coming in. The cover will be destroyed here by Crust with a 301 in his hands. Flatline with what I affectionately call the telescope on it, the 2x4. Rani now having to back up a little bit as just a little bit of poke damage. And you can see the Sentinels have had to slow down the pace now down because of the fact they're on match point against them. They can't afford to give away something. Lou gets taken down. Will they be able to get him back on his feet as a Pathfinder comes flying through the air towards Crust? He's only got a Mozambique to work with alongside the 301, but as we know, Crust can make anything work. However, Senox, are you close enough to get into a position here to help out your team? Yes, he is. Arena Demons get the first knock, but Sentinels clutch up and take home the round.
Even though they got the first knock, I mean, just clutch Crust. Like, how is he hitting these shots? He thought about taking the fight with the Mozambique, and he was like, oh wait, I forgot. I've got an R301 I can work with. Again, it's just a little bit of bubble dancing. I want some lessons in some of this bubble dancing. I'm completely honest. I would pay £15 an hour to ensure that I can dance as well as this man does. And then he had the support. That's what you need. You need to have your teammate as quick as possible, getting on your back foot and joining you for a merry jig.
1,200 MSP. A little bit of bubble fight, that kind of thing. Trying it back to 2010 here. Well, Sentinels.
1 month free trial.
3 day.
3 day
anyone got a code? Anyway, Sentinels tying things up here against Arena Demons, holding off a match point, and now Arena Demons will look to get an advantage again and find themselves onto match point. Same can be said for Sentinels, though, as some interesting angles going to be taken this time by Aiden, not playing up on where we've seen him previously, taking that slightly wider angle. And look at this, Sentinels might have realized that with that angle being taken, they can get aggressive. They can create a momentary 3v2.
Rani getting away, though. That's the benefit of the Octane being your kind of flanking player. Can just sprint away, be the same nuisance that he is in Battle Royale. Very difficult to chase at times, even with your own Octane. As everyone gets back to pretty much full health, everything will be reset. You can see how the players are positioned there on the top left of your map. 3 players very separate when you look at Arena Demons, all scouting various different areas, whereas the Sentinels are a lot more kind of clumped together right now.
Nice little position here from Rani. 30 just going to miss that shot as Lou goes flying through the skies once more with that grapple. So a little bit of a standoff between the two teams, and understandably so, as both teams now have the fact that we're in round 5, a little bit more to work with med-wise. They don't have to get it too aggressive, but there's a gold R9 that's been found off that care package, and maybe when it gets up close and personal, that could be the difference maker.
Timmy's got very low, but should be able to bat up with the support from Aiden the Destroyer. There's the crack, the 30-30 repeater again, just being a real thorn in the side of the opposition. And now is going to have just a little bit of shields to work with, happily sitting back and taking an angle here and saying, look, I dare you to come push me.
Crust is not going to be thinking about pushing too much at the moment, as that grenade did a lot of flesh damage to him. Aiden the Destroyer is trying to get a little bit more of an angle, though, to move up upon that damage. Crust will get his shields back. Aiden the Destroyer will have his broken, as Crust now tries to poke and cover his teammates. Still has to think about that HP, though, as he does have full shields, but as you saw, the health not quite where he wanted it to be. Rani overlooking this. Aiden the Destroyer in a little bit of a tough spot here as Senox and Lou try and get an angle, but things going to slow down for just a moment as everyone has to once again hit those meds.
Great covering fire from both teams at the moment to ensure that no one is getting knocked. As soon as there's one player that's weak, you get the bait and switch, and now we get the engagement. Lou is just a slither of health. You could breathe on him and he'd go down. There's the 30-30 repeater. It's a 2 versus 2. 30-30 hits hard yet again, and now it's a 2 versus 1.
2 versus 1. Rani will be taken down, though, by Senox. Senox has to pop a Barry, though, and Aiden might not be too aware that he doesn't have anything to play with. The Barry does get popped, however. It's going to be Aiden who wins that one. He had the advantage of having the knockdown shield to play around, and now Arena Demons back onto match point. A big, big clutch coming in from them.
So let's talk 30-30 repeater, right? With what is happening with the Arena Demons, they're essentially giving themselves 3 guns. You've got an automatic weapon, you've then got the 30-30 repeater from distance, and then when it's upgraded, you've got the shatter caps on it, which you can switch to, which of course works like a shotgun. So it means you've just got a little bit of everything, making it every single engagement, every single fight, you can pick and choose how you want to approach it, and it's very difficult as a team going up against that to know what to do. Do we take distance? Do we try and go short range? Do we go mid range? There's an answer all the time from Arena Demons. Sheila's been purchased again. It didn't really work out in the last round. They bought the minigun, but maybe this time it can really do some damage.
I feel like there's an 80s and 90s song with the word Sheila in it, about someone called Sheila, but it's, let me know in the chat if you can think of it. I don't think...
Something like that.
Yeah, no, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think Cecilia is the one that's actually coming along.
Yeah.
Cecilia. Yeah, but we'll call it, it's Sheila. This is an important round. I need to focus up because here comes Lou. He's going to get the first knock of the game onto Rani. And that's the aggression I love seeing from Lou on the Pathfinder. 3v2 situation. Dimmy, last player alive here. The 3v1 turns into a 3v0. Sentinels again. Aggro. 3-3.
Sentinel said, you know what, screw your singing, please shut up. Sheila's not even going to be initiated, not even dropped onto the map. It wasn't
just Sentinels that said that.
It was the entire chat saying, please stop. But wow, look at this from Lou. He really has perfected the grapple into slide, into crouch, into everything you can do to increase that movement speed. And Well, we're at 3-3. Nothing to separate the two. First to 5 now. We may end up in sudden death. The zip is going to be purchased as the ult just to try and get to the center of the map, or at least the center of the circle, as quick as possible here for Sentinels. As now we breathe, we stop thinking about singing, and we need to focus on how Arena Demons are going to try and take the advantage once again.
This is a verbal apology to everyone who was watching, and if anyone's left because of that singing, I can only apologize once again. But now we're going to see Dimmy try and get a little bit more aggressive on the Pathfinder, immediately steal away those meds. And you have to say the Sentinels were nowhere to be seen in that early engagement, or a little bit of movement, I should say. Crust once again with the scout in hand this time, trying to just thread the needle with those G7 scout bullets behind the lid of the pill. And ooh, good morning. That's one way to be woken up as Aiden the Destroyer has the 30-30 repeater in hand once more. Lou going to take a little bit of a wider angle. Aiden knowing exactly where he's going to be, forcing Lou now to retreat. So we're back to what I would say is a pace which suits Arena Demons a little bit more than it does Sentinels.
And you might be asking yourself, why aren't Sentinels kind of pushing the advantage when they know Aiden the Destroyer is on one side of the map?
Back to what I would say is a pace which suits Arena Demons a little bit more than it does Sentinels.
And you might be asking yourself, why aren't Sentinels kind of pushing the advantage when they know Aiden the Destroyer is on one side of the map and the other two are fixated somewhere else? Well, it's because it's very difficult to position yourself whilst you're getting shot from the other side. But hello, holy shred! Lou manages to take down Dimmy, and now you push, now you take advantage.
Aiden the Destroyer, you're about to be destroyed, my friend, because there's 3 players flying at you. Even that Skynade isn't going to be saving you at this point. He gets some shots with a 30-30 repeater. And even though they were clean, Sentinels move on to map point. That was a very, very impressive flank there from Lou. So much damage done with the flatline. And now Sentinels, as I say, once again, on map point.
And I was about to say that, you know, why aren't Sentinels pushing? It's because Arena Demons are usually very aware of where the flank is coming from, and they transition and they meet one another to ensure they're not too far away from each other. But didn't really happen on that occasion. I think there was maybe overconfidence in one of those engagements where they continued to face for a little bit too long. Perhaps thought they had more health than they did. And Sentinels took full advantage of that. They now take the advantage in the game. They're 1 point off winning this map and going 2-1 up. Sheila will be purchased once again. Maybe this time it can really shred through the armor of Sentinels and take us to sudden death.
Well, an interesting thing here is the Sentinel's been purchased this time to be used, but here's Sheila, and she's singing 83. Not going to quite get the crack onto Crust, but certainly doing some damage. But back to my point, the Sentinel has been purchased ahead of the 30-30 repeater, and it's been charged up with a shield cell as well, so it's going to do that extra damage as it's amped up. And we're now going to see a Gibby bombardment coming in as well, which is going to force, you would imagine, Arena Demons down off of this platform they find themselves in for now. And they're going to be rotating now across that bridge, spreading themselves out well. You have to say, they move so well as a unit, Arena Demons.
That's one way to stop the minigun as well. Just throw an ult towards it. If it doesn't destroy it, at least forces the person who is controlling it off it.
Flatline, still in the hands of Lou. We saw the amount of damage he did with it last time. Xenox going to have to be very, very careful as the Kraber's been found by Crust. It's just a body shot. It's not the knock. But that will be something absolutely massive in this round for Sentinels, and he's actually going to drop it off. And if you just hit a shot like that and you're giving it to a teammate, that shows the trust and the ability that you're putting it into the hands of Xenox.
I like what you said the first time, but Kraber will be passed off, and now it is going to be...
Only before that one, we would have been right.
Really just a lot of responsibility handed to your teammate there. And, you know, if you're not confident with a Kraber, very much, pass it off. But I want to see this shot very much secured now, because it is going to be the hands of Xenox. Hit yourself a headshot, young man. Show us why you've been past the Kraber, because that is a huge weight on your shoulders. Bang!
Oh, he whips one round a corner, but doesn't connect. But now, for Arena Demons, they are going to be terrified, petrified, and that's why Xenox, 290, 145, go for the clip, he gets taken down. The clip was good enough, Rani on his own again. Xenox is an animal, and Sentinels will win the map.
I tell you what, I said he had to hit the shots. I said it's a lot of weight on your shoulders, and boy, did he deliver the headshot and then the body shot to get the 2K. Didn't even matter that he went for the third. Sentinels take the lead in this grand final, 2-1, and for the first time, Arena Demons find themselves on the back foot.
Nuts, absolutely nuts plays coming in from Xenox at the end there. Wonderful to watch, a lot of fun to watch. This series has had everything so far, and now for Arena Demons, Dan, They've got some questions to answer, because I felt like that's a map that really would have favored the way that they like to play, but I just feel like they're not being allowed to play by Sentinels. They are taking any opportunity to hold forward and get up in their faces and just make them feel uncomfortable.
Sentinels, is it down to just kind of experience at this point? The fact that they have played at the top level in Apex Legends, regardless that it isn't arenas, it's actually Battle Royale, but do nerves start to play a part in this? Has the occasion got a little bit too big for Arena Demons now, where they're suddenly like, I mean, holy crap, we're in a grand final here, guys. Like, we can't choke this. We've been dominating. Suddenly, we're the favorites, and it looks like they're just not quite shooting as well as they have been throughout the tournament. That needs to change going into this map number 4, because we know what they're capable of. We know why they're favorites coming into it. The Sentinels have had an answer every single time.
This thing now that also comes into mind is, you know, Sentinels have been in finals before. They've been in ALGS finals, huge tournaments. They've got this kind of experience under their belt. I wonder if the pressure's starting to get to Arena Demons a little bit here. It's not a situation they're going to be as familiar in, being in, you know, a grand final, back against the wall, need to perform kind of situation. So it's going to be a very interesting game that's coming up now on next map to see how they actually react to that pressure.
Yeah, and then the next map is going to be an important one as well. We're moving over to Party Crasher, I believe. Yes, we are, and we have seen Arena Demons lose Party Crasher. It was against Navi. It was when we saw the kind of long distance come into the equation, and there just wasn't an answer to it. And it seems like there was a similar thing that happened in this game. The snipers started to come out. The distance shots were really playing it apart, and maybe we're going to see Sentinels now close out this tournament on map number 4.
A little bit sad that we didn't get the every single bullet finding a body there from Senox towards the end, but you know, I'm a perfectionist. I like these kind of things. If it was me, Dan, I would have hit all the headshots, but now Senox is going to be happy because they got them that round win, and now we move into a position where they can close out this tournament. And what a performance it would be as well, Dan. You know, this isn't the full Sentinels lineup. This is Lou coming in to play alongside 2 established teammates in Senox and Crust, and they've looked like such a good unit that it's been really, really fun to watch.
Well, you'd have to imagine that even if you are the same team coming from Battle Royale, there's still a lot to learn when it comes to arenas. So everything they've been able to learn throughout this tournament, they've just been able to gel. They've been able to form. They went from a very shaky start in this tournament to slowly but surely solidifying to this point now where they're in a grand final. They have the lead and they're 1 map away from being the champions, and they would be deserved champions. Beating the boys they're going up against would be no easy feat. Arena Demons have been absolutely insane. They have been demolishing everyone within their path, everyone in front of them throughout the tournament. And now Sentinels have said, you know what? We're tired of this kind of story of the underdogs coming through and winning the entire thing. Let's show why we should be the favorites and why people shouldn't have been counting us out.
Well, we're moments away from getting into our next map, and this is the opportunity for Sentinels to close it out. On the flip side of it, if Arena Demons do manage to take this one home, down, we will be going into a game 5, and you just feel like kind of series that should go down to a game 5. You can feel a little bit of animosity between the teams. You can see there's been these crazy flashy plays. I want to see a game 5. Sentinels fans will not want to see a game 5, but now we're going into our map number 4. It is, like you said, Dan, Party Crasher, and this is one where Sentinels have the opportunity to close things out and take home first place.
I feel like this is going to be one of those series where you just wish it was a best of 7 if it does go to a game 5, because there is just so much thought process behind everything here, and there's so many like minor details that allow one team to win a round, one team to win a map at times. We have seen the Valkyrie in use on the side of the Demons several times throughout this tournament, so you imagine it's probably going to happen again, which it will. Aiden the Destroyer back onto the Valkyrie. That is both to use it to gain height, the missiles to just zone your opponent, and also the ultimate to get places quickly as Sentinels go down. They're already falling.
Yeah, Lou fell there, and I think that Arena Demons are more than used to that strategy. Crust now in a very, very difficult position. Bubbles towards his teammate Senox, though, just to give him a little bit more time to work with. He's got 30-30 in hand, and oh my word, they've turned it into a 2v2, but it isn't a 2v2 that has too much HP on their side. Arena Demons win the first round here, and you have to say, maybe for Lou, that was a little bit choreographed, going for those meds a little bit early.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times from Pathfinders, haven't we, in general? Just kind of the zip straight to the meds and then return to the team. But as tournaments do progress, a meta kind of develops within that tournament, and you realize where people are going to be, and you can kind of pre-fire it or pre-nade it, depending on the round. It would be great for Arena Demons here if they could just 3-0 sweep this map and regain that confidence, regain that belief, maybe push that kind of worry that we were talking about, that lack of experience, that lack of finals, which are on the opposition side. Sentinels have been here. Here comes the Valkyrie ult to reposition and get into a place of benefit earlier than your other team. You can be railed out of the air, but on this occasion, it's not going to happen.
Also gives you the information on where the other team are with the passives, so they're going to know exactly where Sentinels are, and they know they're going to be facing up against the 3 Sentinels players. As we're actually going to see Aiden Destroyer try and take a little bit of a cheeky angle, and that's another wonderful thing you can do with Valkyrie. You can afford to drop down low, see if you can get a little bit of an angle, and also hit the jets and escape back up to your teammates very, very quickly, as we see Aiden do exactly that in front of our very eyes.
Just got to make sure you bat up here. Regroup with the team. You've got the high ground over Sentinels, so you can be a little bit patient. You do not have to initiate the fight. You can try and say to Sentinels, look, you are the ones who need to move first. You just got to be careful not to throw anything away here. And that could be getting stuck by a grenade. That could be just showing a little bit too much leg and getting drilled by an automatic weapon.
Dan Gaskin on a night out.
Yeah, just me, you know. Too high a dress from me on a night out, but Sentinels have been tagged down a little bit. Lou is low, but it doesn't look like Arena Demons want to take the fight just yet. But as I say that, the bubble comes in.
Xenox will go down here, and you can see that Lou's going to drop some frag grenades behind him. So a little bit of a difficult situation. Lou just spinning around frantically, trying to land some shots. My word, does he land some shots? Lou in all sorts of problems, but survives for now with the grapple. Might be able to turn this into a 1v1. He does. But just not the HP to work with to turn that into a winnable situation. Arena Demons on match point now, and I kind of floated the idea of a match 5, a game 5, and I tell you what, it's looking like we might be going there.
Yeah, but every time we've had a team go 2-0 up on a map, it suddenly turns into 2-2 very quickly. It doesn't seem like anyone's been able to really take advantage of the fact that they have a 2-0 lead and they are on map point. Sentinels Lou, he certainly made a meal of that one. He was almost turning it around and almost just came up with one of the clutches of the day. Can Arena Demons just get that 3-0 that they so desperately need here and really turn it around on Sentinels and say, hey, actually, you're not going to be able to walk away with this one. We're here to play. We're taking it to a game 5.
Well, we're going over to the Mirage Voyage, a little bit crashed into the ground side. I can't remember the exact terminology that used. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's secondary to what's about to happen. 42 damage with the 30-30 repeater. And somewhere on the west coast of America right now, everybody knows that Courage is watching this and seething, seeing a 30-30 repeater being used so effectively. But for now, both teams standing off against each other. Sentinels being forced to play a little bit slower as they take quite a lot of damage once again from the crossfire coming in from Arena Demons, but Lou has one more grapple left to use after he pops these batteries, but the damage being done has allowed Arena Demons now to push up and take the height away from Sentinels.
They've really got the position, haven't they? They've been able to kind of force them back into a little bit of a sticky situation, into a bubble. The shots coming in. The 30-30 repeater again is just raining down hell from above. There's the right hook as well, and this should be the clear up. Arena Demons take us to a game number 5.
Oh, run it up. Game number 5. That was a wonderful show there in the end. The shots with the 30-30, the right hook, and then the no-scopes. I'm going to call it a no-scope. It's not really. It's hip fire, isn't it? But, you know, it made it sound better. If you titled a clip as that, I'd watch it. And it will be a game 5 now, Dan, as Arena Demons. You said that they didn't look particularly strong. They have lost some games on Party Crasher. Well, I think form book goes out the window when it gets to our finals. And like I said, ladies and gents, time for us to go to a game 5. But before we get there, we're going to go for a very, very quick break. So don't go anywhere. As I say, game 5 hype is real. See you in just a few moments.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a wonderful grand finals for the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. I don't know if it's Arena Demons pushing Sentinels to a Game 5 or Sentinels pushing Arena Demons to a Game 5. Either way, this has been an incredible series. It quite honestly is. And Onset, I had a chance to talk to you during that short little break, and I was saying how impressive it is for Arena Demons to be a team that they are playing against Sentinels. You know, Sentinels, they've got a large chip on their shoulder. They're representing an amazing organization. Lou, a talented player in his own right, filling in for this 3-stack. But for Arena Demons to lose Phase Runner, be a map down, on the brink of losing grand finals, but then to turn things around, go to Party Crasher and beat them in a convincing 3-0, that's impressive. That shows composure.
Yeah, I wouldn't just say they beat them. They beat them. They just beat them into the ground. It wasn't even close. Like, it was just a straight sort of wipe across the board. It was as clean as you could possibly get. And that clip at the end there from Aiden was absolutely nuts. The hip fire with the 30-30, then using the jets on Valk to get up and punch Lou in the face, and then dropping down and just style points all the way through to get the clip. I respect that. You've got to go for the clips, even in the grand final. So a crazy way to close things out. But I mentioned this is the kind of final that deserves a Game 5. Here we are.
I
agree. The map is very interesting for me as well. Artillery, I think that heavily favors Arena Demons. But having said that before, Sentinels have answered back and they've said that it doesn't really matter. So it's going to be a great Game 5.
I'm about to hop off, but I'll leave this with you, Gaskin. I mean, Arena Demons, Onset says, you know, this benefits them going into Artillery. They're so aggressive on this map, but the way that they do it is just beautiful. Aiden with the Horizon is just incredibly dangerous, whether it's the Black Hole or him utilizing, you know, just the elevation and getting behind his opponents is incredible. Plus their ability to collapse on high ground with a knock is just unparalleled. This is going to be a tough map for Sentinels to win, but let me say this, Gaskin, whoever does win this is absolutely the best team, because this has been a great series all around. I'm going to hop off. Onset, Gaskin, take it away.
I'm so hyped, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm hyped, man. I think we've just been hyped up even more. My Reflections has done our job for us, Dan. I'm just going to sit back. It's Game 5, everyone. Enjoy it. I'm joking, Dan. It's Game 5, everyone. It's the grand finals, and what a final it has been indeed. Sentinels versus Arena Demons. Dan, if you had to put your hair on the line about who is going to win, who would you pick?
You know, I'm a statistics man, right? And both these teams are undefeated on this map, but someone has to lose and a head has to be shaved. So I will put your hair on the line. I think the Arena Demons are going to take this one. If they don't, you will shave your head, and I appreciate that.
That's not how things work, but it's good to see that you're learning a lesson. Well, let's see some hype in the chat for Game 5, because that's where we find ourselves in the grand final. Sentinels versus Arena Demons, and I just feel like Sentinels, they might be facing a little bit of an uphill battle here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Arena Demons have looked extremely powerful on Artillery. They have just been flawless. They've been aggressive at the right times. The 30-30 repeaters, those shots have been stinging into the sides of all of their enemies. But we have seen that Sentinels have answered back with 30-30 repeaters of their own. So it could come down to who just pokes that little bit better. Who can get that early damage, and who is more confident to jump on a team when they know, or at least they think, they have the resource advantage.
Well, it looks like a little bit of a rotation coming out here from Arena Demons. Nice shots coming in from Crust once again. He will almost have his shields broken, but Dimmy's going to find himself in a very similar situation, forced to use that shield battery pretty early on here in round number 1. And as we always mention, round number 1, resources are at a premium. So every little bit of damage that's done really does hurt the economy of your team.
Yeah, it just makes it very difficult to get back into a fight when you know you're kind of a cell down, or even sometimes an entire back down. As Arena Demons looking to try and make their move ever so slightly, trying to take an angle. Dimmy, who has been very much an aggressor and very much someone who hits wingman shot after wingman shot, just trying to find an angle where he can do some serious damage, as Aiden the Destroyer, as the Horizon, as usual, is taking a height advantage here just to ensure that he can manage to put the shots down as well.
Just to remind you all, that's called the gas globe, which is where he's working his way towards doing even more damage. Lou now moving up with the flatline in his hand. That's going to be his starting weapon, and you feel like maybe this is the kind of range that the flatline can do quite a bit of damage in comparison to the 30-30 repeater. That sort of medium range maybe does favor things. Xenox is going to have his shields broken though, and he's going to be forced to move back, but Dimmy's going to be moving away as well towards his teammates. So a real standoff, a slow burner here, Dan, in this first round.
And that's what we'd expect when it is going to be map number 5, right? It all comes down to this, and we've seen how snowbally games can be at times. It can be a very long map at times where we go all the way and it's kind of 5-4, or a 3-0 can suddenly come out of nowhere.
Well, Xenox has been taken down here, so that's going to be Crust as well. Lou, that left his teammates out to dry a little bit there. Tried to go for a wide flank. It didn't quite work out, and you have to say Arena Demons recognizing the situation perfectly. They go up by 1, and what was a slow burner all of a sudden ignited right at the end.
Another advantage of having the Horizon, you are usually going to be in a vantage point where you can see flanks coming through. You can see when 2 players might just be split from their teammate, and it's about having that confidence to call and say, look, we need to push onto a 2. We need to make sure we take this man advantage whilst we have it. Arena Demons did that. Even though Dimmy went down, the damage was already done by that point, and the rest of Arena Demons, they flew on in, finished things off, and now they will take the 1-point lead here on Artillery.
Arena Demons, they take another round here. They'll find themselves on championship point. That's how quickly arenas and these games can disappear in front of your very eyes. But for now, we just get to sit back and enjoy the action as Aiden, once again, 30-30 in hand. And do a little bit of poke damage, a little bit of peeking, a little bit of seeking for those bullets to find their targets.
Sentinels have to play a little bit passive here. They have to be well aware that these 30-30 repeater shots are hitting hard, but at the same time, you don't want to give Arena Demons the freedom to maneuver the way around the map in which way they want to. You want to be the ones dictating the pace, like Sentinels did in the early maps in this series. They were the ones who were causing the problems for Arena Demons, making the Demons overthink things, second guess themselves. They need to get back with that same confidence, and they can turn it around. As you say, it can turn around so quickly here in arenas, but at the same time, it can just fall right through your fingers like sand.
Sentinels looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Xenox is going to catch someone on the cross, but only manages to do 45 damage. If he hits another bullet there and gets that 90, things could be a little bit different. But here is Lou on the flank. This time it's working out. Xenox gets that damage done. Lou is going to use that mobility to get up and away. And that's going to leave Ronnie now in a 1v3 situation. He's going to be looking to the heavens, saying a few prayers. And they're not going to be answered on this occasion, as Sentinels will tie this up at 1-1.
I mean, you could spell it out. Movement. That is what is really going to give Sentinels the advantage over Arena Demons. A fantastic flank to ensure that Aiden the Destroyer was taken off of his little vantage point, his little peak tower. And then it was the ability to get out of dodge and avoid those grenades from Lou. Just quick thinking with the grapple, but also re-engaging back into the fight instantly, so he wasn't out of it for too long. Tied up 1-1, and this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted us to go all the way down to the wire. There's going to be the black hole purchased. We are going to see Aiden the Destroyer try and utilize this ultimate here, which has actually worked out a few times throughout this tournament.
Yeah, especially on this side of the map, I feel it's very, very effective. You can catch a couple of players playing on this wall. This is the first time we will see this side of the map being played. An interesting angle here from Lou. I wonder if he's going to try and think about a flank. If some damage does come in, Xenos is going to have to be very, very careful here because 2 players are going to be flying in front of him. However, there is the angle from Lou, who does enough damage to Dimmy just to slow down the push and will allow teammates to move up towards where Xenox's position was. There's a frag grenade as well, and it looks like Aiden's going to be forced off of that high ground. But as we know, Horizon Q, that's why you play up. You can get back up on that high ground, and even though everyone's kind of playing a little bit of a mini game at the moment on how they want to try and aggress on the other team, nobody has the advantage.
It looks like Mario at the moment, doesn't it? Just kind of avoiding things landing at your feet.
Girl looked like Mario with a moustache on.
She did look a little bit like Mario. Maybe Mario's lost long cousin. But Gario is what we call her. But Sentinel's now pushing in. And Xenox with some fantastic damage alongside Lou will take down Dimmy. But Xenox goes down on the other side. It's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I want to see Sentinels try and get aggressive here. However, they're going to take the time instead to exchange a little bit of damage. Here's Lou, though, and Lou will be taken down. Dimmy down to 1 HP. Grenades there as well, and there is the black hole, and that could be absolutely massive. But here comes a couple of flying Sentinels players. They avoided the black hole. They managed to get into position to finish off those kills, and Sentinels from 1 down now find themselves in a lead and find themselves, Dan Gaskin, on championship point.
That flank was absolutely everything from Sentinels. It was a res versus res, but there was one player just having a little sneaky beaky way round and said, I tell you what, I'm going to deny that res. Oh, I'm not quite there in time, but I'm going to take the fight. I think it may have been Lou who was re-engaging when it all happened, and it just made sure that Arena Demons weren't able to get back up to full health. I think it was Dimmy just constantly on a slither, couldn't heal back up, couldn't pop a back, couldn't pop a Zell, was not given the time. And you were talking about championship point. Well, now it's Sentinels on championship point.
Can Arena Demons deny them? Will we see another round after this one, or will this be the end of the road for Arena Demons, or will Sentinels take home first place? And that cash that goes alongside it here. Krusty's going to be changing out to the longbow this time. And you're going to see a very slow pace here as that player's going to try and cross. If he hits this shot, it would be massive after the headshot. Ronnie going to be using the lift alongside his teammate once more. And now all of Arena Demons will be playing together. But Lou with the Mozambique will get that kill on the board. And here comes Lou flying through the skies. Dimmy, he doesn't have much to work with. Sentinels just need one more knock, one more kill to call themselves champions. Lou goes down. Aiden the Destroyer is doing everything he can. But when it's all said and done, Sentinels will be the champions. Sentinels will close it out. And once again, it was Lou who initiated the fight that brings him the W.
Like a phoenix from the ashes, Sentinels, who were down and out at one point in this tournament, they got the reverse sweep. They were able to pull themselves back through the bracket, and now they are the champions of the UMG Invitational. Amazing performance from Sentinels, especially against an incredible Arena Demons. We have to say it, they performed excellently throughout the entire tournament. But when it's all said and done, as you say, Sentinels come out on top. They will be the ones who have the last laugh. Reflections, sorry that the Arena Demons finally got shut down, but honestly, you have to say, Sentinels, they deserved it in the end.
100%. Look, as much as you want to support a team, you have to be fair to the winners. Sentinel, they earned this, okay? Their Route 2 Grand Finals, first and foremost, had to beat the previous champions of G2. That's not easy by any means. G2 had looked absolutely unstoppable. And let's not forget, too, their first match in their group, they had to play against Pittsburgh Knights, who was incredible in their own rights. And let's not forget that reverse comeback. They were down 2-0, and they took PK to a map 5 and beat them, and then went on to beat My Little Phony, who was also a dominant team in the last tournament. You then head into the bracket, and obviously Sentinels had to start off against Premier. We saw some big shakeups. Premier not getting a single elimination against Sentinels off the first two maps, and map number 3, they only get 3 total elims. Sentinels, we were starting to say, you know what? Maybe they're looking pretty good, but then to go against G2 and beat them 3-1, man, now they're looking really good. In Crust We Trust started trending in Blaze's mind, in Girl's mind, or in Trust We Crust, at least for Girl. But then to go against Arena Demons, who have been so on point, beating everybody, to beat the second place team last time of Ghost 3-0 in the way they did. Look, it was scary for Sentinels. It really was. But when they went to Artillery, I think they did something pretty special. Off those first initial rounds, I was super happy to see Sentinels not fighting that high ground, right? They were just kind of going mano-a-mano in that center portion of the map, or at least on the right side, open ground. And Sentinels felt confident in that fight. Lou, truly the hero in my mind. Those angles that he was taking in those flanks, incredible. I owe a lot of credit to Lou. Crust as well did his job. But I'm happy for Sentinels. I really am, because, again, they earned this. But I'm also really happy for Arena Demons. Come on, a team that's not represented by an org. They come into this tournament pretty much last second. You know, they were added pretty much the morning of the tournament last night. But yet here they are, and they made it happen. You love to see it. I'm really through the moon with how this ended up going, even though Sentinels did lock. I wanted a round 9. That would have made it perfect. But on set for me, this was a perfect ending to this tournament. I'm so happy we at least got a Game 5 to finish it all.
Oh, 100%. I think Game 5 was deserved. I think both teams could be extremely happy. I'm sure if you said to Arena Demons, you're going to come second in this tournament when it all kicked off, they would have bitten your hand off for it. But Sentinels, I think every single player on that team deserves a mention. Even, you know, in that last series, Lou was popping off. He took all the responsibility of hitting, you know, big flanks. And if they don't go well, you sometimes look like you've made a mistake. He took that responsibility on his shoulders. You had Crust making crazy plays all tournament long. And then you have Senox as well. Let's talk about that Kraber play, and let's replay replay that 1,000 times because that was absolutely nuts. So every single player had a pop-off clutch moment. And it's in Sentinels we trust, I think, at the moment for every single one of those players. They trusted in each other, and crushed rhymes with trust. So that's why I've been saying it much. But, you know, it's been amazing to watch them play.
I mean, Gaskin, yeah, Alan said, brought up a great point. By the way, congratulations to both of you for calling that as well as you did. Even chat was impressed. And you know when chat is saying, wow, great commentary, you know you're doing something right with as brutal as they can be. Thanks, Gaskin, yeah, that was a beautiful call with the Kraber. The fact of the matter is the Kraber is passed off, but when it's picked back up, my goodness, those shots connected. Getting the 2K was incredible. And, you know, it takes big boy moves to make plays like that when the pressure is really on.
Yeah, with great Krabers become great responsibility. You know, you have to hit those shots.
Is that right?
At the moment. If they had missed those shots, I would have ridiculed Senox for time to come. But now I will just praise him for the rest of his life. Anytime he appears on my feed when I'm casting and Senox is there, I'll be like, I remember this one time when he was passed off the Kraber and he did the absolute business with it. It was amazing to watch. Sentinels were a pleasure. Arena Demons were a pleasure. This whole tournament's just been very pleasurable.
Yes. Very, very pleasurable indeed. I think very well to say. I mean, it even made you a believer of Gardens. You know, you're starting to become a fan of it, I guess. I don't know where your allegiance lies. I want to be completely real. You got a good poker face, Gaskin. Yeah, you can't tell when you're angry. Can't tell when you're, well, no, when you're happy. You got a beaming smile. So I give you that. You got a beautiful smile, Gaskin. Hey, Onset Gaskin, it has been an incredible tournament. It truthfully has. And you know what? It's time to get out of here, even though I don't want to. I want to see it. I want to run it back. I guarantee you, if we were to do a best of 3 in the best of 5, that's really confusing, but run this series 3 times over, it would definitely go into a third and final rotation, right? Because that's just how close Arena Demons and Sentinels truly are. But I guess it is time to get out of here. I'm really sad, actually, this event is ending. But Onset, I'll leave it to you for your final words, and then we'll pass it over to Gaskin.
Don't be sad it's ending. Be happy that it happened. That's all I'm going to say to you. For Sentinels, it was an amazing performance. It was a lot of fun. I feel like Arenas is getting stronger and stronger every time we see in tournaments. I think teams are really starting to see the potential in it as well, and the way that they adjust, the way they play, and how things are being adjusted is really, really fun. So thanks to UMG as always. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to Girl and Blaze. It's been a blast, and thank you to everyone who's watching. Without you guys, it's nowhere near as fun to hang out in the chat. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Can't wait to do it again.
Yeah,
what about you, Gaskin?
Echo everything Onset said, of course. It's been amazing to... I love getting given the freedom to just have fun with commentary. It's a pleasure to work alongside you guys, and just in particular Onset. Every time that we cast together, I can't. No, honestly, it's been good fun. There's been a lot of jokes about us hating one another, but I couldn't have asked for a better commentary duo. So thanks everyone. I look forward to the next one, and Arenas is looking like it's in good shape because there's a lot of meta changes coming through.
Yeah, a lot of meta changes already from the last month to this month. I'm a fan. I'm a believer. I would love to see more arena tournaments pop up. This is it's been an incredible experience, without all the muddy third parties and craziness that happens in BR, which is magical in its own right. But arenas is something special to put the magnifying glass on certain players that may not have that magnifying glass or that much spotlight in the BR title itself. But at least all good things must come to an end, at least for the UMG Champions Apex Legends Arena $10,000 Invitational. Of course, this story has finally concluded. Sentinels with the victory, Arena Demons in second and third and fourth being Ghost and G2. Hey, I loved having all of you guys. I really truthfully did. Hit that follow button if you haven't already, because we keep the action going on the UMG Gaming channel. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Onset Gaskin, Blaze Girl, our production team, and you in chat, thank you for joining us. And we'd love to have you again on our next broadcast.